American detective, master of the quick draw, Western style. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, South America's #1 killer, Danadas. Dean, this is the symbol of Danadas, the #1 killer in South America, but more people like to call him Night Godson. Danadas, unknown nationality, unknown gender, apparently acting alone, but suspected to have a special team to cooperate, mainly active in North and South America. First appeared in 1994. Known completed tasks: 121, 100% completion. The other party once sneaked into a military base in the Bear Country and killed a senior general in the office. It is suspected that the other party has very special lurking and camouflage skills. Features: killing each person will definitely leave an hourglass representing the absence of sand at the scene, announcing the end of the other party's life. Special event: at the end of Mass's email, there is a URL. That is Danadas's message website on the dark web. You must pay at least $100,000 to leave a message on it and wait for the other party to contact you. Ruiz just pretended to be dead, but after reading the content of the email, his face was full of horror. The generals of the Bear Country were all killed in the military base. Now he only feels that the so-called safe house has no sense of security at all. Dean, I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but I really can't ask my family for help. If it doesn't work, you hide here and I'll go upstairs and wait for him to come over. As he said that, Ruiz walked towards the exit with the momentum of a hero will never come back once he leaves. Dean dragged him back and said, "Man, I really don't understand your train of thought. Since you are not afraid of death, why are you afraid of shame? And do you really think your family and parents are great? Killing people can't even surprise them." Ruiz's little thoughts could not be hidden from him. Ruiz lowered his head and said, "I'm not worried about them knowing that I hired a killer to kill someone, but if my father knew that I was so slow to kill someone and even brought trouble to himself, he would kill me with his own hands and treat me as if I didn't have a son. In this case, I would rather die at the hands of the killer." Dean. So you know what kind of person you are. Damn. I owe you this. Dean's eyes became fierce. In the midst of Ross's exclamation, he dragged him like a child and threw him in front of the surveillance camera full of screens. "Stay here obediently and keep an eye on the cameras outside. If anyone moves, call me." Ross was frightened by Dean and nodded subconsciously. He calmed down a stupid teammate. Dean sat back in front of the computer and logged into Ross's dark web account. After seeing that there were still virtual coins in it, he directly logged into Danadas's message website. "I have no intention of provoking Danadas. The mission can continue. As compensation, I am willing to pay double the reward as an apology for disrespecting Mr. Danadas. One message, $100,000. Here, $200,000 are gone." "Oh, right." Dean turned around. "Joss, what is your full name? And your friend Harry, what is his identity? I mean his real identity." "That's right, Ross's friend, the guy who gave Dean the car, is also called Harry. Harry Seeley. His family is engaged in car smuggling, and they also control many channels of car supermarkets. Their assets are probably around $500 million, but his family has some connections with the Italian mafia. Only such a small amount of assets?" Dean was originally surprised, but thinking of Ross's personality and making friends, he was too lazy to complain. Seeing Ross dawdling after he finished speaking, he resisted the urge to slap him in the face. "Your name?" Ross lowered his head, sighed and said, "Well, I have two last names. One is the last name I use now, Ross Colton, but my real name is Ross Campbell." Campbell. Dean's mind flashed with memories. This last name seemed familiar. Beep at this moment. The website gave a blood-red reply. "Sorry, if it was last night, it was okay, but Lord Danadas has prepared a butcher knife and he refuses to stop the harvest." Fuck, you really think you are a god? Dean's eyes were filled with blood. At this moment, he really wanted to meet this Danadas. But thinking of his family in this life, Dean suppressed his anger and continued to send messages. "My real name is Joss Campbell. If you kill me, you will be retaliated by my family." He swore. If the other party still refused, he would let the other party try the feeling of having more than 20 bullets stuffed into his mouth in 0.1 seconds. Time passed quietly. There was no reply from the other side. Suddenly, Joss exclaimed, "Dean, all the cameras are black." Dean looked up and saw that the cameras that originally covered the villa, except for a few of the lines exclusively for the safe house, had all gone black. This made him feel relieved. This means that the other party should not know the existence of the safe house. Dean glanced at the time. 1800 hours. It was the time of the death warning sent by Danatus. Who knew that just like this, the several cameras outside the safe house also turned into a distorted screen with no signal, just like those desktop TVs without signal. The other party found this place. Dean exhaled a breath. It seems that Joss's family, the Harry family, has no deterrent power to Danatus. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, leaving behind the terrified and helpless Joss, who disappeared into the darkness of the safe house, quietly waiting for the opponent to come. Since there is no way to avoid it, then kill. Even if Danatus knew of his existence, he should not know his strength. If he used Joss as bait, he might not be unable to defeat the #1 killer in South America. As for Joss, he had put on the best bulletproof vest and the best bulletproof helmet under Dean's reminder. As long as he huddled up, he might be able to survive. Not to mention the solemn atmosphere in the safe room. Outside, an inconspicuous bodyguard whistled and broke the neck of his unsuspecting companion beside him, took out a thermal imaging device, and scanned the surroundings. There are security guards patrolling here with hunting dogs 24 hours a day. Those hunting dogs have been specially trained and have an extremely sensitive sense of smell, so he can only use his bare hands to try to avoid making blood everywhere in the villa. This made him, who was used to seeing blood splashing like a fountain, very uncomfortable. But it's okay. The real fun is underground. After the bodyguard was sure that this place had become a dead place, he came to the elevator entrance and stuck a palm-sized white bag. There was a slight sound. Some unknown powders and liquids splashed and reacted with the elevator metal, releasing a lot of white smoke while corroding a small pit in the hard elevator. No mistakes. Safe house. The bodyguard sneered. As long as it is built by people, there will be flaws. And as long as there are flaws, he can sneak in and kill the other party. At this moment, he touched his mouth, impatience flashed in his eyes, and he bit his teeth lightly, whispering, "White bird, you know I hate it most when someone disturbs me when I am killing and sacrificing. Sir Danatus, it's urgent, this Ross." The subtle voice appeared in the bodyguard's ears through bone conduction. "Shut up, I don't care about that little money. If you interrupt my sacrifice again, I will break your neck." Danatus decided in his heart that he would deal with the operator codenamed White Bird when he returned. No one can teach him how to do things. The poor little boy who didn't know his fate was sealed, although he could hear the suppressed dissatisfaction of Danatus, still insisted, but he said his name is Jose Campbell. Danatus' eyes flashed with suspicion. He hesitated and said, "Campbell family." "Yes, we urgently checked the information of the Campbell family and found that the youngest son of the Duke of Campbell seems to be in America, but there is very little information about him, and we don't know his disguised identity." Danatus. FK. How could such a stupid member appear in the Campbell family? He looked at the elevator that had revealed the passage to the safe house, and exhaled a breath of depression. "White Bird, thank you for your reminder. Help me apologize. Be polite, and tell him that this assassination is free of charge." Wait. Danatus was about to hang up the phone, and saw the bodies lying on the ground in the villa. He was speechless and choked. His lips moved a few times, but the words in his mouth seemed to be 1,000 pounds heavy, and he couldn't speak. "Sir Danatus." "Well, forget it. If you add one more thing, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to offer $100 million as compensation for dealing with his servants. If he is still not satisfied." Danatus' eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "If he is still not satisfied, tell him that I will personally apologize. $100 million is his bottom line. This is almost equivalent to his 2 years of work in vain. These are 2 years of his peak period. If he still doesn't agree, it's a fight to the death." The White Bird over there was silent for a few seconds before replying. "I have replied, Sir Danatus, no matter what, you should leave here first. I am worried about your safety. After all, he is a member of the Campbell family." "Got it." The teeth trembled slightly. "The communication has been hung up." Danatus took a last look at the elevator with a cold look in his eyes and turned to leave. It would be better if the other party is a real member of the Campbell family, otherwise he will regret coming to this world. On the other side, underground safe house. Dean remained silent, allowing Joss, who had reacted, to shout in panic. He had no intention of coming out, but just silently waited for the arrival of the #1 killer in South America. He had just heard a strange noise coming from the elevator through the receiver outside the safe house. This meant that the other party was ready to come down. Time passed by minute. After a few minutes, except for the previous strange noise, there was no movement in the elevator. Joss was frightened by the depressing atmosphere. He realized that Dean didn't know where he had run off to, and quickly shrank behind a container where food was hidden and squatted. However, he seemed to rarely play hide and seek, hiding his head without caring about his tail, and didn't even know that his buttocks were exposed. In this depressing atmosphere, suddenly, beep beep, there was a notification sound from the computer. Dean was unmoved. Joss ran over stupidly, and then made a surprised voice, "Dean, don't hide." The other party left, and said he would give me $100 million as compensation. Dean? 3 chapters and 11,000 completed. 1 more chapter will be added. I set it to update at 1 a.m. Good night. Rewards and thanks. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 12,666,000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friends Husu Wengkuang and Red Blood Cellular, 2002 for the rewards. Thanks to the 2 bosses. Dean, thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 2,000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Chapter 127. I'm so miserable. Are you kidding me? He broke through to the safe passage, and then replied that he would not kill him. And pay money? Isn't this the same as a rapist? His clothes were torn to pieces, the atmosphere was almost set, and he was just about to stab him in the end. As a result, at this time, he suddenly stopped, and then said, "I'm sorry, Mom, it's all a misunderstanding, I was impulsive, I won't pay money." Hearing Ross's silly smile, not only did he not come out, but he appeared at the ventilation vent, his nose twitching slightly. The safe house is very solid. This is the only flaw. As a result, after waiting for a long time, no abnormalities were found. Not only that, those disordered surveillance cameras also returned to normal, revealing the interior of the villa where corpses were lying on the ground. Ross, who was laughing foolishly, shrank into a ball when he saw this scene. "Dean, where are you? Come out quickly, I'm scared alone." Dean looked at the surveillance thoughtfully, and appeared behind Ross like a ghost. "Don't howl, I've been guarding the gate just now, preparing for a sneak attack." Ross was startled at first, and when he saw that it was Dean, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were hiding. I'm the only one with a gun here, hiding and waiting to die." Dean rolled his eyes, walked to the computer, and checked the other party's reply. "Dear Mr. Ross Campbell, this is all a misunderstanding. As an apology, in 2 hours, you will receive the news of Harry Seeley's death. At the same time, we will cover up the reward information. In addition, in order to express the shock caused to you, we will provide you with $100 million in spiritual compensation. This is an anonymous account and password, XXXX. If this is not enough to make up for the harm to you, feel free to make up for the conditions. Dean." He turned his head and looked at Ross. "Dude, what's going on with you? Just a name. The #1 killer in South America, whose starting price is tens of millions of dollars, was actually scared like this. It's outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that such a person was humiliated by a little punk after Laura, who opened an environmentally friendly green farm. Brother, he is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. You are really a fool." Seeing Dean's expression, Ross sighed. "It's like this again. I knew it would turn out like this. Since I took on the Campbell surname, I have nothing but money." Dean had a flash of inspiration. He finally remembered. At the beginning, because of his mentor Anthony, he searched the internet for some famous families in the world. The surname Morgan is not uncommon, and he didn't find anything special. But Campbell, he had seen it. This is a top oak family in the Commonwealth, which has been passed down for more than 600 years. From the age of discovery to the present, it is still active in the public eye, and its social circles are all royal and noble circles in Europe. Seeing Dean did not respond, Ruiz looked even more melancholy. "Dean, you really don't have to alienate me because of my background. When I make friends, I never care whether he has status or money. But the reality is not like this. Everyone who knows my true identity immediately changes his manner and speaks unnaturally, which makes me quite distressed. I just want to have a pure friendship and love. Is it so difficult? Whatever, sigh. Dean rolled his eyes. Ross, since you think so, why don't you pretend to be an ordinary person? Ordinary person? Ross's face was full of doubts. Isn't my current identity ordinary? I drive myself when I travel, and I don't have any bodyguards. On the surface, I am just an ordinary billionaire's son. Even the kidnappers have no interest in me. Even the clothes I wear are only worth tens of thousands of dollars each. Aren't these ordinary enough? Dean smiled and gave him a middle finger, then said unhappily, you really should go to my grandfather's farm to be a henchman for a few days and try what a real ordinary person is. Ross thought for a while, then pointed at the surveillance screen with some sadness. How to deal with these people, and the money they give, should I accept it? Nonsense, of course I have to accept it. The pensions for the deceased and our mental comfort money, don't they cost money? Dean took out his mobile phone and called Meng. After vaguely mentioning Ross's identity, he hung up the phone and said to this stupid boy, although I don't know why you are so naive, but man, I have to tell you, you must accept this money, otherwise I probably won't see you tomorrow. Ruiz is simple, but not stupid. He thought about it briefly, then his face turned pale and he said, you mean, if I don't accept it, he will think I will retaliate against him? Yes. Dean nodded, if you accept it and then retaliate, it will be a disgrace to your family. Although this matter is indeed infuriating, I don't recommend you to gamble your future with those rats in the gutter. Ruiz glanced at the dead people on the screen and nodded sadly. Father is right, I am the shame of the Campbell family. He raised his head and looked at Dean with apology. I want to compensate the dead more. From now on, I don't plan to use the family's money anymore. Dean, I'm afraid I won't give you much of this money. It doesn't matter, go out now, I guess the police are here. Dean waved his hand. He didn't want to stay with Ruiz anymore. Otherwise, he was afraid that he couldn't help but give him a big slap in the face, letting him know what it means to be in a blessed situation and not know how to appreciate it. Dean swore that he was absolutely not jealous. People like Ruiz, although he is rich, have also lost the happiness of being poor. When the two went out, 7 or 8 vehicles with flashing police lights have surrounded Ross's villa. Monin appeared again with injuries. It was hard for him to drive here single-handedly in such a short time. Besides, no mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Behind him, there was a Chinese man wearing platinum glasses, who looked equally gentle and elegant. If it weren't for the different skin colors, he would be the same style as Monin. Dean, are you okay? Monin gave Dean a warm hug with one hand. Dean knew that the other party was trying to win people's hearts, but he was still very comfortable with his reaction. It's okay, Captain, this is Mr. Ross, my very good friend. He was assassinated, but fortunately there is a safe house in the villa, so he escaped. Ross heard Dean say that he was a very good friend, his mouth cracked, and he took the initiative to shake hands with Monin. Yes, I am a very good friend of Dean. Thanks to him this time, otherwise I'm afraid I would have died. He said it sincerely. If it weren't for Dean today, he would really be dead. I guess the #1 killer in South America would be depressed to death. Other powerful second generations, when facing danger, would at least say, my father is XX. This one, on the other hand, would rather die than show off his name. He is simply a weird little white lotus among the second generations, a shame. Meng had received a hint from Dean, but at this moment, he pretended to know nothing. He held Ross's hand and said righteously, I am very pleased that Detective Dean did not forget the duties and mission of our 4th Squadron in a critical moment and protected the safety of citizens. Mr. Ross, this is Secretary Chu of our city government. When he heard that you were attacked, he immediately rushed over by helicopter to handle this matter. The Chinese man behind Meng also gently extended his palm, quietly pulled Ross aside, asked about his well-being, and asked indirectly. Taking this opportunity, Mun came up to Dean. Dean, are you sure this person is from the Campbell family? Why does he look a little innocent? Dean shrugged. It is because of his innocence that it is real. Besides, the #1 killer in South America was scared away. Do you dare to bet? That's true. Mun nodded. If this is true, then I would like to congratulate you in advance for becoming the youngest detective in the police department. I hope so. Dean smiled. but swore in his heart that he would never run into the unlucky Ross again. This guy is a jinx. The next day, Dean was sleeping soundly with his arms around the twin sisters from the forensic department. Another phone call woke him up. Dean saw that it was a landline call and wanted to hang up impatiently, but he was worried that it was a case, so he answered it reluctantly. "Hello, is this Mr. Dean?" A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, I'm Helena, the financial manager of Chase Bank. We noticed that your fund account has more than $10 million in cash. If you have time tonight, I would like to talk to you in person about financial management." $10 million? Dean woke up, replied that he didn't have time, hung up the phone, checked the text messages, and found that his bank account had $10 million at 6 in the morning. Note: mental comfort money. Dean immediately realized that this was a call from Ross. Let's not talk about anything else. The dog rich man is really generous. I guess these 8 digits are just a string of numbers in Ross's eyes. People are refreshed when they are happy. Dean threw his phone away, lifted the quilt, and put his gun on the holster for the night. Dean, the new salary thief, had just punched in and was about to leave work when he was blocked at the door by the embarrassed Gower sisters. "Wow, I thought you would sleep until the night." Dean smiled evilly and hugged him, but was blocked by the two of them with their hands at the same time. "Dean, to be honest, we have experienced unprecedented happiness in the past 2 days with you," Dora said with a bitter face. Wayme nodded reluctantly, "But you are too. This has affected our work. So, you are like drugs, which will ruin our careers. And we know that this is just a temporary passion and it won't last forever, so we decided to end this relationship and treat these 2 days as a beautiful dream." Dean was silent for a moment and nodded. "I was broken up because I was too strong. I am so miserable." Watching the two sisters limping and supporting each other to leave, Dean lit a cigarette melancholy, took out his mobile phone, and called his younger brother. "I am in a bad mood. Let's go treasure hunting tonight." Chapter 128: Treasure Hunt. "Dean, will we experience the same adventure as in Treasure Island today?" On the way to the Hager Mountains, the younger brother Thompson seemed very excited. Unknown journey and treasure. This will be a topic of conversation that he will never forget in the next few years. Dean held the steering wheel with one hand and held a cigarette with the other hand. He leaned against the car window where the cold wind was blowing, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled. "I don't know, but the unknown always makes people full of expectations." It was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. The two brothers arrived at the outskirts of the Hager Mountains on time. The moonlight tonight was cold, with a layer of light silver gauze on the undulating mountains, wrapped in the sad mountain wind, making people afraid of the giant beasts lying in front of them. Looking into the mountains, it was as if they were about to step into an unknown dangerous place. While being timid, it also gave people a kind of excitement and expectation that they could not feel in ordinary life. At least that was the case with Thompson. He was a little thin, holding an M4 provided by Dean, and checking it familiarly. His little feet trembled, causing the crossbow on his waist to bounce up. "This guy is very talented in shooting. Wow, Dean, you really let me use this gun." He pointed the gun at the target very professionally, his tone excited. He has only shot at targets with this thing, and has never used it in actual combat. After all, he is only 15 years old this year. "Your professionalism makes me trust you enough. Where did you learn to shoot?" Thompson put away the gun and laughed. "When you were in college, my uncle taught me. He said that men must learn how to use weapons to protect their families effectively, and he took me to hunt gray wolves." When Dean was in college, Thompson should have been only 12 years old, worthy of being a cowboy. The education method is very hardcore. Dean nodded in agreement. "My uncle is right. Living in this country, you can choose not to shoot actively, but if someone threatens the safety of you and your family, you'd better have the ability to kill the other party." At this moment, the mournful wolf howl echoed in the mountains. This is the wolf pack that came out to forage at night calling for its companions. However, the Hager Mountains are just one of the outer mountains of the Rocky Mountains. There are not many carnivorous beasts, so there is no need to worry too much. The two took their weapons, ammunition, and tools, hung up a strong searchlight, and headed into the mountains. Dean had been here last time, so he was quite familiar with the route. After about an hour, a small lake with a silver glow appeared in front of the two. Thompson stood on the hillside panting, looking at the scene in the U-shaped valley below, and couldn't help but open his mouth. It's so beautiful. I seem to see the scene of the knight meeting the princess in the book. Then will they go down to take a bath together? Dean, you are so vulgar. Thompson rolled his eyes at Dean and couldn't wait to go down, but Dean picked him up and threw him behind him. Remember, in wilderness action, you must learn to observe your surroundings. Around. While Thompson was amazed at Dean's great strength, he looked around in a serious manner, and then he was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. In the distance, there were small fluorescent green dots shaking. This is not a laser pen, but the reflection of wild animals in the night, which helps them collect enough information in the dark. 5 little wolf cubs. Dean dropped his backpack and clenched his fists. It seems that I can stretch my muscles before the treasure hunt. When I came here a few days ago, there was no trace of gray wolves here. It is estimated that when Massa cleaned up the corpses, he left too much smell, and the surging mountain wind spread it, and finally attracted this group of North American gray wolves. North American gray wolves are mostly active in the northern part of North America, near Canada, but a small number of them have migrated with the hunting in recent years and scattered into the interior of major mountain ranges in North America. A small number of them were secretly moved away by some animal protection. They are happy. The surrounding ecosystem has been affected a lot. This thing, when an adult, is 1.8 to 2 meters long and generally weighs 50-80 kilograms. The largest North American gray wolf can even weigh 90 kilograms, which can be called the largest canine in this parallel world. Thompson watched Dean take off his pants and shoes in the blink of an eye, revealing his perfect body that looked like a sculpture. He licked his lips in envy. Dean, don't tell me you want to fight those things. Why not? Dean grinned, and as his younger brother looked at him like a madman, he took out a sharp dagger and cut a small hole in his arm. The fresh smell of blood blew along the mountain wind to the leeward side of the wolves, causing them to become restless. Protect yourself. Dean patted his younger brother on the shoulder, and without waiting for him to stop him, he rushed towards the wolves with an exaggerated running stride like a human cheetah. This provocation made the wolves that roamed this strange mountain range angry. Awoo with a roar from the leader. 3 huge figures, covered in moonlight, rushed forward from 3 directions at a speed that was no less than Dean's. The next moment, Dean jumped up, facing the bright moon, and kneeled down to hit the wolf head, which jumped up with a mouth full of ferocious fangs. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, turning into a close-up shot full of violent beauty. There was a dull sound. 2 fangs flew with blood. The giant wolf weighing hundreds of pounds had a skull like cement, and it hit the ground heavily. It whimpered and tried to raise its head, but it couldn't stop the large amount of hot blood gushing out of its eyes, nose, and ears. With 2 twitches, its body stopped moving. It was killed by a single blow. A knee smashed a gray wolf away. Dean didn't even look at it, but retreated with a tiger step, without looking back, as if he had eyes behind him. His right elbow brought a sharp blast of cold wind, with a devastating force, knocking away another gray wolf that was rushing towards him. At the same time, his right leg was like a steel whip, hitting the head of the last gray wolf hard, kicking the opponent's body of more than 100 pounds back into the air, tumbling and howling, and smashing into a bush. In the blink of an eye, 3 large gray wolves that rushed to kill, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured, and the whole army was annihilated. Cool. Dean shook his shoulders and exhaled a large mouthful of white hot air. The pleasure of this kind of fist-to-flesh fighting is completely incomparable to long-range shooting. He strode to the 2 gray wolves that had lost their ability to move, and kicked 1 wolf in 1 whip kick, ending their suffering. After their father died, Sheila was able to raise 4 brothers and sisters by herself. Grandpa's family gave her a lot of help. Such a complete fur. Just in time for Christmas, I gave it to my grandpa's family as a gift. Hillside. Thompson held an automatic rifle, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly open, his mind was blank, like a sculpture in the cold wind. He knew that his second brother, Dean, was muscular and, like his eldest brother, had been invincible in the school since he was a child. Even now, there were legends about the 2 of them in the school. As a result, no one dared to bully him and his sister at school. But everything in front of him was still beyond Thompson's cognition. In less than a minute, 3 ferocious gray wolves, which were a circle larger than him, were beaten to death by Dean's bare hands like dead dogs. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Thompson would have thought he was dreaming. The 3 gray wolves weighed nearly 400 kilograms in total. Dean tried to carry them on his body and found that the pressure was not too great and did not affect his movements, so he carried them to an open area. The remaining 2 gray wolves had already run away in disgrace after their companions died tragically. This kind of unnatural gray wolf pack that appeared in the western mountains is generally not large in size. The loss of 3 strong members is already a heavy loss for this wolf pack. Running away, not surprising. Stretch your body. No mistake, read the content of the first post in the 6-9 book forum. Dean returned to his younger brother with a refreshed spirit. Seeing him looking at him stupidly, he smiled while putting on his clothes. Little brother, the way you look at me is too disgusting. Don't disturb me from looking at God, Dean. Dean was amused and pinched Thompson's nose. This is just a hand-to-hand combat skill. It was used to kill people on the battlefield. Now the times have changed and there are few opportunities to use it. I can only use it to kill a few wolf cubs to satisfy my pleasure. Thompson sniffed his red nose, imitated a very strange fist-holding posture, and saluted to Dean. Brother, I want to learn. Why? Cool. Then I will teach you something color in the future. This is not suitable for you to learn. The 2 brothers chatted and came to the quiet lake. Because of the previous bloody incident, Dean deliberately chose the direction opposite the lake. According to the information on the treasure map, the treasure is located near Hager Lake in the Hager Mountains. At midnight, stand on the east side of the lake and look at the bright moon in the lake. It will guide you to the treasure. Dean glanced at the time on his phone. It was just past 10 o'clock in the evening. He simply took Thompson with him to deal with the wolf corpse. Skinning is not as simple as imagined. Fortunately, Thompson knows more about this than Dean. He has a high IQ. Before going to high school, he often hung out with his uncle on the farm and learned a lot. Facing the bloody fur, looking at the thin Thompson, he remained calm. He took out a rope, hung a wolf by its hind legs, and hung it on a rock nearby. Then he took a sharp saber and cut a small incision along the wolf's hind joint. Thompson sniffed the faint smell of blood twice, and explained to Dean with a flushed face, the quality of this wolf skin is average. It's probably because the temperature in Los Angeles is not low enough. I don't have a small brush, otherwise I should brush the small lumps on the surface of the wolf skin first, but the gray wolf is big enough, so it's okay to simply handle it. He first cut a small circular hole in the wolf's calf joint, and then cut along the texture of the fur, cutting down a little bit to the wolf's chrysanthemum, and then pulled the knife in the opposite direction to cut the inside of the other hind leg. Not long after, only white and red fat muscles were left in the lower body of this big gray wolf. Dean looked at the excited little brother, touched his chin, and doubted whether there was something wrong with his bloodline. The little brother seemed gentle and weak, but when facing bloody things, he not only did not reject it, but seemed very involved. He has a good IQ, clear thinking, little knowledge, and a dark personality. This is a perfect template for perverted blackening. It took more than 20 minutes. A huge wolfskin that was enough to wrap half an adult was spread on the rock. Thompson wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with satisfaction, the membrane on the wolf's head is the most difficult to deal with, but... He paused and looked at Dean like a pervert, but the skull of this gray wolf has been sunken, so I didn't have to spend much effort to deal with it. Wolves are known to have copper heads, iron tails and tofu waists. But in front of Dean, the copper head seems like a joke. Dean didn't care. His real strength is his inhuman comprehensive physique, not entirely because of ancient Muay Thai. Ordinary people, without weapons, would be lucky to escape from 3 gray wolves. Crouching next to the white and red wolf corpse, Dean licked his lips. Thompson, let's take the remaining 2 back to deal with them. There's still nearly an hour, just in time to try a picnic barbecue. Thompson's physical strength is average. He nodded. I know a little bit about barbecue, but Dean, are you sure you want to take the whole wolf carcass back to the city? This may cause trouble. Don't talk nonsense. Barbecue. Dean was already picking up dead wood. As a 5-star detective in Los Angeles, what's wrong with killing a few wolf cubs for the sake of eliminating harm after work? Anyway, in front of the detective's warrant, no patrolman would ask for trouble. One person started a fire and the other cut a meat. Not long after, sizzling butter dripped into the fire, splashing a few sparks of black ash, and the smell of meat also flowed out with the fat and drilled into the noses of the 2 brothers. Wolf meat is tough and hard to bite, and it feels a bit astringent when bitten. Thompson ate a small piece and stopped. Dean had hard bones and strong muscles. He bit the wolf meat and felt it was very appetizing. He took a few bites of meat and killed a wolf leg in minutes. He even sucked the bone marrow that was still smelling fishy with some satisfaction. Thompson tried it and started to dry heave. "Dean, you are like a wolf now. You don't mind a fishy smell at all." "Maybe, but it tastes fresh. My body tells me that they like these bones." Dean threw away the bones and ate another 5 or 6 pounds of wolf meat. Then he patted his bulging belly and wiped the oil stains on Thompson. "Good skills. I will take you out hunting next time. Unless you teach me the ho-ho-ho movement just now." Thompson imitated Dean's previous movements in a funny way, kicking in the air, but almost fell into the lake. Dean was about to help him, but he heard Thompson, who was lying on the ground, screaming, "Dean, get down and look into the water." Dean lowered his head and looked at the cold and silver calm lake, but saw that the blurred moonlight became brighter. As the wind blew the ripples, it turned into a cone, pointing to a small mountain on the north side of the lake. "Let's go." Dean grabbed the searchlight beside him, put on a large bag of ear tools, turned on the searchlight to maximum power, illuminated the surrounding area of more than 10 meters, and walked towards the small mountain. Thompson also hurriedly got up from the ground, also put on a searchlight, picked up his M4, and followed. He was about to see the treasure in reality. Excited. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Getting Rich. Big Brother's back. The small mountain peak pointed by the reflection in the lake was bare, except for the scattered shrubs on the hillside. There were large and small broken stones. This situation is rare. Dean squatted down, observed briefly, and thought about it. "Dean, is there anything unusual about these stones?" Thompson asked doubtfully. "This hill is facing the direction of the mountain wind, like a slope facing the mountain wind. It is exposed to the wind and sun every day, and it is difficult for vegetation to grow. The stones are also in a weathered state. Isn't this normal? This is a stone blown up by gunpowder." Dean pointed to the large and small stones around. "Normal weathered stones are very brittle and mostly in flaky form, but these are not, which means they are separated from the main body in an instant. Walk slower, I suspect there are holes around." Looking at Dean's back as he groped around, Thompson's eyes were suspicious. In his memory, before his second brother went to college, he was a simple-minded, well-developed fool, the same as his eldest brother. As a result, he went to college for 2 years and went to the police to study for more than half a year. Now he is so knowledgeable? He was sure that Dean was Dean. So what made Dean change so much? The little brother's smart little head was working fast at this moment. Combined with the fact that every time Dean came back, he would have a different scent of women's perfume on his body. There was only one answer. Women. Women make men mature. Thompson's eyes showed understanding. It must be because Dean had come into contact with many women after college, which caused such a big change in him. Isn't it the same for me? I used to be tongue-tied and timid. Now my mouth is like oiled, and I can make the other person laugh with just a few words. After the last sheriff field overturned, I taught myself some small tricks of psychology and easily resolved the last crisis. Sure enough, women make men grow up. Thompson, who was only 15 years old, seemed to understand some truth. He smiled slightly and followed Dean's footsteps. The hill is not large. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Dean found some bloodstains halfway up the hill. The bloodstains were red and black. They were not completely weathered and dried. Dean's trace tracking gave an accurate answer, about 4 days. This should be the bloodstain left by the previous owner of the treasure map in Dean's hand. Thinking of the poor father and daughter, Dean shook his head. This is a real treasure. No matter how much it is worth, it is an unexpected gain and surprise, not to mention that Anthony's family will send someone to buy the key fragments and the treasure. Unfortunately, the accident came before the surprise. Guided by the bloodstains, Dean led Thompson and finally dug through a bush and found a man-made blasted passage. The passage is not large, and the entrance is square. Dean tried and found that it was difficult for him to go in, so he had to look at the little brother next to him. "Buddy, it's your turn." "No problem." Thompson looked at the dark cave entrance without fear. He tied a rope around his waist, put a searchlight on his head, and went in with the gun in front and the person behind. Waited for about 3 minutes. Thompson's surprised voice came from the cave entrance. "Dean, this is a secret room of about 5 square meters, and there is a sealed iron box inside. Pull hard." Dean exerted force with both hands. Immediately, the iron box rubbed against the rocks in the cave, making a sharp sound. The passage was not deep. The rope was pulled out about 3 or 4 meters. An iron box about 30 centimeters high, 20 centimeters long and wide appeared in front of Dean. "It's only this small." Dean moved the box away to avoid blocking Thompson inside, and then squatted down to check the box. The outside of the box was wrapped in iron sheets, which were severely rusted. With a slight force, a large piece of iron sheet could be torn off. Under the iron sheet, there was a smaller copper box. The copper box was red and green, and the lock was sealed with a layer of white metal. Dean saw that the metal was not very hard, so he pulled hard and opened the box. "What's inside?" Thompson, who was dirty, came over with a searchlight. There were 7 or 8 sheepskin bags in the small copper box, in addition to a wooden box and a folded letter. "Dean," Thompson raised his little head, his dark eyes full of pleading, "let me check these things. This may be an experience that only happens once in a lifetime." Dean kicked him. "You are so disgusting to act cute. Look quickly." Thompson was taken aside, but he was not angry. He smiled, got up, rubbed his hands, and saw that Dean had turned on the video recorder. Then he pointed across on his chest, prayed twice, and took out the first bag. The bag looked a little heavy, and when he picked it up, there was a sound of metal colliding. He opened it and took a look. There were more than a dozen metal coins, emitting a dark glow of gold and silver under the light. Dean was a little disappointed. Even if they were all gold coins, they probably wouldn't sell for much. Thompson took out the top coin, looked at it carefully, and cheered in surprise. "Dean, we've made a fortune. This is a Class II silver dollar, limited edition in 1804. Is it valuable?" Dean squatted down and looked at the not-so-big coin. The coin was gold and yellow, with an Indian head on the front and an eagle on the back. It didn't look special. Thompson put it back into the bag as if he had seen the most precious treasure. "This is a commemorative coin that flowed out when the gold coins were melted. It is usually used as a state gift to leaders of other countries. Even if this is just a part of the mint that flowed out to the market privately, there will be no more than 40 pieces in the world. I've read relevant reports. In 1980, the auction price was $180,000, and it will only be higher now. If it is a genuine product with other values attached, it can be sold for at least millions of US Dean smacked his lips. Such a small thing is actually so valuable? Thompson continued to show off his knowledge and said, "I have some impression of the other 2 in the bag. They should also be some ancient coins. Their value cannot be measured by gold and silver alone." Dean, who had already become a multimillionaire, finally got excited about the little treasure that Anthony said was not worth mentioning. "Look at the other bags. No mistake, 1 poem, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look." One sheepskin bag after another was opened. Inside were well-preserved jewelry, gemstone necklaces, or some small objects that looked like they had a history. On the inside of the bag, there were small handwritings with the names of these things. This means that as long as they search by name, they can lock in the value of these things and not sell them as ordinary objects. I can only praise the treasure hunter. Consider it. The gemstone necklace in this bag is for my mother, this pair of earrings is for Sinclair, this gold fountain pen is for you, and the rest will be sold when the time comes. Dean divided the things into 2 and stuffed them into the backpack together with a sealed small box. Thompson's face flushed with excitement. "Dean, are you really willing to give me that pure gold pen? It weighs at least hundreds of grams. Even if it is sold separately, it is very valuable." Dean touched his head. "We are brothers." He noticed that Thompson had been looking at the pen with love in his eyes. Thompson was moved to tears by Dean's words. Dean chuckled and opened the last envelope. Inside was a warning left by the treasure hunter to Gar Morgan. "Congratulations, you have found some small things I left behind. They may bring some changes to your life. But unfortunately, this is just a small game of mine. Please keep the small box and wait for the Morgan family to take it away. This thing is useless to you. Keeping it in your hands will bring bad luck." This letter made Dean sure that Anthony did not lie to him. This is indeed just a small game for an old naughty boy to fight. But Dean believes that for these treasures, there are definitely more people who have lost their lives than the previous father and daughter. He put away the letter. He patted Thompson, who was still moved. "Little brother, the adventure is over, come and make a gesture to the camera." The little brother was just a miscellaneous reader, but he was not professional in identifying antiques. After Dean handed the small box containing the key fragments to the stranger called by Anthony, he directly spent money to go to the best auction house in Los Angeles and found a special identification expert to identify those things. The result exceeded his expectations. These things were all items of some celebrities. Excluding the gem necklace that was going to be given to his mother, the gem pendant for his sister, and Thompson's pen. If all the other things were sold, the experts estimated that he could get more than $6 million. If Dean was willing to hand these things over to them for auction, the auction house could even advance his check for $3 million in advance. What else could Dean say except that he felt very happy? He found that as his strength continued to increase, his status continued to improve, and he knew more and more big men. The money that he had to work hard for in his previous life now seemed to go into his pocket on its own. Think about when he just came to this world. Because of $3.8 million, he shot and killed 7 people without hesitation. Now it's just easy. The account will soon exceed $17 million, and he will become a wealthy man that everyone envies. Having more money also brings troubles. The money he has now is all clean and does not need to be washed, but paying taxes next year will be very painful. Except for the lottery money of only $400,000, which does not need to be dealt with. The rest of the money needs to be taxed, including the previous bounty of more than $2 million. Because this matter cannot be put on the table, it was the rich man who paid the bounty under the name of technical support. But Dean has no time to deal with these things for the time being. Because the day after tomorrow is Christmas. His eldest brother also followed his second uncle and flew back from Oregon. Dean is now driving to pick them up. As for the second uncle, Dean's predecessor had a good impression and still had some memories, but for the eldest brother Baker, the only memory seems to be that the other party took him to fight and bully little girls since he was a child. This guy is a very pure villain. For this meeting, Dean still had some expectations in his heart. He liked villains. Chapter 130 Me, Dean Lucchese, the future mafia boss? Airport. Dean leaned against the car with a temporary sign, smoking a cigarette, and occasionally made eye contact with a single beauty who was attracted by his good looks. In less than half an hour, he had about 20 more small notes and business cards in his pocket. Because of the weather, the flight was delayed. But according to the time, it should have arrived. Dean cheered up and observed the people coming out. These 2 bastards have been wandering outside and have not been back for almost 3 or 4 years. So Dean's memory of them is a little vague. The second uncle is a pure Italian. He has a good appearance, but he has gained weight. He is a very charming fat man with a cheerful personality and is very generous to them, the younger generation. The eldest brother Baker has brown hair and blue eyes, and his appearance is more Irish, that is, the so-called British. In Dean's memory, Baker is a circle bigger than him and has perfectly inherited the genes of Dean's grandmother. It can be predicted that when Baker is in his 30s or 40s, he will have a Mediterranean hairstyle with obvious regional characteristics, and will change from a handsome guy to a bald macho man. Just when he was daydreaming, there was a commotion at the airport exit. Several tall security guards surrounded 2 familiar figures carrying large and small bags. Next to them, there was a bald white middle-aged man sitting on the ground, covering his right face with blood in his mouth. It seemed that a fight had occurred. This big brother has a hot temper. Dean smiled, threw away the cigarette but in his hand, hung the detective's card on his chest, pushed away the crowd of onlookers, and walked over. The 2 people surrounded. One was tall and strong, with a head of flamboyant brown hair, like a lion, nearly 2 meters tall, standing there, giving the security guards a lot of psychological pressure. It was Dean's eldest brother Baker. Next to Baker was a fat white man with a helpless face. His name was Bart, Dean's second uncle. Dean walked behind the security guards and was about to speak. He saw 2 security guards step forward and try to pull Baker to a small dark room on the side. The next moment, Baker shook his hair, grabbed the clothes of the 2 security guards, and pushed them hard, knocking them out, scaring some of the onlookers and making them scream. As the 2 strong security guards were knocked out, FK. The other 2 cursed and retreated, directly pulling out the small caliber pistols from their waists. Seeing this, the fools watching around also screamed and fled in all directions, fearing that they would be hit by bullets. Hold your head and crawl down. Warning, hold your head and crawl down immediately. The two nervously pointed their guns at Baker and Bart. The security guard, who fell more than a meter to the ground, also pulled out the gun from his waist with anger. This damn bastard made them lose face today. Dean. Hitting people is just a small matter. But with the security guard pulling out his gun, it became much more troublesome. Baker was also a little speechless about the security guards making a fuss, and raised his hand helplessly, ready to do it, but a figure inserted into the middle of the crowd. Everyone was immediately attracted by the man who suddenly appeared. Dean opened his hands in the air to show that he had no weapons. Guys, calm down. I'm Detective Dean from the Detective Bureau. This is just a small matter. If you don't want more and more people to watch and make things worse, how about we go to the small dark room next door to solve it? The four security guards looked at the ID photo on Dean's chest, and then noticed the onlookers who were looking at this side from a distance, and nodded. Two people followed Dean and the other two, and the two of them took the man who was hit by Baker on the ground to the small dark room. Dean first gave a cigarette to each of the security guards, and then smiled and said, "These two people are my family. Guys, can you give me a few minutes? I don't want to encounter some bad things when I am promoted to detective. So I won't make it difficult for you." Airport security, strictly speaking, is also considered a part of Los Angeles Police, but the law enforcement power is only within the airport, and the jurisdiction is not large. Hearing that Dean will be promoted to detective soon, the leading security guard took the cigarette with a smile. "Detective Dean, it's a piece of cake. Let's go find that bald guy to find out the situation first. When you are well, bring your family here." The detective can lead the team independently, no matter whether what the other party said is true or false. It's just a little convenience, it doesn't matter. As soon as the security guard left the compartment, Second Uncle Bart immediately gave Dean a warm hug. "Wow, the calf back then has become so strong now, and has become a detective. You are now the most powerful one in our family." The enthusiasm dispelled the unfamiliarity of not seeing each other for many years. Dean picked him up directly. "Yes, I can easily hold you now, Bart, although you look fat again." "No way, I can't control my mouth." The two separated. Baker, who was on the side, greeted him in a much wilder way. He punched Dean's chest heavily, and seeing that he didn't move at all, he said with satisfaction, "Dean, you have grown a lot taller, and you haven't given up exercising. I believe that when I was away, you protected Mom and others very well." Dean was a little ashamed, because his predecessor was a fool who had not grown up. But now he's here. Dean nodded. "Let's talk about the past later. Baker, tell me what happened just now." Second Uncle Bart also looked at Baker helplessly. "I also want to know why you suddenly slapped that bald British guy. Although he kept chattering on the plane, but he touched me there." Baker's face was gloomy. Bart's words stopped abruptly. In silence, Bart touched his belly and held back his smile and said, "Baker, I advise you that moderate fitness will attract women, and excessive fitness will only attract gays." Dean also laughed. "Baker, this proves your charm, although if it were me, I would break his hand directly. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar. Now that the matter is clear, it will be easy to solve. There are many cameras in the airport." When Dean walked into the other side of the small black room, the bald British guy with a swollen face was protesting to the security, saying that he would definitely sue Baker. Knock, knock, knock. Dean knocked on the wall. "It's fine to sue, and it's fine to compensate, but I have to remind you that the cause of the incident was that you touched that gentleman's private parts, and that gentleman has already reported to me that you molested him. Tisk, tisk, man, if you don't want to be on international news and become a celebrity in the Commonwealth for a while to come, I advise you to think about it carefully." The bald Englishman glared at Dean. "Who are you?" Dean pointed to the ID on his chest. "Detective Dean of the Los Angeles Police Department, currently applying for promotion to detective chief. By the way, the person you touched is my big brother, my dear big brother." Bald Englishman. He licked his lips and looked at several security guards for help. "You heard it. He intimidated me. He threatened me. He slandered me." Several security guards had been annoyed by him for a long time, pretending to hear it, looking around, but not looking at him. Dean also opened his suit, revealing the handcuffs and gun holster on his waist, and his eyes became unfriendly. Finally, The matter ended with a British guy paying Baker $2,000 in mental compensation, and the matter was settled privately. The 4 security guards, holding the dollars they received, warmly saw Dean and the other 2 off. If they blackmailed, it would be risky. But with Baker, the victim, it wouldn't be a big problem. A win-win situation. On the way out, Bart looked at Dean with relief. "Dean, you have really grown up and matured. I used to worry that you would be like Baker, with a head full of muscles. In you, I see the shadow of our family legend, Homer Lucchese." Baker, who was counting dollars with joy, heard this, raised his head and pouted. "Oh come on, Bart, you are talking about these old histories again. The mafia has declined, and you have become insignificant farmers." Bart kicked Baker on the butt. "It's because Sheila didn't want you to inherit the surname Lucchese. Otherwise, with a connection on the East Coast, we wouldn't be bullied outside all the time." Dean was already numb. Lucchese. One of the 5 major Italian mafia families. Although times have changed, a surname is no longer enough to explain anything. But this will become a bond between these people with the same blood. As long as there is interest involved, they will immediately gather together again. Dean muttered to himself, "Fortunately, his name is not Dean Lucchese. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the Z trial at all. By then, in order to gain experience points, it is estimated that he will become like this, a criminal mafia at night, and a private detective who solves cases during the day. It's outrageous to think about it." Suddenly, Baker's exclamation interrupted Dean's fantasy. "FK, Dean, is this your car?" Baker touched Dean's coupe with fascination. "Is this a Ford Mustang Shelby 500 GT? Why is the space so big inside? Although I like off-road, I like the roar of the engine of this car more. Because it is a modified version, the full price is $430,000. If you want it, I will give it to you. I just want to change to a more convenient off-road vehicle." $430,000. Baker and Bart were stunned. Looking at the appearance of these 2 people, Dean knew that these 2 old guys were not doing well outside. It was probably because of this reason that they didn't come back for several years. If they are not doing well, they will hide outside. If they are doing well, they will return home with wealth. This is the same in any country. "Dean, I seem to have to get to know you again. Is it so rich to be a detective now?" Baker reluctantly took his hand away from the car. "This is a gift from my friend. Okay, Mom has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you at home. We have to set off now." Dean's car is very long in the front and originally had 2 seats. But in this modified version, the seats are connected to the car compartment and can be put down as a bed, which is convenient for doing some rest. So it's no pressure to take 2 people, a man on top of a man. On the way out of the airport, the traffic was like a dragon and it was very congested. But there was almost no road rage. Christmas is here. The wanderers who left home and the travelers who returned home, their minds are no longer on the road, but flying to their long-lost homes. Thanks to the Buck Friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 6,000 book coins, and thank you boss. Thanks to the Buck Friend 159 YZK for the reward, and thank you boss. Brothers, good night. Don't stay up late. I heard from the staff here that young people with poor physical fitness have some sequelae after being drunk. Chapter 131 The Lucchese Family, the 5 major mafia in New York. Arriving at Sheila's residence, Bart and Baker stood in the yard, their steps slowing down. Bart pulled Dean's sleeve. "Dean, how is your mother feeling recently?" "Pretty good." Dean seemed to have thought of something and added, "It's just that Thompson has been in love recently, and my mother often feels that she will be alone." Bart breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good to be in a good mood, at least my sister won't do anything to me." Baker's face showed a painful expression, and he cursed in a low voice, "FK, I should have spent some money to hire a girl to follow me back, now it's miserable." Things like urging marriage are not uncommon here, especially in some families with a strong collective atmosphere. But no matter how reluctant Baker was, he finally walked the distance of 7 or 8 meters. The door of the house was not closed. The warm light was dim. The speakers were playing light country folk songs. The dining table was filled with large and small dishes and desserts and soups, and the long candles were scattered in a line, waiting for the owner to light it and release warm candlelight. In the living room near the fireplace, there is a small triangular Christmas tree about 1.5 meters high, which is hung with colorful lights, ribbons, and gift boxes. There is also a cute little squirrel squatting under the tree. Sinclair is diligently decorating the house with various small snowflake pendants and colorful ribbons to make the Christmas atmosphere more intense. Thompson is also on tiptoe, hanging small colored lights on the wall. Mother Sheila is humming Italian folk songs and busy in the kitchen, baking pizza. There is also a large bowl of Italian rice next to her. Seeing all this, Dean smiled gently. "Mom, I brought back your precious eldest son and second brother." The three stopped. Thompson looked at Baker hesitantly, marveling at his big size, and weakly called out, "Big brother, uncle." His personality was not as open as it is now. He rarely talked to his eldest brother before, and his second uncle was often outside, so the one he had the best relationship with was his eldest uncle, who taught him to hunt and play with guns. Sinclair is much more familiar. She went to greet him happily, and after saying hello sweetly, she stretched out her little hand. "Big brother, second uncle, you left the lovely Sinclair behind for so many years. Have you prepared a gift this time?" Baker scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Sinclair, you have grown a lot taller. I did prepare a gift for you, but it was for Christmas. Shouldn't it be double?" Sinclair curled his lips and looked at Bart, aggrieved. "Second uncle, what about you?" Bart obviously understood Sinclair better than Baker, the eldest brother, and took out two small badges from his pocket with a smile. "This is a little thing that Baker and I got at the Indian gathering place. It symbolizes bravery and beauty. You and Thompson each have one." "Thank you." Sinclair took it happily. She didn't really want a gift, but just expressed her presence in the hearts of her family in this special way. When the mother, Sheila, heard the noise, she also stopped what she was doing. She folded her hands in front of her chest, and the happy expression on her face shrunk. She curled her lips and said, "Tisk, the missing member of the family finally came back." Baker said with an embarrassed expression, "Mom." Bart shrank back behind Baker's tall figure and said weakly, "Sister, long time no see." His sister could shoot and kill wild boars at the age of 8. At the age of 15 or 16, she became the most powerful cowgirl in more than a dozen farms at that time. I don't know how many people of the same age she had beaten. The old man in the family regretted more than once that Sheila was a girl, otherwise he could have brought their branch back to New York and reproduced the glory of the family in the 1940s and 1950s. If it weren't for the bad luck of Dean's father, when he came to buy a foal, Sheila took a fancy to him and forcibly took him back, and finally gave birth to children. Maybe Sheila has become the bully of the farm now. Sheila's excitement was so strong that it could not be concealed and almost overflowed, but she still held her temper and raised her head, and walked to Baker, who was bowing his head and caring. "Didn't you say on the phone that you were very popular with girls? What about women?" "That?" Baker, who was 5 big and 3 strong, blushed and couldn't hold back a fart. "This guy is so honest, no wonder he is in such a miserable situation in the warehousing industry." Bart couldn't stand it anymore, and said boldly, "Sheila, you know, we often travel around, and few girls are willing to follow us to suffer this hardship, and—" "Shut up." Sheila glanced at him. "Bart, as a 47-year-old bachelor, you need to reflect on yourself more. Mom said more than once that it is better to give birth to a cow than you, at least a cow can be milked when it grows up." "Bart, did Mom like me the most before? She actually said this to me in front of Sheila. So sad." After confronting the two, Sheila snorted, "Okay, stop locking the door here, come and eat." Dean chuckled and pulled Baker and Bart. "Mom is just hard on the outside but soft on the inside. She knew you were coming back today, so excited that she got up at 5 in the morning to prepare the ingredients, and forced Thompson and the others to decorate the house, and has been busy until now. Real relatives may complain about you, but the kindness hidden in their hearts cannot be concealed." After a few glasses of homebrewed beer, everyone relaxed. Bart talked about his strange experiences over the years. A garbage man drove to a warehouse where a deceased old man was hidden and became rich overnight. There was an industry boss who made a big bet, but in the end he worked hard all night and had to load a truckload of garbage. Baker was much more silent. The only thing he deserves praise for is that in more than 3 years, he has left a name in the industry as Lion Baker. The number of people he has beaten, if not 100, there are at least 80. The biggest money Baker has ever made was not from picking up bargains in warehouses. Instead, he and Bart were preparing to come back, but they found that they didn't even have the money for the plane tickets. In desperation, they went to work in a bar to earn money for the trip. Bart worked as a bartender. He worked as a sexy waiter, the kind of muscular waiter wearing a sexy apron. Baker would occasionally accept the invitation of some female guests to go to their homes to help fix water pipes and unclog sewers to earn some hard-earned money. In a month, Baker found that he had earned more money than the previous year. If he hadn't come back for Christmas, Baker estimated that he might consider changing his career. But it's not convenient to talk about this matter. Anyway, tonight's meal was quite pleasant. The next day, a large group of people drove 2 cars to a farm in the suburbs. Strictly speaking, American farmers are more like landlords, owning the land and forests, and are very free whether they are planting on the farm or grazing on the pasture. Dean's grandfather was such a small to medium-sized farmer. He had several plots of farmland, planted a lot of corn crops, several pastures, grazed some beef cattle, dairy cows and lambs, a special horse farm, a vineyard, and a not-so-large oak forest. It was hard to say what the total assets were. But he raised more than a dozen cowboys and their families. In the early years, Dean's grandfather led his cowboys to kill many of his peers and buried their bones in the fertile soil under his feet before he finally settled down. In short, he was not a good person. But as he got older, in Dean's impression, the farm affairs were now handled by his uncle and the cowboys. Grandpa and Grandma usually went to New York for a trip and met old friends by the way, and they were almost retired. Dean's grandfather built a very ordinary Italian-style Tuscan building near the oak forest. The white oak railings surrounded a neatly trimmed lawn courtyard, which was quite comfortable to live in seclusion in the mountains. The old man was wearing suspenders and jeans, leading a middle-aged man and a young man to cook a fat and tender lamb. There were more than a dozen white families around them, forming a big circle, drinking homemade corn wine, chatting and gossiping. Hearing the sound of the car, old Ryan quickly put down his work and came to greet them. Dean was actually meeting someone from his grandfather's side for the first time. But surprisingly, he didn't feel unfamiliar. The fusion of the previous life's memory was one aspect. The main reason was that Grandpa Old Ryan and Uncle Little Ryan and others were all very generous. The kind of enthusiasm without barriers made it difficult for you to be on guard. Dean and others were warmly welcomed. Bart was miserable. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar. Old Ryan directly picked up the whip next to him and hit him hard a few times before letting the distressed old woman take him into the room, telling him about her longing for not seeing him for several years. After beating his son, old Ryan looked at Baker and Dean. His eyes couldn't hide his love. Baker, you look more manly than 3 years ago. You are worthy of our Lucchese's seed. And Dean, you are just like your great-grandfather. You are cut from the same mold, if it weren't for your mother. Ahem. Sheila coughed twice, looked at old Ryan with a threatening look, and changed the subject. Dad, why did I see someone from the Seeley family? Little Ryan frowned. Harry Seeley was killed in bed the day before yesterday. He is the grandson of the Lucchese family in New York, so those bastards want us to go over to pay our respects. Hearing this name, Dean, who had been silent, raised his eyebrows and interrupted. Uncle, are you talking about Harry Seeley? The guy who opened the car supermarket? Isn't this the idiot who cheated on Ross and sent photos to humiliate him? The #1 killer in South America was frightened by Ross's background and said he would kill him for free, but there was no movement after that. It seems that Harry Seeley is dead now, but his family must know something but dare not make it public. Yes, it's him. He probably offended some big shot. Anyway, his father didn't speak out. But they and us, after all, have some blood relationship decades ago, so we may have to go to New York this time. Little Ryan said this. His face was not very good. They are a branch of the Lucchese family. In the 1940s, when the mafia was at its peak, they failed in the struggle and moved to Los Angeles, and gradually became good people. This time, the Lucchese family in New York took this opportunity to suddenly contact their already inconspicuous branch. I don't know what medicine they are selling. Okay. Old Ryan glared at his eldest son, ended the topic, led everyone into the yard, and solemnly introduced Dean to the cowboys and their families. Today is Dean's 22nd birthday. Of course, the main reason is that old Ryan wanted to adopt Dean and inherit the Lucchese surname, which caused Sheila to watch him very closely and rarely let Dean live here alone. So the cowboys are not very familiar with him. But these are all trivial matters. Dean drank a small pot of corn wine in one breath and was immediately welcomed by them. During the conversation, Dean realized that this group of cowboys should be the mafia that followed old Ryan's generation in the past, but after losing the struggle, they followed them to come here to make a living. In fact, they left in time. A few years later, the FBI carried out a major purge of these mafia. Although they could not eradicate the roots, those big bosses who had unlimited glory were imprisoned and bloody on the streets. On the contrary, most of the old Ryan group who left early now have both sons and daughters and have their own careers. Although the Italian mafia in America has slowed down and changed its form to intervene in the entertainment industry, its momentum is not as great as before. It is like a dog with a broken bone, and it is very low-key. Only in those Hollywood movies, their legends are still circulating. In the evening, the cowboys left with their families. Old Ryan walked up to Dean, leading a 1.2-meter tall brown pony. "My grandson, I once promised you that I would pick a quarter-horse pony with excellent pedigree for you. Come and have a try." Quarter horses are famous for racing horses in the United States, but they are also widely loved by cowboys in the West. They were the best cowboy companions before the mechanization era. Even now, a high-quality quarter-horse racehorse is worth at least more than $100,000. This is a very valuable gift. Although Dean himself has never ridden a horse, he has memories of this in his life. With some trepidation, he wanted to touch the pony to see if the other party would reject him. As a result, as soon as Dean approached, the pony stepped on the grass uneasily and kept retreating. Old Ryan frowned, touched the pony's head soothingly, and asked curiously, "Dean, have you come into contact with any wild animals recently?" Dean suddenly realized, "Yes, I went into the mountains and killed a few gray wolves." As he said that, he winked at Thompson. Thompson hurried to the car outside and took out 3 rolls of wolf skins. The 3 wolf skins had been simply processed, but they still needed further processing before they could be used as decorations and made into clothes. "This is a gift I prepared for you." Little Ryan picked up the skin and shook it, sniffing the fishy smell on it, with a smile on his face. "It's an adult North American gray wolf, Dean. It seems you're lucky. This thing is rare here." A lively scene. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Sheila took Thompson and Sinclair to chat with her grandmother. Dean and his group of men followed old Ryan to the living room in the house. This place has the flavor of an Italian conference room. There is a 5 or 6 meter long table, 2 rows of neat oak chairs, and behind the first seat in the middle, there is a portrait of a handsome man with black hair. If you look closely, the man's facial features are somewhat similar to Dean's, but the other's eyes are deeper. Under the photo frame, there is a line of small words, House Lucchese. He is the father of old Ryan and the founder of a branch of the Lucchese family. Old Ryan sat at the first seat, picked up the soup spoon, knocked on the plate, and his weather-beaten face was full of fatigue. "Everyone, as a member of the Lucchese family, we are now facing a big problem. Not in a good state. I feel that what I wrote and what I thought in my mind are completely different things. In addition, the dog thief has no yang. He didn't win the bid, but he had a low fever. The staff said that the urban area has been opened, and I guess I have to pay attention to it myself in the future. I also brought an electric heater to the dog thief. Thank you. The dog thief is going to take a hot shower now to see if he can be resurrected with full blood. If not, I have 6,000 left, so I will owe it first and make up for it tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be watery and bland when written, and it will disrupt the original plot rhythm and foreshadowing." Chapter 132. This is what it means to be a gigolo. Offstage. Uncle Ryan and his son listened attentively. Bart, who was drunk, was already drowsy. The brothers Dean and Baker were also there. Their surname was Lee, but old Ryan and his group always regarded them as their own clansmen, so they did not refute old Ryan's words at this moment, so as not to hurt the old man's heart. Old Ryan looked at his second son Bart's face with disappointment, and finally said in a deep voice, "We separated from the Lucchese family in New York 60 years ago and moved here. But this time, the Lucchese family in New York wants to gather all the clansmen back to New York by taking advantage of the death of Harry Seeley. As a member of the family, I need you to elect a suitable person to represent us. Can't we just not go?" Bart cheered up and looked at his father in confusion. Old Ryan did not speak. As the eldest brother, little Ryan glared at him. "How do you think we, a group of outsiders, snatched such a large piece of land from a group of Los Angeles locals? Without the support of the host family, our group of people would have been sunk into the cold sea water, and you didn't even have the chance to be born." Bart lowered his head and muttered, "You are only 1 year older than me, as if you were born at that time." Ding ding. Old Ryan knocked on the cup, interrupting the conversation between the two brothers, and looked at little Ryan's son and the two brothers. Dean, originally, I was going to let little Ryan go to this party, but then I thought that we will eventually grow old, and the young eagles must learn to face the thunderstorms in the sky. Dean, Baker, and Camo, I hope to choose one person from the three of you to go to this party. Camo is the son of the eldest uncle little Ryan. He is 2 years older than Baker. He got married early and now has 2 children, but his face is young and looks a bit like a minor. Mafia family gathering. Dean's heart moved. He looked at his older brother who was full of interest, and at the somewhat taciturn Camo, and was about to say something. The eldest uncle spoke first. Dad, you know Camo's character. He is not suitable for our business at all. Moreover, the times have changed. Why should we go against the wheel of history when the glory has passed? Times have never changed. Old Ryan slapped the table, and his old face showed a cruel look. In the past, the big fish ate the small fish. Now it is the same, but the eating method has changed. If we don't make changes, when we old guys are gone, what will you let Camo use to guard this farm? Young Ryan was silent. The era of the mafia has only been over for less than 50 years. The glory is gone. However, who has changed its form and grown. The main reason is that they use very tragic means to get everything they have now. If there is no deterrence by force and the care of the master family, the deep-rooted Los Angeles Farmers Association is likely to rebound. In silence, Dean finally found an opportunity and knocked on the table. Grandpa, when will the meeting be held? The eldest brother, Baker, is a carefree and rough man. The cousin, Camo, is taciturn and looks like an honest man. They are not suitable to attend such a family gathering that may integrate interests, especially a gathering of a mafia family. At the same time, Dean originally had an immature idea. This family gathering may be a good opportunity to expand his network. Old Ryan stared at Dean for a long time, and seeing that he looked normal, he nodded with satisfaction. It will probably be in January or February next year. The time has not yet been determined, but it is certain that all branches of the Lucchese family will participate, including the group of people in the ancestral land. Hearing this, little Ryan was shocked. Dad, will people from the ancestral land come too? The Lucchese family was born in Sicily and rose more than 60 years ago. In the end, because of loneliness, it was scattered in America, Europe, and various parts of the ancestral land, forming small families. This is also a change that many forces will experience. But the New York Lucchese family's move is nothing short of trying to make a big move. What about the ancestral land? In today's society, people only care about benefits. Okay, you all should rest early. Dean, come with me. Old Ryan stood up with a sigh, and supported the photo frame on the wall behind him, with a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. That was his father. A man with a glorious past. The future. His photo will also be hung here. Wait for little Ryan and others to leave. Old Ryan took out a pipe, matches and tobacco from his arms, lit it, took a deep breath, exhaled a smoke ring, and savored it carefully. Dean looked at the old man pretending to be pretentious, and waited quietly. About 10 minutes passed. Old Ryan waved to Dean and took out a check that had been written long ago from his pocket. Dean, I didn't expect you to follow your father's path, but fortunately, you have shed your previous impulsiveness and matured a lot. Dean looked at the check in front of him, which was written with a full $3 million, and asked in confusion, what is this? Your starting capital. Old Ryan blew out a smoke ring and said with some melancholy, the growth environment of your uncle and cousin Camo destined them to become only ruthless farmers, but unable to have greater development. Your second uncle Bart, I just hope he won't rely on his parents in the future. But you are different. Dean, people have circles. If you want to go further in the police system, you have to learn to invest in yourself and integrate into the higher circles. Dean's eyes flashed with realization. The reason why old Ryan made so much of this Christmas was probably because he was thinking of paving the way for the people behind him. In the case of a small population, he became the most valued younger generation of old Ryan. Understand this point? Dean smiled and pushed the check back. Grandpa, no need. Although I don't have much cash on me, I still have more than 10 million. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be promoted to the chief detective of the police department at the beginning of next year, and naturally I will be able to get in touch with higher circles. More than 10 million? Chief Detective? Old Ryan thought that he had seen bloody storms, experienced ups and downs, and had been cultivating for many years. Many things would not shock him again. But when he heard Dean's words, the pipe in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked at Dean deeply. Are you sure? Sure. Dean's tone was sure. Since he wanted to use Lucchese's signboard to do something, he naturally had to give the old man in front of him confidence and show his excellence far beyond his peers. If necessary. Dean can even take out his bank account and let old Ryan verify it. How do you know? Old Ryan nodded. Although I don't know how you did it, I believe you, Dean. I will give you a list at that time. Those are all my old friends. That night, Dean received a thick book in a list. The book was handwritten, and it contained some traditions, precepts, rules of doing things, and family information that was still circulating. The list contained information and contact information of the 3 family-style gangs in New York. These were all the connections that old Ryan's branch had maintained for many years. Just relying on Dean's words, old Ryan gave them all to him. The next day, Dean took Sheila and others to say goodbye to his grandfather's family. He planned to take the opportunity of a family reunion to take his family on a good trip. But plans can never keep up with changes. A phone call interrupted Dean's next journey. Neil. I'm glad you still remember me, Dean. Neil's voice on the other end of the phone was a little cold and distant, without the sticky and clingy feeling when the two of them were together briefly before. Dean. Is she blaming me for not going to Las Vegas to find her? These days, the speakers of mobile phones are very bad. Baker, who was sitting in the co-pilot, raised his eyebrows at Dean, grinning, looking like he was watching a good show. Dean was guessing the reason for Neil's change of attitude, but he didn't seem to hear Neil's emotional change on the phone. He said calmly, Merry Christmas, Neil. I'm glad to hear your voice when I'm busy. It's like the fountain of youth pouring into my body, taking away my fatigue and fear of death. These words not only revealed that he was very busy recently, so he ignored her, but also hinted to Neil that he might be in danger now. He never lies. How can it not be dangerous to talk on the phone while driving? The first rule of picking up girls: never let your imagination run wild or apologize to a woman before she makes things clear, which will put you in a passive position. Dean's defense and offense instantly disintegrated Neil's defense line that had been built for half a month. She worriedly said, Oh, Dean, are you on a dangerous mission now? I'm sorry, I just haven't received your call. I'm very disappointed. How about I call you later? Don't say sorry to me, Neil. You will make me feel guilty. After all, I did ignore you for the safety of millions of Los Angeles citizens. Are you still in Las Vegas now? No, I'm very angry that you didn't even look for me on Christmas, and went back to London overnight. Neil's voice was even more guilty. You are so selfless, but I got upset with you, Dean. I'm sorry, I was wrong. In fact, I prepared a great Christmas gift for you. I hope you will like it. I will come to you after Christmas. At this moment, Neil couldn't wait for Christmas to end, and rushed thousands of miles to Los Angeles to comfort Dean's heart that was hurt by her. I am looking forward to your gift, baby. Hang up the phone. Dean lit a cigarette calmly, and Baker, who was standing next to him, looked at Dean with a bit of admiration. Dean, I want to learn. Dean exhaled a puff of smoke and said with some melancholy, Brother, if you encounter a woman who is angry, it is better to carry her to the bed directly. After the pipe is unblocked, she will not be angry anymore. Baker thought of his part-time experience and nodded. The words are rough, but the logic is not rough. If the pipe is unblocked well, the tip will not be small. Back home, Dean also saw the gift that Neil prepared for him. A wild Hummer H1. The appearance of this car is like an armored vehicle. It is nearly 5 meters long and 2 meters high. It is black and restrained. It has the unique cold color of metal hard school. It is parked on the street of the community, just like a small wild beast, attracting a lot of attention. This car seems to be a little different from the ordinary Hummer H1. Next to the car, there is a blond man in a well-tailored suit. He looked at Dean getting out of the car, and seemed to recognize him, and greeted him warmly. Excuse me, are you Mr. Dean? Yes, this is it. Dean pointed at the car and asked knowingly. The man immediately introduced, I am a lawyer from Hames Law Firm. This is the special armored Hummer prepared for you by Ms. Neal. The car is all customized according to military standards. The exterior frame is a special aluminum alloy, and the glass can also resist small caliber automatic rifles. The license plate and insurance have been processed for you. This is the car purchase contract, and you need to sign it." As he said, he took his golden pen from his chest and handed it to Dean respectfully. Dean took the contract and pen, flipped through it briefly, and signed it while casually asking, "How much does this car cost? Because it is specially customized, the price will be more expensive." The blonde lawyer smiled and held up 2 fingers. "All in, it's almost $2 million US. Baker, who was standing aside, took a breath of cold air when he heard the price. "FK. This is the real gigolo. I am working part-time as a dredger compared to my brother Dean. That is shameful." After signing, the lawyer carefully put away the contract, and then took out another contract from his briefcase. "In fact, this document is the main reason why I came here, Mr. Dean. If there are no questions, please sign it." "What else?" Dean's mind flashed with Neil's sweet face, and he couldn't help but reflect on whether he had ignored her too much. "The content of this document has nothing to do with assets. This is actually a hiring document, dear Mr. Dean. In view of your excellent performance in the case, the Smith Detective Agency specially hired you as an honorary member, and the treatment is as follows. This is a hiring document worth £300,000 per year. £300,000 is not worth mentioning for Dean now. But the Smith Detective Agency, in this parallel world, enjoys a global reputation and is known as one of the top 3 detective agencies. With this identity, Dean can be sure that even if he does not have the relationship with Menyan and the people behind him, he can rise rapidly in the detective bureau and become a shining star in the Los Angeles police. This gift is too expensive." After sending the lawyer away, Dean pulled Baker, who was almost attached to the H1 SUV, off, took out the key of the coupe and threw it to him. "Baker, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave it to you to take Mom and the others on a Christmas trip." Baker took the key with surprise and asked in confusion, "What about you? Aren't you going?" Dean shook his head and said solemnly, "I'm going to see my lover. Christmas comes every year. High-quality rich women are rare." He, Dean, is a man who knows what is good and what is bad, and knows the difference between the important and the unimportant. "But how can I explain it to Mom?" Baker looked at the key in his hand, a little entangled. Mom knew that Dean suddenly ran away, and she would definitely kill herself. "Just tell me, do you want my coupe?" Baker nodded honestly, and then looked at Dean entangledly as he took a taxi and rushed to the airport. After a while, Sheila also drove with Thompson and the others and stopped. "Wow, Baker, don't tell me this is your new car." Sheila noticed the SUV in the yard and looked at Baker with some expectation. Dean already has a car. She subconsciously thought that this was the car bought by her eldest son. This means that Baker is doing well outside. Baker shook his head and said sourly, "This is a Christmas gift from Dean's girlfriend. In fact, he has secretly gone to London to accompany his rich girlfriend, but he left money for us to travel. Dean is really a gentle boy. His girlfriend is so lucky." Sheila sighed emotionally. After that, she looked at Baker and shook his head and walked into the house. "Baker." Sinclair also made a face at his eldest brother. "Baker, you need to work hard and find me a sister-in-law. Learn from Dean. You don't need to spend money to pick up girls, and you can also make money." Baker. Thompson also looked at his eldest brother with some concern and sighed. "Sinclair is right. If it doesn't work, brother, I can also teach you how to pick up girls." Baker. He looked down at the car keys in his hand and instantly felt that they were not fragrant. Neil was almost crazy with joy for Dean's arrival. There was no need to say more about the continuous bombardment. Dean was worried about meeting Neil's mother. He didn't dislike Neil, a self-loving girl, but he didn't want to lose his freedom so early and become a good family man. Fortunately, Neil's mother was a career-oriented woman. Dean escaped. After the holiday, on the first day of work, surprises came one after another. Mon called Dean into the office and took out a stamped letter of appointment. "Congratulations, Dean, now you are the youngest detective in the Los Angeles Police Department. The detective has a promotion ceremony." But before that, the other squadrons gave Dean a difficult problem. It was a case that just happened in the jurisdiction of the 1st Squadron. This was a silent protest from the other 3 squadrons against Dean's unreasonable promotion speed. Even though Dean solved many cases, they didn't see it with their own eyes after all, so it was human nature. "Dean, these are actually trivial matters. If you find it troublesome, I can help you turn it down," Mon said softly, comforting his most capable general. Dean shook his head. "This is an honor, And I am also ready to share it with my family. In this case, I must make my promotion legitimate. He left the letter of appointment and left the office. Dean called Harry and rushed to the jurisdiction of the 1st Squadron. Thank you to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 12,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thank you to the book friend Fisher for the reward of 10,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thank you to the book friend Crush 9911 for the reward of 500 book coins. Thank you, boss. Congratulations on being promoted to the helmsman. Thank you to the book friends 20220531118395111 feet and Old Eagle Eats Little Chicken for the reward. Thank you, boss. Thank you all for your concern. It's no big deal, dog thief, I'm in good shape today. Let's read the chapter of 4900 to satisfy our cravings. There should be about 3 chapters to come. Chapter 133 The Humiliated Newly Married Wife. The Robbery and Murder Division has 4 squadrons, each corresponding to the jurisdiction of the 4 precincts. The area in charge of the 1st Squadron is mainly several districts on the Canyon Precinct. On weekdays, there is a special detective team assigned to work in the precinct. Dean and Harry went to the police station of the Canyon Precinct. The Christmas holiday is over. There are many more vehicles on the road. But Dean's cold black Hummer is absolutely eye-catching. The Hummer H1 is derived from military off-road vehicles. It is a bit ugly, but it is simple and easy to repair, sturdy and durable, and has strong adaptability to terrain. Corresponding. There are few corresponding electronic devices on the car, and it is not as comfortable to sit as a coupe. Even if this is a modified version, it is still the same. But this car is very powerful. There are also crazy shooting holes on the side glass and the rear windshield. It is simply a customized pocket armored vehicle disguised as an off-road vehicle. No wonder it is so expensive. Dean suspects that the military Hummer can't beat his Hummer H1. Harry is quite melancholy. Follow Dean. He has made many contributions, but he tends to be jealous. Dean, Lawrence and the others seem to be ready to come back in early February. The captain will probably let him lead the newcomers. Harry gossiped. Dean was promoted to detective, and he will definitely pull out a small team. In this case, the 4th Squadron also needs to expand. Dean nodded. Lawrence has already called me and said he has a surprise for us. Surprise. I guess he got Phoebe. Although Dean was not optimistic about a long-term relationship between the two, he was still happy for Lawrence. Harry's reaction was much more exaggerated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Phoebe is a beauty lover. You may still have a chance. Lawrence can play the role of a pig killer in a leather skirt, and Phoebe will never agree to his pursuit. This is called the gap psychology of women. If you are disfigured one day, you will definitely not dislike the fat girl who pursues you. Dean was a little emotional. Lawrence can be regarded as an inspirational figure who licks dogs to the end. I just don't know how long it can last. At this moment, at the Canyon Police Station, a middle-aged man with white hair stood on the balcony, staring at the traffic below in a daze. Inspector Leslie. A petite but fair and plump blonde woman in a police uniform interrupted his thoughts. Leslie turned his head and looked at this new subordinate who had just joined. Bedolia, what's wrong? The beautiful woman looked at Leslie with affection. Inspector, before I joined the 1st Squadron, I had always heard about the deeds of Detective Dean. It is said that he solved many major cases in just over 2 months. Can I accompany you to act later? Hearing this, Leslie frowned slightly. Bedolia is a rare Japanese detective and the widow of his former colleague. She was originally more suitable for a clerical administrative position, but she insisted on going to the front line. After observing for many days, Leslie always felt that her mind was not very simple. Considering Bedolia's 2-year-old son, Leslie thought that Bedolia wanted to hook up with a newly promoted detective who had recently become famous, just like he had been constantly hooking up with him. Although he felt disgusted, he thought of his former colleague's son, sighed in his heart, and nodded. Then you talked to Yager and let him go with Wang Shi and others to handle another case. Bedolia got permission, smiled and turned to leave. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Dean and Harry arrived at the Canyon Branch Police Station. A white-haired middle-aged police officer with a petite and beautiful woman received Dean. Hello, Detective Dean, I am Detective Leslie from the 1st Squadron, and this is Detective Bedolia. Harry looked at Bedolia, who looked like a porcelain doll, and subconsciously sucked his saliva, causing Bedolia to cover her mouth and chuckle. Dean's eyes lit up. Are you Chinese? Cordelia shook her head and chuckled. I am Japanese. My parents do business here, so I immigrated with them. But Detective Dean is in line with our aesthetics. He is a masculine, handsome guy. Little Sun Country. Dean's eyes were more interested. I like to watch your action movies. Cordelia smiled without saying anything, but her eyes looking at Dean were already full of charm. This Detective Dean seems to be easy to conquer. Leslie, who was ignored on the side, withdrew his hand awkwardly. He knew that Dean did it on purpose, but he was not annoyed. After the three of them introduced themselves to each other, he stretched out his hand to Dean again. I am Detective Leslie. Dean interrupted him directly and said bluntly, since we all know each other, now we are going to the victim's side. Can you tell me what's going on? The so-called assessment is just to slap himself in the face. In this case, Dean was too lazy to play tricks, so he just went hard and stepped on this group of people, letting them know what the gap is. Leslie was quite shrewd. He naturally withdrew his hand again, and explained as he walked, the deceased was named Elena, a housewife who had just got married. Her husband went back to his hometown, and when he came back the next day, he found his wife hanging from the chandelier, with obvious marks of strangulation on her hands. The husband suspected that someone had killed his wife, so he reported the case. The members of the other three squadrons wanted to use the case to test Dean's strength. It happened that a murder case occurred in the first squadron. That's why Leslie received Dean. When the four of them arrived at the deceased's home in Dean's SUV, the patrol police had already circled the house, and there were onlookers outside. The members of the forensic department who were greeted had completed the preliminary clue investigation, but did not move any items in the house. Get out of the car. After Inspector Leslie greeted the patrol police, he stretched out his hand to Dean. Inspector Dean, thank you for your help. Cordelia on the side also blinked a pair of foxy eyes, looking at Dean with some expectation. Don't bother, maybe we can still make it in time for lunch. Dean took the lead and walked towards the forensic department. Guys, I'm Detective Dean, can you tell me where the husband of the deceased is? Hearing Dean, a middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair subconsciously took 2 steps back, and then pointed at the decadent white man squatting outside the house smoking. He looked even younger than Dean, in his early 20s. His face should be filled with the joy of a newlywed, but now he looked like a drug addict with vicissitudes of life, surrounded by smoke. His eyes were red and bloodshot. Dean glanced at him twice, but didn't bother him. He put on gloves and shoe covers, first looked at the door, and after looking at the keyhole for a while, he entered the house. This is a very ordinary 3-bedroom, 2-living-room bungalow. The decoration is very new. It should have been bought not long ago. The market price is about $150,000. The objects in the house are very new, but it looks a bit messy, and there are signs of being turned over. In the living room, a female corpse with eyes wide open, lying on her back in a big letter shape. Because the death time was more than 6 hours, the hands of the female corpse can be clearly seen, with the marks of being tied up. The marks are diffuse, which means that before the woman died, her hands were tied for a long time, causing her to struggle violently. A cut belt was tied around the neck of the female corpse. Her mouth was slightly open, and you could see that there was slight blood stasis on the inner wall of her mouth. Her long tongue was sticking out, and there was some white foam sticking to the corners of her mouth. If you smell it closely, you can smell a faint stench coming from the female corpse. Next to the female corpse was a kick chair. Dean squatted down and looked carefully at the eyes of the female corpse with dilated pupils. There were slight punctate bleeding on the surface of the eyeball, which is one of the typical characteristics of death by suffocation. Pull off the belt. Dean found that the belt was appropriately tight, and he already had the answer in his mind, but he still checked the marks on the neck of the female corpse. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. The marks were sunken and hanging in the shape of an inner cone. This is a typical mark left by suicide by hanging. However, because of the belt used by the female corpse, she struggled a little when she died, and even caused her sphincter to lose control, and she urinated and defecated, and died in a very undignified way. Dean, I feel like something is missing here. What did you get? The female corpse committed suicide, but before committing suicide, she should have been tied up and stuffed in her mouth, and violated for a long time. Harry is not stupid. He immediately reacted. Dean, do you suspect that someone broke into the house and found the deceased, then tied her up and violated her? And finally the deceased felt ashamed to face her new husband and chose to commit suicide. That should be the truth. Dean walked around while talking, and finally stopped at the couple's master bedroom. This is a Nordic-style oak bed with fences at the head and foot of the bed. On the wall above the head of the bed is the couple's wedding photo. The young couple snuggle together, looking at the camera happily and sweetly, freezing the best moment of their lives. Below the wedding photo, there is a small date written. 12/25. They got married on Christmas Day, less than 2 weeks from now. Dean looked away from the messy bed and bed frame, and exhaled a hot breath. There are two murderers. They tied the deceased to the end of the bed in a doggy style, and committed the crime one after the other in front of her and her husband's wedding photo. I guess this is the reason. After the violation, the deceased couldn't stand the stimulation and chose to commit suicide. The newlyweds were just married, and they were supposed to enjoy a sweet time together, but they encountered such humiliation. It is difficult for a normal woman to accept such stimulation. After listening, Harry clenched his fists and creaked, "Two bastards, I will definitely treat them well when I catch them. If possible, I would rather castrate them physically, let them go to prison, enjoy the pleasure of their sphincters turning into sunflowers, and finally hang them." Dean said, turned around and left. He was not kidding. People have their own ways and their own ways. He hates rapists the most. Outside the house, Inspector Leslie had already discussed the clues they had collected with the forensic department, and had already known the direction of the investigation. Seeing Dean coming out, he smiled and said, "Inspector Dean, did you get anything?" Dean didn't look at him, and first instructed the forensic department. Before her death, the deceased had been sexually assaulted for a long time. Pay attention to the clues in her mouth and lower body. Under normal circumstances, there must be genetic material residues of the murderer in the mouth and throat of the deceased. The inspector was a small leader of the police detective bureau, and he could already mobilize ordinary forensic department members and patrolmen to do things, instead of relying entirely on friendship to maintain convenience. The bald middle-aged man looked at Dean in surprise and nodded. The other party found the key in such a short time, worthy of being the fierce god of the forensic department, Dean, if he didn't blow his head off at a disagreement. To be honest, the bald middle-aged man still likes to hang out with such capable people. At least this way he will get a lot of bonuses at the end of the month. After explaining to the forensic department, Dean walked towards the young husband who couldn't accept his wife's death and patted him on the shoulder. "Man, I know you can't accept your wife's death, but you can't let her die with regrets." The man raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring straight at Dean, and said in a hoarse voice, "What do you need me to do?" "Write down the things missing in the house and give them to me." The man stood up and walked into the room. Dean had no doubt that if he knew who the murderer was, he would definitely pull out a gun and kill the other person's family. Unfortunately, this new home has not yet been installed with cameras. The identity of the murderer needs him to dig out. After doing this, Dean then walked up to Inspector Leslie, looked him in the eye and said, "There are two murderers, one short and fat, the other tall and thin, both men. They opened the door with a wire, so they must be habitual offenders. They work well together and may have committed more than one crime. I need to get the information of these two people." Leslie and Dean looked at each other for a few seconds, with a faint smile on their faces. "You are really amazing. I will hand over the information you want to you by the afternoon at the latest. In addition," he took a step back and said sincerely, "Inspector Dean, I apologize for doubting the authenticity of your achievements before." Dean's quick and accurate performance in locking the murderer impressed him. Seeing this scene, Harry chuckled. Now you know how amazing Boss Dean is. But he was not stupid enough to laugh out loud. The beautiful woman Padolia, who came to the side to make soy sauce, looked at Dean with even more fiery eyes. This man is only 22 years old. There is a future to look forward to. She licked her lips and made up her mind to pay attention to Dean's frank apology to Leslie. She was startled at first, and then her tense face finally showed a smile. She stretched out her palm to him. "Although I am very unhappy to be looked down upon, your demeanor has won my respect. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Dean, the new detective of the 4th Squadron." Leslie stretched out his hand for the third time. But this time he finally touched Dean's palm. "I am Leslie. Of course, my friends like to call me Whitehead." "Whitehead, your hair is really handsome. If you pretend to be melancholy, you can probably fool many ignorant girls." Leslie shook his head and said seriously, "More young women. The two looked at each other and laughed. 2 chapters have 9,000 words. I should be able to squeeze out 2 more chapters. I squeezed it out now, so I can eat it up. Chapter 134: The Missing Thief. In the afternoon, the colleagues from the forensic department brought in a more complete autopsy report of the deceased. After testing, the deceased's lower body was severely damaged, and he had been persecuted for at least more than 3 hours. The murderer violently combated the deceased. But no genetic material that can be extracted was found in the body of the deceased. This means that the murderer carefully wore a small umbrella. And the oral cavity of the deceased, which Dean emphasized, found the genetic material of 2 men. This is actually a very normal thing. Because no man likes to wear a small umbrella to go in and out of there. As long as they do this, then even if they hold back and explode outside, or force the deceased to drink water to wash away the traces, it is difficult to completely clean the oral cavity of the deceased in a short time. However, the comparison of the DNA database takes some time. Dean called Padolia, who had been very attentive, and asked her for the house topography map near the victim, and analyzed it. On the other side, Leslie also brought good news to Dean. According to statistics from the Canyon branch, since Christmas, there have been more than 20 home robberies and thefts in the area where the victim is located. These are the cases that have been reported to the police. Because there are more homeowners who may not have returned to Los Angeles at this time, and are still enjoying the afterglow of the holiday with their families. These cases all have one common feature. That is, there are no hidden cameras installed in their homes. This further proves that the thieves are habitual offenders. Only they can find the right theft targets so accurately. Dean took the information and divided them into 2 parts. One part belongs to the cases where the homeowners found that their homes were robbed after returning, but their families were not harmed. This part accounts for nearly 4/5. The rest is more miserable. There are 4 female homeowners who are alone at home, and they happen to run into the thieves who came to steal, and suffered the same treatment as the previous deceased. The 2 thieves are a bit perverted. They like to tie the hostess in front of the wedding photos in the house and commit crimes and take pictures as souvenirs. In addition, they will deliberately make obvious scars on the women's bodies. This also leads to these women, even if they are unwilling to report the case, they can't explain the scars on their bodies when their husbands come back, and they can only confess. Dean marked all these cases on the map according to the time they occurred. The empty houses were marked with white circles. The other 5 houses that encountered the close culprit were marked with red circles, and finally formed a route for the thieves. This is a mistake that habitual criminals often make. They like to commit crimes in familiar environments. But when the number of cases accumulates to a certain extent, their theft selection characteristics, methods, psychological habits, and many other things will be exposed. The most difficult to deal with are random wandering crimes. Harry looked at the map, pointed to the residence of the female suicide victim, and said in surprise, "Dean, have you noticed that this community has 8 cases in a week?" Dean rolled his eyes. Because this is a new community, many houses were sold before Christmas and on promotion, which means that the owner may not install cameras so quickly, and it also means that there are new appliances in the house. Although the second-hand market in the United States is hot. But for new houses, more people still prefer to put new appliances in them instead of piling up a bunch of old goods in their new homes. This is a basic behavioral psychology. This case. In Dean's mind, the case was basically solved. Because habitual criminals have another fatal problem. That is, the police DNA system will definitely have their information. As long as they leave genetic material at the scene, their identities will basically be locked. They have to sell the stolen goods again. After selling the stolen goods, it is generally difficult to suppress the urge to have fun. They either hang out in bars and casinos, or take care of those young ladies who are busy making money after Christmas. For this kind of people, as long as their identities are figured out, they will be caught. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the forensic department sent detailed information about the 2 thieves. One is named Weejan. He is 166 centimeters tall, and judging from the photo, he weighs 200 kilograms. He was just released from prison 3 months ago and is a habitual thief. The other one is named Wayne. He is 175 centimeters tall, thin, and is Weejan's younger brother. He is also an old habitual criminal who was released 3 months ago. It was these 2 bastards who personally committed the young girl who had just married, causing her to be ashamed to face her new husband and choose to commit suicide. Padolia clenched his fist, his eyes full of disgust. These newly released bugs have an 80% chance of committing crimes again. It's better to lock them up for life. If we do as you say, the social order will collapse completely, because it means that the power in our hands will be infinitely magnified. Leslie glanced at Bedolia and looked at Dean. Detective Dean, thank you for your hard work. Next, the guys will catch this pair of bastards. Dean shook his head. I want to meet these two people in person. His mind reading requires contact with various mentally abnormal people to accumulate experience, and he can't rely entirely on the improvement of the panel. Of course, if there is a chance to do something dirty at that time, it would be good. Leslie thought Dean was worried about the credit issue and wanted to explain, but thinking of Dean's previous style of doing things, he chose to keep quiet. He is good at judging people. Dean is not that kind of person. This circle is so small. He has also heard that Dean doesn't care much about credit and is happy to share it with people around him. Find a nest first to find someone. The Wayne brothers have only been out of prison for 3 months. They have to find targets for theft, steal, and deal with stolen goods. They may even have to make time for entertainment. So their residence is most likely near the residential areas where the thefts were committed. The stolen goods need to be transported in and out by pickup trucks. So it is unlikely that they live in a hotel, and it is more likely that they rent a house. The online rental contract was reported. No information about the two people was found. This means that the two people should have asked someone to help them rent a place, which may be an acquaintance, or they may have paid someone to help. The rental market in the United States is not small. There are university towns and industrial areas here, which leads to more people renting houses. But this does not bother Dean. According to reasoning and usage needs, use the elimination method. Under his command, Harry and Bedolia first found a small house with a courtyard. Hundreds of rental contracts were left with dozens of them. Remove family rentals and couples rentals. 10 minutes later, there were only 17 houses rented by singles left in the computer. Because the lease contract contained the phone number and basic information of the lessee, after a brief investigation of their basic files, 3 people with criminal records who might know the Wayne brothers were found. Dean took 3 printed lists and handed them to Bedolia. Please give these 3 documents to colleagues in the branch and ask them to check the situation. If these 3 companies are not found, then thoroughly check the other 14 companies. No problem, Detective Dean. When Bedolia withdrew her hand, she secretly made a hook in Dean's palm. This woman actually took advantage of her young and ignorant colleagues in the office, trying to get the upper hand. Dean was a little worried. It seems that I have to buy a small umbrella again after get off work tonight. As expected, excellent men, big brothers are always busy and exhausted. Leslie, who had been watching Dean's instructions, walked over with a smile and reminded him, Bedolia's husband is a senior police officer in the branch, but he was unlucky. Half a year ago, he accidentally had a car accident during a forced stop, leaving Bedolia and a 2-year-old son behind. Dean. The word takeover naturally emerged in his mind. The key is to seduce the widow of a colleague. At that time, he really can't get rid of it. It's easy for things to go bad and end up being a sucker, and also ruining his reputation as a 5-star good citizen. This is completely different from his friendly exchanges with the 2 sisters Dora from the forensic department. Harry didn't realize this, smiled obscenely, and frowned at Dean. Dude, buy one get one free, it's a good deal. Dean shook his head. Sorry, I have a bad stomach and can't eat hard food. Harry, if you like it, maybe you can try it, just as a way to take care of the widow of your colleague. Harry's eyes glowed green. Bedolia is small, but like a ripe peach, she exudes the unique mature charm of a beautiful woman from head to toes, mixed with the fragility of her petite body. Excellent. Since Dean is not going to make a move, then he will not be polite. The sound of boots came. Harry turned his head and saw that it was Bedolia who returned. He hurried over. Bedolia, I am Harry, an enthusiastic detective from the 4th Squadron. I heard that you joined the 1st Squadron not long ago. Maybe we can exchange some experience in handling cases. Bedolia looked at Harry with a smile and nodded gently. Detective Harry, you are such a good person. Harry heard the compliment and giggled. This woman is so easy to deal with. He had a hunch that he would have a major breakthrough tonight. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, colleagues from the branch sent news. They found the house rented by the Wayne brothers. When Dean and others arrived, some homeowners whose homes had been robbed had received calls from the police to collect their stolen items. Efficiency is efficiency. But Dean was a little unhappy. Because of the private operation of the officers from the Canyon branch, the traces in the yard were destroyed. Considering that this was the territory of the 1st Squadron, Dean could only suppress this little dissatisfaction. This is a small courtyard located in an old district. In the courtyard, there is a simple shed, which is piled with more than 30 large furniture and musical instruments such as refrigerators, televisions, pianos, etc. It depends on the situation. The Wayne brothers are going to stock up a batch of goods and then rent a truck to transport them away. This is a very smart approach. In general theft cases, the first place the police look for is the second-hand market. As long as you dare to make a move, then the police can find you by following the clues. But if the stolen goods are piled up and finally taken to other places to sell at once, because of confidentiality, the police cannot search here for no reason. It is safer to put these things here. In addition to these things, inside the house, everyone found a lot of jewelry, diamond rings, and some high-end looking tables, chairs, furniture, and silver plates. Everyone was delighted. But Dean frowned. After he entered the house, based on the trace tracking analysis, he could determine that no outsiders had come here for at least 6 days. But the Wayne brothers had committed a crime last night. Where are they? Could they be hiding somewhere else? On the other side, Leslie frowned as he looked at the dirty, smelly house, and the fast food box on the table that had grown green hair. He walked up to Dean and said, "Dean, something seems to be wrong. I looked at the traces around. I'm afraid the Wayne brothers haven't been back here for 3 or 4 days." Dean nodded. "To be precise, they haven't been back for more than 6 days, but I need to take another look." Most of the traces of life in the house were preserved. Dean walked around the house. There was a strong smell of men's life here, dirty clothes thrown everywhere, hard and smelly socks, yellowed toilet paper thrown in the corner, and some lottery newspapers. Dean also found a recorder at VC. He opened VC and saw that it was the video of the 2 bastards personally committing the female homeowners. It turned out that they were not unaware that the female homeowners were at home, but they had planned to do so and even brought a video recorder with them. When the Wayne brothers personally committed the female homeowners before, they deliberately injured them, causing them to be unable to hide their experiences and record the CD. Now it seems that they should have obtained the abnormal pleasure of destroying the happiness of other people's families. This kind of perversion has a big characteristic. That is, ordinary surname behavior is difficult to arouse their reaction, which will cause them to yang wei psychologically, so they need to make themselves constantly perverted in order to maintain that abnormal stimulation. Many special behaviors such as NTR and Q changing actually appear in this way. They are psychological diseases and are difficult to cure. Excluding the female victim last night, the other 4 videos of the personally committed female homeowners, 3 have been recorded and packed in bags. Another one was recorded, but not taken out. It was still in the recorder. It seemed that the Wayne brothers were about to go out and wanted the machine to run by itself, so that when they came back, the recording would be completed. But for some unknown reason, they never came back after they went out. So where are they? Why didn't the Wayne brothers come back for more than 6 consecutive days? Dean couldn't figure it out. According to the information fed back by the object, the Wayne brothers should have encountered an accident 6 or 7 days ago, which made it impossible to return to their nest. But last night, they appeared in the home of the female victim intact, and personally committed the other party for more than 3 hours, which was almost equivalent to going in at night and leaving in the early morning. Dean rubbed his forehead. The originally simple case seemed to have suddenly become a little out of control. 6 or 7 days ago. Dean closed his eyes, and his mind emerged with more than 20 cases he had seen in the police station before, including the approximate time, route, and area when the case occurred. This was the memory entity presentation function that slowly appeared after he thoroughly mastered the 13-point mental value. It was very brain-consuming. So Dean rarely entered this state. Lines, with a cabin as the center, are like a spider web in his mind. They reappear one by one in different orders, just like a CAD animation on a computer. The originally vague crime routes and patterns. In a weird way, they emerged in Dean's mind in layers. He opened his eyes and smiled. He probably knew where the Sheen brothers were. The only thing he was still confused about was what happened to them. Ahem, the psychological characteristics in the article are real. Brothers, take this as a warning. Try to give up the bad habit of watching cat movies. If you can't give it up, You can send it to the dog thief and let the dog thief help you criticize it. Chapter 135 Dog Trainer. This case was solved, but not solved. The stolen goods were basically found, but the thief was missing. Because this case has been handed over to Dean. Leslie was also very considerate and did not give orders directly, but looked at Dean first. Inspector Dean, what are you going to do next? I will let people cooperate with you. Dean pondered for a moment and arranged, I have an idea that needs to be verified. Now let's sort out the items that have not been claimed by the owner to see if we can find the information of the owner. Some silver plates and tableware, or special items, generally the owner will engrave his name on them as a sense of ritual. These habits are derived from the traditions of some nobles in early Europe. But in modern times, some ordinary people will do this to show their status. More people and faster efficiency. More than half an hour later, 3 sets of silver tableware and a jewelry box were placed in front of Dean. Bedelia did not just sit there. She pointed at these things and introduced them. The tableware belongs to 3 families. They were all ordered from the same merchant. They live in the same community as the female victim who committed suicide. I have contacted the owner. They are all out of town now. As for the jewelry box, it belongs to a lady who lives in the next community, but she said that she is currently on a business trip in Europe and her husband is at home, but her husband did not say that the house was stolen. Dean took out a piece of white paper and drew a few strokes on it, and then roughly outlined the surrounding community. Then, according to the lines in his mind, he completed the map based on the households added by Bedelia. Finally, he drew a circle at the location of the jewelry box. According to the report, the Wayne brothers actually stopped stealing 6 days ago for some reason, and the last place they appeared was in the new community where the victim lived. Harry and Bedelia looked puzzled. They didn't understand what Dean meant. White-haired Leslie touched his chin. Dean, you mean, the Wayne brothers are now in the neighborhood where the suicide victim is located? For some reason, they got stuck there, and then escaped and committed the latest case. Dean nodded and shook his head. Yes, I am very sure that they are still in that neighborhood, but people who escape will not continue to commit crimes so leisurely. I am more inclined to believe that they were detained, and then the people who detained the Wayne brothers forced them to kill the newlyweds. This situation is not uncommon. There are often unlucky thieves who suffer a lot of torture and detention after being caught by the homeowner, and even disappear completely from this world. In addition, the husband of the hostess of the jewelry box also needs to be investigated. The Wayne brothers have a bad habit of stealing. Once they have visited their home, the homeowner cannot be unaware of it. So Dean must find out why the other party chose to conceal it from his wife. There are nearly 50 users living in the new community. The scope of this investigation is not large, but it will be very troublesome. Because they had no suitable reason to apply for an investigation order from the Supreme Court, the most they could do was knock on the door and ask questions, which would undoubtedly take a lot of time and might alert the enemy. But if they thought along the lines of Dean, it would be simple. Just ask the husband of the female victim who committed suicide whether they had any grudges with the people in the community after they moved in. They had not moved in for long. They should have a deep impression of the residents who had conflicts. The 4 people split into 2. Dean took Harry and prepared to go to the owner of the jewelry box to ask about the situation first. As for asking the husband of the female victim who committed suicide, Leslie and Bedelia were left to ask. The community where the owner of the jewelry box lived was a middle-class community. The houses here were priced at more than $300,000, but they were in an old community and many public facilities looked a bit shabby. According to the address, the 2 came to the owner's house and knocked on the door. Dean noticed that this family had a camera installed on the top of the door, but the camera looked very new, as if it had just been installed. At the same time, the mailbox box outside was overflowing with envelopes. The lawn outside the house was also a bit messy, considering that the female owner said her husband was always at home. Does this mean that the male owner of this family is a little lazy? Wait for a moment. Footsteps came from the house. Who are you? A hoarse voice came from the pager. Good luck. The male owner is at home. Harry stepped back and took out a police badge from his pocket. Los Angeles detective, sir, we have something to ask you. Can you open the door? The man in the house was silent for a moment before saying, wait a minute. Accompanied by the sound of the iron chain hiding the door frame. The door slowly opened, revealing a somewhat haggard face. I am Edel, the owner here. What do you want to know? His face was gray, his eye sockets were sunken, and he seemed to have not slept for a long time. He was wrapped in a blanket and had a strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Dean glanced at the other party and did not speak, allowing Harry to communicate with the other party. His future position will be higher and higher, and it is impossible for him to handle everything by himself. He still has to train capable subordinates. Harry took out the jewelry box. "Excuse me, does this thing look familiar to you?" Seeing the jewelry box, Edel's face changed slightly, and he pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, this is my wife's jewelry box, and her name is engraved on the bottom. But I lost it when I was cleaning, and I was even panicked for several days. Thank you for helping me find it." As he said that, he was going to get the jewelry box. Harry looked at Dean. He felt that this man was lying. Dean nodded slightly. Harry smiled and handed the box over, and at the same time teased, "Dude, it's not good for a man to be so afraid of women. You look like you haven't slept well for 5 or 6 days. The owner of the house, Edel, squeezed out an ugly smile, took the box, and slammed the door directly. Then, there was the sound of several chains being buckled. This guy also locked several locks on the inside of the door. "Harry, Dean, why do I feel that this guy has been seriously stimulated recently, causing him to feel insecure and panic?" Dean chuckled. "Harry, guess why his voice is so hoarse?" "Voice?" Harry looked at Dean in confusion. "Man, isn't it normal for a man who drinks and smokes to have a hoarse voice? But speaking of it, he has been at home all the time. Why did the Wayne brothers choose him?" At this point, Harry seemed to think of something. His sphincter contracted, his legs clamped together. He took a breath of cold air, licked his dry lips, and hesitated. "Dean, are you saying that this guy was also fucked by the Wayne brothers? When the other party walked just now, it seemed really awkward." "Yes," Dean pointed out, "when the Wayne brothers came here to scout the place, they saw the mess outside and probably thought that no one was at home. As a result, their taste was quite strong. This is also the reason why the male host covered up this matter. Attacked from both sides, the ancient way is kind-hearted. It will not sound good after all if it is told out. Unfortunately, Bedelia has contacted the man's wife, hoping that this unlucky guy can think of a suitable reason to fool his wife." On the other side, Leslie and Bedelia also got 2 lists from the husband of the female victim who committed suicide. They were all trivial matters. One was because the female victim drove improperly and rear-ended a resident's car, but the insurance company has already handled it properly, and this resident will not be in California after Christmas. This one is directly ruled out. One is a resident who keeps dogs. The big dog he kept scared the female victim and was kicked by her husband. According to the female victim's husband, the dog owner is a middle-aged man with a full beard and a strong body. The two had a fight because of this. This dog-keeping man is undoubtedly a suspect. Leslie told Dean this information as soon as possible. The 4 people met. Leslie said cautiously, "Dean, do you need to call a few guys from the police station to help?" If Dean's guess is correct, then it means that they will face at least 3 men with unknown firepower. Dean shook his head. "Let's make sure the other party is not suspicious first. The dog owner is named Boko, and he lives in the corner of the community." On the way, Bedelia got Boko's basic information through the phone. Boko, white, single, 38 years old this year, once served in the army, became an employee of a circus after retiring, and currently makes a living by training dogs. "Is this thing profitable?" Harry asked curiously. Leslie nodded. "Very profitable, especially training special dog breeds." While talking, the barking of dogs came from the front. It turned out to be a man who was playing with 4 dogs with a frisbee. Dean and Leslie looked at each other. Leslie understood, turned his head and talked and laughed with Bedelia, pretending to be acquaintances, and walked past the man before Dean and the others. The other party glanced at them casually, didn't care, and started playing with the dogs again. "Boko." At this time, Dean shouted at the other party. The man turned his head and saw Dean and Harry clearly. He asked in confusion, "Hey, men, you look a little strange. If you want me to train your dog, please make an appointment with my studio. I'm a detective in Los Angeles. I want to know something from you. Is it convenient for me to come to your house to talk?" Dean showed his police badge. Boko acted very normal. He shrugged. "Of course, no problem. It's just that my house smells a little strong. I hope you don't mind." After that, he whistled. 4 half-meter tall, white, yellow and black medium-sized dogs ran over with frisbees in their mouths, surrounded Bako enthusiastically, and followed him to his residence. Harry looked at the 4 dogs with some envy. Wow, they are foxhounds. These little cuties run very fast and are not cheap. This guy actually has 4 of them. Bako is a dog trainer, not necessarily his own dog. Dean said casually and followed him. At present, he did not find anything unusual in Bako's expression, but to see if there was any problem, he needed to take the opportunity to enter his house and check for traces. Bako's residence was just over 10 meters ahead. The other party did not lie to the 2 of them. As soon as they approached, they could smell the strong fishy smell and urine smell. There were 7 or 8 dog houses of different sizes outside the house, which were covered with thick sound insulation materials and only some outlines could be seen. It was probably designed like this to prevent nuisance to the residents. Dean noticed. Not far from those dog houses, there were 3 or 4 pillars with very thin iron chains and collars hanging on them. They should be tools for training large dogs. When they arrived in front of the house, Bako blew a whistle. The 4 foxhounds held the frisbee in their mouths and put it into the open wooden box outside the big wooden house in a very humane way. Then they took the initiative to enter their own dog houses and climbed down. The wooden house was blocked by barbed wire and the door was locked. There was only a very short dog hole for the dogs to enter and exit. Awesome. Harry's eyes widened, looking at Bako in admiration. Man, you made these dogs as obedient as humans. Bako showed a proud smile on his bearded face. Not to mention dogs, even if it's wolves, I have the confidence to train them to be extremely well behaved. As he said, he opened the door of the house. Come in, it's a bit messy inside, I hope you don't mind. Inside the house, apart from some simple furniture, there are dog food and canned food. There are 2 small meat grinders in the open dining room. This place is more like a warehouse than a home. It can be seen. Bako really likes dogs. Even the cups he brought to Dean and the others have dog-shaped cups, which look very cute. He put down the water and lay comfortably on the sofa. 2 detectives, I hope you are looking for me not because the dog I trained has injured someone. Dean shook his head and smiled. No, we just heard that Mr. Bako is very experienced in dog training. Today, I passed by here because of a case, so I came to visit you. Case? Bako was stunned for a moment, then he realized, is it the residents living in front of the community? I heard from the residents of the community that it seems that a woman committed suicide. Yes, that poor lady suffered some unbearable blows, so she chose to escape from this world. Dean sighed with some regret, then took out a business card. Actually, I'm bothering you, Mr. Bako, today because my grandfather's farm wants a few high-quality sheepdogs. I wonder if Mr. Bako has any recommendations. Sheepdog. Bako glanced at the business card and smiled. That's easy. You can choose the puppies first. I will train them for about 3 months and then let them adapt to the ranch. But the price needs to be negotiated between you and my studio. No problem. Dean stood up. Then I won't bother you for now. As he said that, he turned around and prepared to leave, but he seemed to remember something and turned back and said, by the way, Mr. Bako, before leaving, can I visit the wooden house outside where you temporarily train dogs? Bako's face froze slightly, and then he said with some embarrassment, of course you can, but you also noticed that it is now closed. This is because I lost a key to get in. This kind of soundproof house needs to be unlocked. I can unlock it. Dean interrupted Bako with a smile. That kind of lock is very simple, a piece of wire is enough to open it. Harry already felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and his hand unconsciously touched his waist. Bako noticed his movement, his pupils shrank slightly, and he smiled and nodded. Okay, I hope you won't block my lock. I'll go get the lubricant, just in case. As he said that, he walked to the cabinet beside him with a calm expression and reached out to grab a black bottle. Seeing this, Harry felt that he was a little sensitive, and his hand that touched his waist was put down again. The next moment, Bako's hand, which was originally grabbing the bottle, passed under the cabinet, and he turned around suddenly, aiming the thing in his hand at Dean and the others. It was a Lilac 17. FK. Harry roared, his body flew into the air, and he rushed to the side, trying to overwhelm Dean beside him. The next moment, a gunshot rang out, echoing throughout the house. The smell of gunpowder diffused. Harry's mind was blank. He bumped into Dean, and felt that he had hit a hard concrete wall. He fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassing manner. After rolling around, he woke up as if from a dream. While pulling out a gun, he touched his body, fearing that there was another bullet hole. Calm down. Dean's right hand broke away from the smoking holster on his waist. Almost at the same time. With a plop. Boko's huge body fell down with a bang. Thanks to the Buck friend for the reward of 5,000 Buck coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the Buck friend Street for the reward of 500 Buck coins. Thanks to the boss. This chapter was originally yesterday's extra update. Today's update will be at 5 or 6 p.m. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Case Closed, Taming Intelligent Species from Body to Mind. Dark red blood spread on the ground. Boko's eyes widened. He probably couldn't figure it out. Why could someone shit so fast? Maybe when the bullet pierced his head, his brain nerves were not completely dead, and he even experienced a memory playback of the moment of death. But these have nothing to do with him. Bang! The door outside the house was knocked open. Leslie held the gun in both hands and looked nervously inside the house, but he only saw Dean standing calmly, Harry lying on the ground with his gun drawn, and Boko who died of a headshot and died with his eyes open. Leslie breathed a sigh of relief. When I heard the gunshot, I thought Boko suddenly pulled out a gun. He did pull out a gun. Dean patted his holster. It's just that in front of me, he was as slow as an 80-year-old man. After saying that, Dean kicked Harry. Dude, stop mopping the floor. Let's go and take a look at the doghouse. I have a hunch that there may be a surprise inside. Dean was very satisfied with Harry's subconscious reaction of wanting to knock him away. Outside the house, Bedelia was hiding in a corner with a gun. Seeing Dean coming out, he breathed a sigh of relief. I have called my colleagues in the branch. Are you all right? No, but the body inside needs to be dealt with, Dean said, and took Harry, who greeted Bedelia enthusiastically, to the doghouse, looked at it for a while, and then kicked it hard. As the saying goes, the real way to unlock a door is often simple and unpretentious. Under the huge impact, the wooden house shook. The seemingly thick door bounced open. The scene in front of him made Dean a little stunned. Harry and Bedelia saw Dean's reaction, and curiously chased after him and looked into the doghouse. The next moment, Harry opened his mouth wide. Bedelia covered his mouth with both hands, and his eyes, which were not small to begin with, widened again. Surprise, curiosity, excitement, and a hint of expectation emerged one by one. The doghouse, which was not small, was divided into two layers, inside and outside. The first floor was covered by wire mesh, surrounded by dog houses and iron basins of various sizes, and inside was a round dog cage covered with soundproofing materials. In the cage, two naked men, locked by iron collars, lay on the ground, pouting two blooming sunflowers, and slept soundly. Holy shit. Harry finally reacted, turned his head, and hurriedly left the hut to avoid being ruined by the scene in front of him. Dean was well informed. After a slight pause, he walked in and looked around. It was almost the same as he guessed. These two unlucky guys must have stolen from Boko, but they didn't expect that this big guy was gay, so the daisy turned into a sunflower. What's more, Boko is also a dog trainer. He trained these two people as dogs. Judging from the situation, the effect is not bad. In just a few days, the two brothers have turned into Boko's shape. Sure enough, those who argue with others will always be argued with. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Do you need to call a doctor for them? Bedelia walked to Dean with a blushing face, looking at everything in front of her without blinking, and her breathing became hot. It depends on the situation. Don't underestimate the potential for sphincter expansion. However, Dean raised his eyebrows and looked at Bedelia. Why do I feel that you are excited to see these? Really? Bedelia met Dean's scrutinizing eyes with a foxy look and chuckled. I just think these two people deserved it, and I'm a little happy. My legs kept rubbing. I don't believe you. Dean has no interest in women with children. He turned his head and kicked the pillar beside him, causing the iron chain on the Wayne brothers' necks to shake, and finally awakened the two brothers who were lying on their stomachs from fatigue. They were still a little dazed, but the body seemed to have formed a conditioned reflex. The Wayne brothers took the initiative to stick out their tongues, imitated the dogs, and made a puffing sound. At the same time, they pouted their sunflowers towards the door and swayed left and right. This scene was very eye-catching. Dean was also a little surprised. After all, people are not dogs. No matter how much training, the process of enslavement will be relatively long. Dean originally thought that Baco only used some threats to make the Wayne brothers become what they are now. It depends on the situation. He still muttered about Baco's training methods. Surprised as he was, Dean still followed the procedure and said, "Wayne brothers, you are suspected of multiple thefts and rapes." Now, the arrest declaration ended. A message flashed through Dean's mind. The case of theft of wheel tips has been solved. Experience points plus 400, current level 13, 1500, 2400. This case is not difficult, and only provides 400 experience points. There is still a gap of 900 experience points to the next level. It is foreseeable. If Dean wants to upgrade quickly in the future, he can either pull up a capable team and solve as many cases as possible, or take over more cases with larger scenes. But this is something to consider in the future. Experience points are in hand. Dean is too lazy to waste time here. He looked at Bedelia, who was showing off her special attributes, and said, "I'll leave this to you. When the time comes, just send a report to the 4th Squadron." Dean walked out of the house. Inside the doghouse, the Wayne brothers finally reacted after hearing the strange voice. They turned their heads in surprise and saw Bedelia, who had red cheeks and a petite and plump figure. She immediately screamed and cried, "Help, there's a pervert here." Bedelia woke up from her strange state and looked at the Wayne brothers who were chained and wanted to get close to her but couldn't. She licked her bright red lips, squatted down, and smiled sweetly. "Pervert? Me?" The two didn't understand what this sentence meant. The next moment, a fragrant breeze filled their noses. The two brothers only felt a stinging pain hitting their temples, and then their eyes went black, and they were like dead dogs. Their heads fell to the ground helplessly, and they fainted. If a doctor sawed open their brains, he would find that there were so many capillaries that were so dense that they were difficult to see with the naked eye, eroding the lives of the Wayne brothers bit by bit. Looking at the two fainted brothers, Bedelia wiped his fingertips, put them into his mouth, as if tasting something delicious, and murmured, "Dean, you have great potential, and you can't escape from my palm." Dean naturally didn't know what happened in the doghouse after he left. He brought Harry, who looked depressed, back to Boco's hut, and searched under Leslie's puzzled eyes. Leslie had already checked and searched the house, and seeing this, he asked curiously, "Dean, there is nothing found in the doghouse?" "No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. No, we found the Wayne brothers inside. I came here because I was curious whether Baco left any dog training notes or something like that." Dean shrugged. "My grandpa wants to raise a few obedient sheepdogs, which requires some professional guidance." Leslie pointed to the inner room. "There is a study inside, and there are a pile of books on the table. Maybe there is something you want, but..." He looked at Harry and said curiously, "Your boy looks a little wrong." Harry said bitterly, "Inspector Leslie, as a man, I sincerely suggest that you better not go to the doghouse. The scene inside is very harmful to a man's soul." "Oh? Really?" Leslie became interested. He left with curiosity. When Dean came out of the inner study with 7 or 8 books and notes, Leslie had already returned. He and Harry leaned against the wall silently, smoking cigarettes. Their faces no longer had the indifference of the past, their hips tightened, and there was a little more light sadness between their brows. Dean knew what was going on at a glance. This phenomenon is called information pollution in empathy and psychology. In human terms, it is the grief of the fox when the rabbit dies and the grief of the same kind. Apparently, when Leslie left, he could not suppress his curiosity. In the end, he accepted the mental impact of the 2 big sunflowers in the doghouse, which caused partial discomfort in his body. Seeing Dean coming out, Leslie blew a melancholy smoke ring. "Man, I'm curious about why you are so indifferent to the fate of the Wayne brothers. That scene, a normal man would definitely have a double physical and psychological discomfort reaction." Dean smiled faintly, "Because I know that even if I fall into the situation of the Wayne brothers, it will definitely not be me who blooms the sunflowers in the end." On the way back, Dean let Harry drive, and he couldn't wait to read the books and notes left by Boco. This guy is a little perverted, but he has real skills. In his study, there are not only various professional books, but also a book with messy content taming intelligent species from body to mind based on his learning and research. I guess this guy wanted to write a book. What a pity. He died under Dean's rapid-fire headshot in 0.1 seconds. Dean was very interested in these trophies. He was very curious. After studying it, would he be able to form a skill similar to taming on the panel, the kind that can tame intelligent creatures? If so, it would be really interesting. Leslie is awesome. On the day the case was closed, he explained the situation in detail to the other squadrons, and put most of the credit for the case on Dean. Although the case was not bizarre. But Dean's efficiency and the keen sense of smell shown in the deduction process made this group of knowledgeable people know Dean's level. This guy definitely didn't get promoted by connections. He has real talent. The police station is a place where strength speaks. So, Dean's reputation in the detective bureau, which had already begun to spread to major branches in Los Angeles and other departments of the detective bureau at a faster speed. Many people are curious about all the information about this new strongest detective. Harry found that he became more popular all of a sudden. Many people invited him to drink and took the opportunity to ask about Dean's situation. Under his drunken boasting, Dean inexplicably got a lot of very special titles: Headshot Detective, the youngest detective in Los Angeles, Big Gun Detective, and Female Bulldozer. Dean knew nothing about these because he was preparing for his own detective promotion ceremony. The three biggest happy events for men: promotion, getting rich, and the death of his wife. In the police department system, the detective has already stepped half a foot into the management level. As long as he doesn't make a big mistake, he can become a deputy captain with his seniority. Not to mention that Dean is still so young. Before the promotion ceremony started, he received many invitations. Among them was Eve, who hadn't contacted him for a long time. She hasn't been doing well recently. Originally, Eve solved a bank armored car robbery case by helping Dean blow the horn, and gained the friendship of Congressman Snart. It seems that she will take over the position of captain from the deputy team of the Anti-Crime and Anti-Drug Division. Congressman Snart died. Fate plays tricks on her. She lost her biggest bargaining chip all of a sudden. In February, the captain of the Anti-Crime and Anti-Drug Division will retire. But Eve knows that if there is no one to support her, this position will never be hers, and she will most likely be parachuted in. So these days, Eve has been busy using her connections, and she didn't even have the heart to taste Dean, this delicious little piece of tender meat. Until she heard the news of Dean's promotion, Eve woke up from her dream, secretly cursing herself for being blind, and with full sincerity, she asked Dean out. Thanks to the book friend Eugene for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thank you, boss. Congratulations on being promoted to the helmsman, and more chapters will be arranged tonight. Are there still many book friends who didn't subscribe to chapter 133? It jumped more than 1,000 subscriptions compared to chapter 134, woo woo. The extra chapters currently owed are extra chapters in exchange for monthly tickets. 1 Samjiang. 10 liter of the Rain Mirror. 1 protector of waiting for you to come back with wine. 1 liter of the Night's Glory. 25-1 equals 24. Don't worry, I've made a note of it in my little notebook and will process them all this month. Chapter 137, Conquer Eve and Go to New York. French restaurant. Under the dim light, pairs of urban men and women, for the sake of a shivering exercise after dinner, are trying their best to maintain a romantic atmosphere of knowing but not saying anything. Eve looked at the man in front of her, her eyes seemed to be rippling with water, charming and seductive. Dean, I haven't seen you for a while, you have become more handsome. Dean chuckled, I am still the same as before, but in your eyes, there is an additional beautifying filter of the position of detective. A man's power and wealth are a natural chun medicine for women. For the dishes and women in front of him. Dean is actually more curious about Eve's purpose in finding him. He knows Eve's current situation. Strictly speaking, he was the one who gave Eve a chance to move up. He was also the one who cut off this opportunity. So Dean is more curious about what Eve is going to rely on to convince him to help her. A few polite greetings. Eve wiped the corner of her mouth, picked up the champagne, and after signaling to Dean, she said with a hint of meaning, Dean, do you still remember the happy time we spent together and the agreement we made? What? Dean pretended to be dumbfounded. Deputy Captain Eve, are you talking about letting me go undercover? I really have to thank you for this, otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to transfer to the murder division now, and I wouldn't be able to be promoted to detective so quickly. By the way, Deputy Captain Eve, you are about to be promoted to captain, right? This means, we each got what we needed before, and we all got the rewards we deserved. If you have something to say, just show your chips directly, don't play the emotional card for me. He did consider cooperating with Eve before and helping each other. But that was based on Eve's promotion to captain. Now Eve, although she is a deputy captain in the Anti-Crime and Drug Enforcement Division, she was parachuted in, with no one under her, and her treatment is the same as that of Old Hunter in the 4th Squadron, just a mascot. In this case, let yourself selflessly help this woman who has calculated against him? Dreaming. Eve's face was slightly stiff, and she pretended not to understand what Dean said. Yes, we had a pleasant cooperation last time, so I want to deepen our cooperation. For example, I know you hooked up with a person behind Meng, so you can be promoted so quickly. I need you to help me introduce. Hearing this, Dean looked at Eve deeply. Although Eve is a mascot, she is a woman who can get the position of deputy team leader in her early 30s. Obviously, it is not just relying on her proficient horn-blowing skills. She has her own source of information. Dean did not speak, but tapped the table again and again. The rhythmic tapping sound drove Eve's heartbeat little by little, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making her emotions fluctuate with uneasiness, as if she had returned to the night of choice 7 or 8 years ago when she exchanged her youth and beauty for the future. She suddenly realized it at this time. It turned out that unknowingly, her position and Dean's position had been swapped in just 2 months. Eve didn't like this feeling very much. She worked hard to climb up, just so that one day, she could pick up the dignity that she had thrown on the ground and trampled on. Just when Eve was thinking about it, Dean stopped knocking and said directly, "You should be more familiar with Meng than me. Why don't you find him, but find me?" When he joined the 4th Squadron, it was Eve who greeted Meng. Eve smiled bitterly. "Dean, Meng seems to be kind to others because his previous backers have lost their power, so he will face everyone with a pleasant face. But now everything is different. I received news that Meng will not stay in the detective bureau for long." Dean heard this information and became interested. Is the news accurate? Where will he go? The news is definitely accurate, but I can't reveal the source. Seeing that no one around paid attention to this corner, Eve continued in a low voice, "It's not certain yet, but it is very likely that he will be transferred to the Operations Department and the Internal Affairs Investigation Department." Hearing this, Dean fell into deep thought. These two departments are not easy to mess with. The former controls the largest force mobilization in the city, and the latter makes all Z government employees and all police officers shudder. If Eve didn't lie to him, it means that Meng is now trusted by the people behind him. Seeing Dean remain silent, Eve exhaled a breath of alcohol, her cheeks flushed, her stocking feet were like black pythons. In front of the waiters, she quietly reached out and climbed up to the place where dragons are hidden, rubbing against each other familiarly, and said in a tender voice, "Dean, let's go to another place to talk." Dean reached out and grabbed the other's dishonest foot, and threw it aside. "Eve, I can help you say hello to Mon, but what can you bring to me? How about me?" Eve's eyes were as charming as silk. "Last time I wanted to try the happiness of a female knight." Dean just watched her performance quietly without saying a word. His previous life made him have a habit that is difficult to change. Get rewarded and complete the agreement. This can be seen from Dean's style of doing things. He is an egoist. Whether it is family affection, friendship, love or other emotional values, he must get it first before he is willing to give it, otherwise it must be profitable. Eve asked him to do something, but he could not see any visible gains. Maybe he would have to sleep with him from time to time for the sake of future stability. Dean would be stupid to agree. Eve felt uncomfortable under Dean's calm and clear eyes. The smile on her face slowly disappeared. In order to hide her embarrassment, she stretched out her hand and pulled the hair on her forehead, and finally revealed her trump card. "When I was young, I gained the friendship of an old man. Although he has passed away now, I still have some connections, which is why I am so well informed. If you can help me take the position of captain, we can not only form an offensive and defensive alliance in the future, but I will also open the door to convenience and some inconvenient things." Eve paused and emphasized, "Dean, there are only so many resources. Even if you are in the same camp, in order to make your life better, the competition is very strong. You need an ally of the same size." After that, she leaned back in the chair, twisted her fingers together, hiding her uneasiness and anxiety. The trump card has been played. If it still doesn't work, she can now consider where to live in her old age. Eve thought she would have to wait a long time before she could get Dean's reply. Unexpectedly, Dean listened to her and nodded. I will help you calm on, but there is one thing. He stood up, walked to Eve's side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, remember, I am who I am, and I never join any camp. Eve was still wondering what Dean meant by the last sentence. Dean had already pulled her up. Eve said coquettishly, Dean, what are you doing? Now that the matter has been discussed, the night is long, let's go. Captain Eve, I want to discuss with you about playing and singing musical instruments the next day. Dean got up a little late. He rarely put on his police uniform and came to the office of the 4th Squadron in high spirits. After the Christmas holiday, everyone in the 4th Squadron is in good condition except Lawrence and Phoebe, who have not returned to the team. Along the way, Dean greeted everyone enthusiastically. Hi, Daisy, you look beautiful today. Daisy, who was chewing a hot dog, was about to respond. The next moment, she was biting the hot dog, stunned in place, until Dean disappeared from her sight. Then she suddenly woke up and rubbed her eyes. FK, is this Dean? This bastard, so handsome in uniform. You use the uniform to seduce, test a lace? Which lace can withstand such a test? At this moment, Daisy felt that she wanted to cheat on Dean and abandon her new best friend. Harry heard the noise and turned around, with a cigarette in his mouth. He happened to see Dean's back as he walked towards the captain's office. He looked at Daisy standing next to the printer in confusion. Hey, who is that just now? The back looks familiar. Members of the Detective Bureau usually rarely wear flashy uniforms. That's Dean. He looks like he's in a good mood. Daisy looked at Harry with a tangled look in her eyes. Harry, what kind of girl do you think Dean likes? I have a friend who just broke up with her boyfriend. Harry chuckled. Haven't you heard of Dean's nicknames? What nicknames? A lot. I only learned about them when I was drinking with my friends, such as the headshot inspector and the female bulldozer. For the safety of your friend, I suggest you introduce her to me. Get lost. Daisy swallowed a hot dog in her hand, gave Harry a middle finger, and turned away. Harry was right. Dean is a jerk, a scumbag. If I get close to him, I won't be able to eat meat. I might even let Dean take away my girlfriends and cheat on me. So forget it, just be a lesbian. After teasing Daisy, Harry touched his chin and felt a little strange. By the way, why does it feel like Dean has more and more nicknames recently, and they are all very accurate? Who made them up? This guy, every time he drinks, he talks loudly, and has forgotten that these things were spread from him and finally came back. Office. Manon, with his arm still unhealed in a sling, was chatting with netizens using one finger Zen. When he saw Dean coming, he immediately turned off the computer and said seriously, Dean, why do you want to help Eve? That woman is not as simple as you think. Dean explained casually, I don't like to owe favors to people. She helped me transfer to the murder division before, so she asked, and I couldn't refuse. Captain, if you feel embarrassed, just ignore it. Manon shook his head. Forget it, just give her a chance. Whether it can succeed depends on her. It's all a small matter. Of course, this was for Dean's sake. Manon already knew that he would be transferred in a while, and Dean, a rising star, was the good fortune for him to stay in the robbery and murder division. So when Dean asked, he didn't refuse and gave Dean face. The two chatted briefly about the theft case of the 1st Squadron before. Meng En looked at the time, took out the previous appointment letter and a light golden police badge from the drawer and put them on the table. He said with a somewhat ugly face, Dean, this is your appointment letter for Detective Chief. Originally, the deputy director was supposed to help you deal with this matter, but this old guy doesn't like mixed-race people. I don't need him to like it. Dean's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction. He took the appointment letter and added, by the way, Captain, what's the name of that old guy? Raffison, an old guy who is about to retire and get out. This kind of person has no desires and does things as he pleases, so I'm sorry that I can't give you a perfect promotion ceremony. Dean remembered this name in his heart. Los Angeles is actually a wealthy city with a large number of immigrants. There are not many extreme racists like this, otherwise Dean's father would not have become a detective. But not many does not mean there are none. If you meet one, it will make you feel like stepping on dog poop, which is not very harmful, but disgusting. Dean made up his mind that if he had the chance, he would give Raffison a surprise, as a warning to others, you can discriminate, but if you dare to show it, I will dare to deal with you. As the room for choice became larger and larger, Dean did things more and more freely, and was no longer as depressed as at the beginning. After explaining the matter, Dean took out a leave application that he had prepared long ago. "Captain, I need to take a few days off." Grandpa called to tell him that the meeting time of the Lucchese family was in mid-January, which was the day after tomorrow. The time was very tight, so Dean had to leave as soon as possible. Mon agreed directly. "This is your power, but a group of new people will join us soon, and I hope you can bring a few of them with you." Dean nodded and agreed, and invited Mon to his promotion party in the evening. In less than 3 months, Dean quickly upgraded from a trainee rookie police officer to detective. This exaggerated speed was largely due to the hiring system here. Rules are rules. But when there are people who make the rules to help, and you are good enough, you can act without following the rules. A night of revelry. The next day, Dean, who was a little hungover, replied to a lot of text messages on his phone from people he knew and didn't know, congratulating him on his promotion, and was driven to the airport by his brother. Baker's Age is a group of people who are influenced by those gangster movies. He wanted to say something but stopped. Dean didn't give him a chance, and went to the terminal through the VIP channel. Grandpa Ryan said before that the gathering of the Lucchese family in New York would most likely start around February, so that it would be convenient for family members scattered around to adjust their schedules. This time it was brought forward to mid-January. Dean had a hunch that this gathering would be a good show, and it might be a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters and build his own framework in the underworld. The extra update will be put on tomorrow morning. Brothers. Good night. Chapter 138, Air Crisis. It takes more than 6 hours to fly from Los Angeles to New York. Dean would not treat himself badly. He booked a first-class cabin. Dean sat in a comfortable chair, declined the enthusiastic flight attendant, and took a book and read it carefully. This is a book about animal habits. The dog trainer Boko's cultural level is not very high. The semi-finished book Taming Intelligent Species from Body to Mind Left Behind is written wherever he thinks of, without organizing the content. After reading it, Dean found that he had no idea about many things, and he was confused. But some magical ideas in the book are mind-opening. Boko, this pervert, is undoubtedly a genius in animal training. He divides all animals into IQ plus animal nature, and uses a big stick plus reward method to train them according to different types. For example, the obedience and loyalty of canines. Although their IQ upper limit is not high, their obedience is not weak. This can be targeted through food rewards, cultivating canines' conditioned reflexes and command recognition, and then targeted training. Another example is humans. Although humans have a high IQ, they are too emotional. They need to destroy the original cognition, self-esteem, self-confidence, etc. of the domesticated object step by step, so that the other party loses himself, and then brainwashes through various means to rebuild a cognition and behavior habit centered on you. Pool between men and women is actually a gentle version of this method. Dean thinks that these things will be of great help to his research on psychology, so he is very motivated to learn. He swears that it is definitely not a strange idea. Time passed. The plane shook slightly, and the pressure came. Dean has a strong physique and continued to flip through the book in his hand as if nothing had happened. The pale little girl sitting not far from him covered her ears, and her pitiful little face showed strong discomfort. This is because when the plane takes off and lands, it will cause a pressure difference in the ear canal of the person, causing the eardrum to swell and cause discomfort. Under normal circumstances, this discomfort lasts for a short time. But for some people who have physical problems, it will cause big problems. The girl in front of Dean is like this. She just felt an itch in her throat and discomfort in her ears. She was trying to open her mouth to relieve the discomfort, but she felt a dazed feeling rushing to her head. The next moment, the little girl's eyes went dark and her head dropped directly. Dean was sitting next to her. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and looked. His face changed slightly. He pulled off his seat belt and appeared in front of the little girl's seat with one step. His fingers touched her neck artery. "Sir, the plane is climbing now, please sit back in your seat." The beautiful stewardess in the first-class cabin saw Dean's actions and hurriedly stopped him, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Her exclamation also attracted the eyes of 3 or 4 people around her. One of the middle-aged men with a full beard saw Dean pressing his fingers on the little girl's neck, as if strangling her, and his face was full of anger. "Asshole, what did you do to my daughter?" "Shut up." Dean's eyes swept over the other man fiercely, intimidating the aggressive man, and then he unbuckled the girl's seatbelt and held her in his arms. While letting her keep her head up, he took out a morphine he brought with him from his waist and injected it. The United States in this parallel world has not yet encountered a major traffic crisis caused by human beings, so domestic flight security is still very lax. Although he didn't bring a gun up, he brought these morphine injections up openly. When the middle-aged man came to his senses, Dean had already pushed half of the medicine in. This dose was not low for a little girl who looked only 8 or 9 years old. If it didn't work, it would mean that she was unlucky. All this seemed cumbersome, but it actually happened within a few seconds. The man finally came to his senses from the shock of Dean's eyes. He unbuckled his seatbelt with a ferocious look on his face, and regardless of the turbulence of the plane that had not yet completely stabilized, he rushed to Dean and grabbed his clothes angrily. FK Dean was not going to tolerate him. Without waiting for the man to vent his anger, he threw him back to his seat with a flick of his hand. The stewardess finally realized that something was wrong. She quietly pressed the button under the seat, unbuckled her seatbelt, and rushed to the little girl's seat. At the same time, she saw the little girl with her eyes closed and motionless, and the pocket syringe in Dean's hand. The stewardess's face changed drastically. "What did you do to her?" "This bastard injected an unknown drug into my daughter. Call the air police." The middle-aged man who was thrown back to his seat climbed up again and roared, struggling to rush to Dean again. Hearing this, the other 2 male passengers also changed their faces slightly, unbuckled their seatbelts, and prepared to do something brave. Dean was not panicked at all. The girl's abnormally high blood pressure was obvious, and she was an emergency rescue. Even if the man sued her afterwards, she would only have to pay money. He is not short of money now. If the girl dies, the man will find trouble with him afterwards. This kind act of saving people, knowing that it is impossible to do it, but still being slandered for paying money afterwards, once it is publicized, it is in line with the American personal tragic heroism and has a large fan market. With a little operation, he can gain huge reputation and become a real 5-star detective in Los Angeles, laying a good foundation for future promotion. On the other hand, he successfully saved the girl, and the result is needless to say. Since there will be good rewards whether he helps or not, it is natural for Dean to take action. Just when the man and the 2 brave passengers surrounded Dean aggressively. "Woo!" The little girl who had been motionless made a slight woo sound and opened her somewhat confused eyes. "Acacia, are you okay?" Seeing this, the man didn't care about finding trouble with Dean, and snatched the girl away, held her in his arms, and asked nervously. Because of the slight sedative effect of morphine, the little girl was still a little confused, but her red neck and face had returned to normal. Dean then said, "She seems to have some heart problems. The plane's ascent just now caused her blood pressure to rise suddenly, and blood rushed to her head, causing her to faint. The situation is critical. I don't have time to explain. I can only use the morphine injection on my body to try first aid." As he said, he handed the pocket syringe with half of the medicine left in his hand to the beautiful stewardess beside him. "Leave this trouble to the air police, and check the composition of the medicine afterwards." Seeing Dean's indifferent expression, the stewardess took the syringe half-heartedly. The other 2 male passengers who came to help found that they seemed to have misunderstood Dean, and they were a little embarrassed and were about to say something. Dean took the initiative to extend his hand. "You are very brave. Let me introduce myself. I am Detective Dean of the Los Angeles Police Detective Bureau. I am very happy to meet 2 brave people on this flight." These words not only eased the embarrassment of the 2 people, but also praised them. The 2 male passengers shook hands with Dean enthusiastically, exchanged business cards with him, and then sat back in their seats. Dean looked down at the business cards. One was the sales manager of a medical equipment company, a middle-class man, and the other was the CEO of a new internet company, a wealthy man. Sure enough, those who are willing to sit in first class are either rich or paid by the company. On the other side, the man finally learned the truth from his daughter, who was gradually returning to normal, and apologized to Dean with guilt. "Thank you for saving my daughter just now." The man in front of him was his daughter's savior, and he just wanted to hide him. The man felt very guilty at this moment. Dean smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and pinched the face of the little girl who was hugging the man, interrupting the man's words of gratitude. "Men, relax. You just show the reaction that a father should have when his daughter is in danger. Don't feel guilty. My sister is about the same age as your daughter. I am also very happy that she is safe now." After these words came out, not only did the man look at Dean with more guilt, but even the other first-class passengers and flight attendants who were watching could not help but admire him. This handsome young detective is really graceful and kind. "No matter what, you saved my daughter. My name is Charles. If possible, I hope you can give me your contact information. After my daughter is settled, I will definitely repay you," the man said sincerely. This can make him feel better. Dean chuckled, "Dude, there's really no need. As a detective in the Los Angeles Homicide Division, saving people from danger is the code of conduct my father, who died in the line of duty, left me. If you really want to repay me, please give a little help to someone in danger in the future without endangering yourself." Just a short sentence. Too many elements, almost full of buff. As for the effect, just look at the stewardess who is almost sticking to Dean, and the passengers who are full of admiration and respect. I can only say that people who play with psychology have dirty hearts. Unfortunately, these elites are more restrained, and no one takes the lead in applauding, which makes Dean feel that there is a lack of atmosphere. Comfort the two fathers and daughters. Dean returned to his seat and prepared to continue reading. He now needs to maintain his persona and wait for the airline and these passengers to take the initiative to spread the matter. Of course, if they don't take any action, Dean will also take the initiative to arrange a passenger to accidentally leak the matter, and it will happen to be paid attention to by some media, and finally trigger public opinion. Flipping through the book, a faint fragrance entered the tip of his nose. It turned out to be the stewardess from before, half squatting in front of Dean. Regardless of the spring light that was leaking, she said admiringly, "Heroes should not be unknown, sir. I will report this matter to the company to thank you for helping us avoid a trouble. Generally, customers who sit in the first-class cabin have some status. If the little girl died on the plane, no matter what the cause was, it would affect the reputation of their airline." Dean glanced at the other side's open mountains and was about to say something, but suddenly his eyes caught a glimpse of the sunken button on the flight attendant's seat and the syringe in her hand. His face changed slightly. "Did you secretly call the air police just now?" The female stewardess thought that Dean was blaming her and misunderstood herself, and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, I mistakenly thought you were hurting the little girl, so for safety reasons, I pressed the call button." 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Dean exhaled and unbuckled his seatbelt again. "What?" The stewardess was stunned at first, and then she saw the syringe in her hand and realized that Dean was talking about time. More than 3 minutes had passed since the incident. Where are the air police? No. And why is there no movement or feedback in the cockpit? The beautiful face of the stewardess flashed with fear, and she wanted to say something, but was blocked by Dean. "Don't shout. Take me to the tea room. I need some weapons like knives and forks." The stewardess nodded repeatedly. The two walked towards the tea room quietly. Charles, who was comforting his daughter, noticed their actions and smiled knowingly. Beauty loves heroes. It seems that this handsome detective is preparing to have a memorable airshock with a beautiful female flight attendant in the first-class cabin. It's great to be young. At that time, the plane could be equipped with iron knives and forks. Very loose. Chapter 139. Being a scumbag in America is too risky. Because he was in a hurry. The flight that Dean took was not from a big airline. Otherwise, there would not be only one female flight attendant in the first-class cabin. This flight was a short-distance flight, which took more than 6 hours. Although there were meals and drinks, they were not very high-end. Fortunately, there were knives and forks. They were not very sharp, but they were deadly enough. Under the nervous gaze of the beautiful female flight attendant, Dean cleared out the weapons that were deadly enough here, and prepared some seasoning version of lime powder for himself. He walked in front of the flight attendant, hugged her, and gently comforted her. "Calm down, don't be afraid. No matter what happens on the plane, I will take action." He was not picking up girls, but to have a helper who could stabilize his emotions. The situation is very troublesome now. The air police hiding on the plane lost contact. After the female flight attendant secretly pressed the emergency button, there was no movement in the cockpit in front of the first-class cabin. This means that not only is there a problem in the economy class, but at least one of the two pilots in the cockpit has a problem. Airplanes are not like land. Once there is danger, even a strong person like Dean will have no way out. So he must know the general situation of the plane now. The beautiful stewardess felt Dean's strong heartbeat and gentle comfort, and her panic and helplessness gradually calmed down. She took a few deep breaths and said firmly, "I'm fine, Mr. Inspector, how can I help you?" Dean stared at the aisle between the first class and economy class, put his ear to her, and whispered, "Tell me the situation here, and the safety regulations. We are just a fixed flight, so every time we fly, we will only randomly assign an air police officer with a hidden identity. There are a total of 87 passengers on this flight. There are 7 crew members. Among them, there are 2 pilots, 3 female and 2 male flight attendants, and 4 people in business class and economy class. I can speak 5 languages, so I was arranged in first class." The calm and beautiful female flight attendant clearly told the general situation on the plane. Dean looked at the blonde beauty in surprise. The other party actually knows 5 languages, which is also a talent. I just don't know why she chose to become a flight attendant. After all, this is actually not cost-effective. But now is not the time to be curious about this. "My name is Dean. What's your name?" "Catherine." Dean quickly sorted out the situation on the plane and grasped the key points. "Catherine, you performed very well. I need to know the alarm button on the plane now, how many places it is connected to, and the identity of the air marshal. Are you sure no one knows it?" After receiving the praise, Catherine became calmer. She thought briefly and confirmed, "There is one alarm button in each of the economy class, business class, and first class. It is usually difficult to use, but once used, it will be sent to the cockpit, the alarm in the hands of the air marshal, and the ground base at the first time, regardless of whether it is a misunderstanding or not. After the flight, an explanation must be given for the alarm, and a report signed by all crew members must be presented for backup and archiving. As for the identity of the air marshal," Catherine shook her head, "although these guys have a strict confidentiality system and are often rotated, there are rarely disputes on the plane, so they are all lazy and even go to hook up with female passengers and female flight attendants. So I'm not sure if the air marshal this time knows anyone in the crew." Dean nodded. In his previous life, when air marshals were on duty and boarding the plane, some would show their IDs, while others would directly show their flight crew registration certificates to prove their crew identities. So generally, experienced flight attendants could guess who the air marshals were on the flight. The system in this world is more complete. But the system is implemented by people, and there are still many loopholes. There is still too little known information at present. But the unknown terrorists exposed a very critical piece of information. Dean whispered a few words in the ear of the female flight attendant, then came to her seat, squatted down and observed the hidden emergency button. According to the flight attendant's description, once the button is activated, then the crew, air marshals, and the ground base will receive the message immediately. In this case, regardless of whether the situation in the economy class and the cockpit is normal or not, someone should come in to check the situation, and the ground base will also send inquiries. But now it has been nearly 10 minutes, and the first class, business class, and economy class are still calm. This is abnormal. Unless the circuit of the emergency button has been modified. Dean had no knowledge of electronic equipment, but he was very observant and easily found that there were slight scratches on the button connection. This place had indeed been touched recently. Dean was relieved. He turned his head and winked at Catherine. Catherine bit her lip, suddenly squatted down, kissed Dean on the mouth, took 2 deep breaths, and walked towards the business class. Dean touched his lips, smiled, and looked at Catherine's back as she left, but there was no emotion in his eyes. This stupid woman didn't know. He had used her twice. The first time was at the catering table. He seemed to be hugging Catherine to comfort her, but in fact, once a gunman came into the first-class cabin, Catherine would be the best meat shield. The second time is now. Although Dean guessed that this unknown attack had not yet started based on the modified alarm button, if he guessed wrong, Catherine would be a free cannon fodder used to explore the way. Haha, I actually thought about these things. It seems that my heart is indeed softer than before, otherwise how could I have such a reflective thought? Dean laughed at himself, playing with the dinner knife in his hand, paying attention to the situation of the first-class passengers, while his ears trembled slightly, collecting all the movements from the business class and economy class. The people in the first-class cabin did not know that this plane was about to track unknown dangers. They were either reading magazines or resting with their eyes closed. Except for the father and daughter whose daughter was almost in trouble, they seemed very quiet at this moment. The business class was probably the same. However, the plane had only taken off for more than 10 minutes, and there were at least 6 hours before the end of the journey, So some passengers who knew each other still had some energy to chat. After waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, dong dong, a small knocking sound came from the wall first, and then footsteps came. Catherine is back. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1-6, one book, one bar, one look. This is the code agreed by the two. Of course, the main reason is that the first-class cabin is far away from the aircraft engine and is noise isolating with special materials, so this can be done. Catherine went out to investigate the situation, no doubt under great psychological pressure. Seeing Dean again. Without saying a word, she hugged Dean, stood on tiptoes, and began to nibble enthusiastically. If Dean hadn't stopped her, this woman would have even wanted to pull out his gun on the spot. Relieve the pressure. Catherine licked her lips contentedly, and then reported the situation she had investigated. Business class and economy class are currently all normal, and the flight attendants are also fine. Dean nodded. This is also normal. The emergency buttons have been changed, which means that this group of terrorists has planted people in the airport aircrew, and they want a lot, and they don't want to make a commotion as soon as the plane takes off, so that the people on the ground base will find something unusual. Generally, there are only two purposes for the forces that hijack public transportation. One is to simply act as a suicide terrorist attack, causing widespread panic among the people, and retaliate. This is not difficult to understand. The United States Federation is making trouble overseas, and there are many people who hate it. The plane is a big target and has many passengers. After hijacking, terrorists can drive it into a random landmark building, which will be a big news that shocks the world. The authorities cannot cover it up. Another purpose is to threaten the authorities and achieve a certain goal. For example, the boss of a certain organization is imprisoned. In order to rescue the boss, the younger brothers suddenly have a whim to hijack a plane to threaten or extort a huge amount of money. This is also reasonable. Because the plane is flying at high altitude, there is nowhere to escape if something happens. Only a little explosives can shock all passengers. And even if the authorities know the situation, it is difficult to rescue. With these ideas, the next step is easy. If the enemy does not move, I will move. The most important thing now is to find out the motives, plans, and personnel arrangements of the unknown enemy. The outside must be stable inside. Dean plans to first determine the situation in the first class and cockpit to see if he can catch the hidden terrorist members before proceeding with the next plan. Kathleen, you are like this. Catherine was a little uneasy after hearing Dean's plan. Are you sure there are really terrorists on the plane now? If I'm wrong, not only will my career be ruined, I'm afraid you will also face high claims from the airline. Dean shrugged. I can only be sure that someone did tamper with this security alarm, but that's enough. As long as you perform well, the passengers will think it's a misunderstanding at most. Catherine was still a little hesitant, but Dean's devilish whisper came to her ear, and even if you are fired, I will support you, I swear. The impact of the hot breath made this woman, who had a good impression of Dean, a little dizzy. The man's firm promise also impacted Catherine's originally uneasy heart. She bit her lip, hugged Dean tightly, and murmured, I believe you, even if it is really a misunderstanding in the end. I will say that I took the initiative to ask you for help, but if you let me down, I swear, I will definitely bring my grandmother's shotgun to find you. Dean. Damn, being a scumbag in America is too risky. Brothers should have noticed. The updates these days are a bit weak. The main reason is that Gaozai has become a little sheep. I just had a sore throat yesterday. If the staff hadn't said I was a sheep, I wouldn't have known, but because it was just a sore throat, I didn't mention it in the book yesterday. Gaozai estimated that Gaozai had been infected on the day when he had a low fever. This morning, Gaozai was hot and weak all over, and couldn't breathe. He couldn't sleep at all. It wasn't until after 9 in the morning that he fell asleep. Gaozai woke up at around 6 in the afternoon. It's funny. The staff at the quarantine point saw that the food outside was not touched, and thought that Gaozai was hungry, so they knocked on the door to wake up Gaozai. I asked, I am in a normal situation now, which will probably last for 2 to 3 days, and the longest is about a week, but I need enough rest. So in the next few days, Gaozai may only update 6,000 to 7,000 words a day, with 2 chapters as a minimum. It depends on the specific status. This is not selling misery. Please don't give rewards. Brothers, subscribing and supporting are enough, so there is really no need to give rewards. Finally, brothers, If you go out next time, be sure to protect yourself. If you get caught, don't be nervous and keep a good attitude. After reading the comments, I would like to add one sentence: the dog thief is really fine, otherwise there would be no way to update, so brothers, don't worry, just pay attention to protecting yourself. Chapter 140. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. The situation is a bit complicated at the moment. It is unclear who the enemy is, what means of threat are unclear, and it is unclear whether there are any terrorists hidden among the crew and passengers. What Dean has to do is to start from the first-class cabin and rely on his observation and force to find a way out. In this situation, it is difficult for one person to take care of all aspects. He needs more helpers. Dean first asked Catherine about the relevant information of the crew, and then asked her to call Charles and his daughter, as well as the two passengers who had acted bravely, without attracting attention. This is thanks to the luxurious design of the first-class cabin. The distance between each seat is not close, and there are only 4 rows of seats for 8 people. So when 3 adults and 1 child gathered in the tea room, they did not attract the attention of the 4 people in front. "Inspector Dean, what are you doing?" Charles held his daughter and looked at Dean with some uneasiness, and the other 2 did the same. They have been flying for so many years, and this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. Elites act relatively selfishly and paranoidly. If it weren't for Dean's previous performance and his self-exposed identity as a detective, which gave them initial trust in Dean, they probably wouldn't have cooperated so well. Dean lowered his voice and spoke at a moderate speed to briefly describe the current situation. At the same time, he said seriously, "This is not a joke, and I won't joke about my future that I can see with my naked eyes." He took out his police badge and ID to strengthen the confidence of the 3 people. "Our lives are now tied together. Guys, if you don't want your lifelong struggle to benefit others and want to enjoy the beauty of life, then please be sure to guard the first-class aisle." While speaking, Dean has been paying attention to the expressions of the 3 people, making sure that the 3 people's reaction to hearing about the terrorist attack is normal, and there is a high probability that there will be no problem. If this is still a disaster, he will admit it. The light gold police badge and Dean's previous performance made the 3 experienced middle-aged men choose to believe Dean. The little girl was handed over to Catherine for care. The 3 men sat in the seats that Dean and Charles had taken before, to prevent any mistakes in Dean's actions, so that possible terrorists could escape from the first-class cabin and cause commotion in other areas. Everything was ready. Dean hid the knife in his sleeve and clapped his hands to attract the attention of the other 4 passengers. Then he said seriously, "FBI, there are terrorists among you. No more unnecessary movements are allowed. I need to search you." The remaining 4 passengers were 3 men and 1 woman. They looked at Dean, either in shock or confusion. The woman, who was close to the cockpit, dressed in expensive clothes and dressed like a lady, was particularly timid. She grabbed a handbag to cover her chest and exclaimed, "Oh my God." The next moment, rip! The sound of clothes and pants being torn came. Dean was like a cheetah. His legs exploded and he tore open his trousers. He crossed a distance of more than 5 meters in 2 steps. A silver-white light flashed on his hands, and he nailed the lady's raised hands to the seat. This scene frightened the 3 passengers. The lady looked at her hands pierced by the knife stupidly, and her slow nerves transmitted the pain of torn flesh to her head. She opened her mouth and was about to scream, but a piece of napkin was stuffed into her open mouth just right, turning her scream into a whimper. Dean's movements were smooth and flowing. After doing all this, the other 3 passengers came to their senses. Before they could scream, Dean roughly tore off the lady's clothes. Snap! A plastic revolver the size of an adult's palm fell to the ground, suppressing everyone's doubts again. Just now, the woman wanted to use the handbag to cover her hand and reach out for a gun. Dean was very satisfied with the psychological quality of these first-class passengers. He whistled, picked up the revolver, and quickly played with it to get familiar with it. This plastic gun looks like a toy, but in fact, it is just as lethal at close range, and it is not easy to be detected by current security checks. This is indeed a premeditated terrorist attack. Guns in hand. Dean's confidence was completely different. He put his finger to his mouth and motioned for everyone to keep quiet, then dumped the woman's handbag into the aisle. In addition to some ordinary cosmetics, there was also a small electronic device hidden inside, but it was not activated. Dean guessed that it was a communication tool. In addition, after Dean smelled a lipstick, He also carefully put it aside. This is a very sophisticated miniature bomb. It may be useless on the ground and can be easily dodged, but in a narrow area like an airplane, it is a powerful weapon. Currently, airplane security checks are relatively relaxed, especially in first class. This is why this woman dressed as a lady can bring these things on board so easily. Looking at the plastic revolver in Dean's hand, many passengers were horrified and quickly believed Dean's previous words about the terrorist attack. Charles and the others came over, still in shock, and asked, "Inspector, how do you know this woman is suspicious?" Dean turned his revolver and said with a smile, "I can analyze micro-expressions. Her movements are too abnormal. I have never seen a lady who would secretly grab her nano when she is panicked." Haha, this interesting statement made several men laugh, dispelling some of the tension in their hearts. Catherine hugged the little girl and gave Dean a charming look, but in her heart, she was more and more obsessed with Dean's calm demeanor in life and death. Isn't this the high-quality partner she wants to find? Especially. Catherine glanced at Dean's trousers that were torn because of excessive force, and swallowed her saliva. They didn't know. This was just Dean's excuse. Micro-expressions are not superpowers that can detect abnormalities in an instant. At least Dean can't do it so well at the moment. The reason why he took action was because among the 4 passengers, only this woman moved. In the face of life and death threats, Dean would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. He simply comforted the other 3 passengers. Dean walked up to the woman who was staring at him fiercely and had no ladylike temperament at all, pinched her mouth, and tore off the tablecloth. "If you don't want to spend an unforgettable day, tell me how many people you have and what you are going to do." "How?" the woman sneered, her chest heaving, taking a deep breath, and was about to scream to remind her companions. There was a loud bang. The woman looked blankly at her palm nailed to the chair, but saw that her slender and beautiful index finger, like curled up a hoe-high, was twisted and deformed, and raised high. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Woo, she was about to scream, but Dean's big hand covered her mouth tightly, and she watched Dean crush her fingers one by one. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. This kind of short-term pain, let alone a seemingly delicate woman, even a warrior with strong willpower, would find it difficult to overcome the physical reaction caused by the severe pain. Tears, saliva, and snot flowed out of the woman's mouth, eyes, and nose uncontrollably. Her delicate face was distorted by the pain, and her potential burst out. She even pulled out her palm that was nailed by the knife and fork, trying to tear open Dean's palm that was covering her mouth, and screaming to vent the accumulated pain. But Dean's palm was like steel, and it didn't move in the face of the woman's desperate struggle. After the explosion of the woman's pain dissipated, he took out a morphine syringe from his waist. "This is a painkiller. It can eliminate the pain you are going to endure now and later. I'll give you one last chance. How many people are there and what is your purpose?" After saying that, Dean's palm showed a gap. The woman, who was about to roll her eyes, breathed deeply for a few seconds like a faint, and then said weakly, "Go to hell." The next moment, she opened her mouth and bit Dean's palm viciously. Dean frowned slightly, and was about to use more cruel and violent means to pry open the woman's mouth. How could he know? The woman's attack was just a feint. With a puff, Dean was caught off guard. The lady, dressed like a noble woman, actually endured the severe pain and used the knife in her palm to forcibly cut a big hole in her throat. Zizzy blood spurted out like a fountain under high pressure, and blood spots surged, instantly dyeing the wall in front of the woman into blood, leaving shocking blood marks. The woman smiled crazily at Dean, tilted her head, and stopped moving. She was mocking. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They rarely come into contact with such lunatics, let alone seeing someone cut his throat with a knife. The woman's crazy behavior like a dead soldier made Dean realize the seriousness of the matter. As mentioned before, hijacking generally has only 2 situations. 1. Hijacking is just a means of threat to achieve a certain purpose. 2. Hijacking is a suicide attack method used by a certain group to retaliate and deter and cause a big commotion. Now it seems the organization the woman belongs to is likely to be for the latter. Dean and his friends were just the innocent unlucky ones affected. Dean stuffed a napkin into the gap in the woman's throat with a gloomy face to stop the blood from splattering, then turned around to comfort everyone. "Although I don't want to admit it, this group of people is crazier than I thought. Next, we will die at any time. I need you to stay calm and save yourself with me." Whatever you say, we will do. Charles looked at his daughter who was huddled in Catherine's arms in fear, and his tone was firm. He would never allow his daughter to wither on this plane before enjoying all the beauty of the world. The other passengers also gritted their teeth and suppressed the panic in their hearts, and nodded to agree with Charles' words. At worst, they were all wealthy middle-class people, and no one wanted to die here. Stabilize the team. Dean looked at Catherine. Now that the existence of terrorists has been confirmed, Catherine, I need you to open the door of the cockpit. The cockpit is the lifeblood of the plane. Dean must ensure the safety inside before he will choose to go to business class and economy class to continue the next step. For his own life? Better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Dean was ready for a killing spree. Catherine handed the little girl in her arms to Charles, took a few deep breaths, adjusted her mood, and quickly entered the password outside the cabin door. There was a slight beep. The password screen lit up green. Seeing this, Dean wanted to push the cabin door open, but found that the cabin door did not move at all. It was locked from the inside. This movement attracted the attention of the cockpit. Zilla, there was a noise from the intercom outside the cabin door. Catherine. Catherine clenched her fists, showing a proud grin on her face, and said in a light tone, Captain Luther, I prepared coffee and some snacks for you and Mel, please open the cabin door. Is the cabin door locked? The captain's puzzled voice came from the intercom, followed by another man's explanation, maybe I locked it when I came in, I'll go open it. The communication was hung up, accompanied by a slight click of unlocking. The door of the cockpit was opened. There are still 1 or 2 chapters. It may be later, but it will happen. Chapter 141. I can tell at a glance that you are not really a murderer. Before the door opened, a tingling sensation surged into his chest. Dean's pupils shrank. This familiar feeling. Instinctively, he grabbed Catherine, who was 1.8 meters tall, and his figure flashed. The next moment, the black muzzle of the gun stretched out, without any hesitation, aimed at the opening, and fired repeatedly. Bang, 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 6 shots in a row. Blood splattered and screams rang out. The originally calm first-class cabin suddenly became a mess. FK, Mel, bring your gun up. Woo, Captain Luther, who was slow to react, was knocked unconscious by Mel's punch before he finished speaking. Empty the magazine. While changing the magazine, Mel opened his collar and quickly said to the top pocket button, there's a problem in the first-class cabin, directly. At this moment, a palm pressed firmly on the cabin door that was about to close. Mel's expression changed, and his right hand turned nimbly, raising the muzzle of the gun again, and was about to kill the person blocking the door. A huge force hit him. As Mel's body became unstable, a fist like a sandbag hit him on the forehead, knocking him back and hitting the co-pilot seat hard, losing consciousness. Mel. A low voice came from above the button. This has been exposed. Dean remembered the voice, picked up the plastic revolver that the other party dropped, and took out a dozen matching bullets from the other party's mouth and put them in his pocket. He said to Catherine and others, leave 2 people to tie him up and let the captain regain consciousness. Catherine, you explain the situation through the radio and let everyone raise their hands to avoid misunderstandings. The rest of you follow me to other cabins now. After speaking, he hung the police badge on his chest, holding the gun in both hands, and strode to the business class and economy class. Plans cannot keep up with changes. This is a terrorist organization with a strict plan. That lady is simply the other party's hidden player left in the first-class cabin. Once someone knocks on the door and the lady does not make a safety notification, the people inside will give orders without hesitation and start in advance. It's hard to guard against. When Mel was inside the door, he had already issued the order to launch the plan. Now the only way to break the situation is by force. Through bloody means, forcefully suppress everyone on this plane, and don't give the other party any chance. Dean is now only thankful that the plane is currently in autopilot mode. Even if the captain is in a coma, nothing will happen for a while. The only thing to worry about is that this group of robbers installed a remote-controlled bomb on the plane. Now we can only take a chance. Inspector, what should we do next? Several people hurriedly followed Dean to the business class and asked him what to do. They were lucky just now. Mel's bullets all hit the body of his companion, the lady, so no one was injured. Dean didn't even turn his head, showed his gun in both hands, and shouted, FBI, terrorists have sneaked into the plane. Everyone raise your hands, don't cause misunderstandings. Some people looked confused, some people slept soundly, some people listened to the song and shook their heads, and some people looked confused. 2 flight attendants, 1 man and 1 woman, looked at Dean and his group with horror and bewilderment, especially the toy revolver in his hand, wondering if he was on drugs. Ding dong, a familiar broadcast sounded from the side wall of the cabin. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, terrorists have been found on the plane. Please stay in your seats, raise your hands, and wait for the arrangements of Inspector Dean. Don't cause misunderstandings. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Several broadcasts were made in a row. The cabin, which was originally confused, finally reacted, but it was also in chaos. Some people raised their hands tremblingly, and some people held their heads and wanted to hide. 2 flight attendants, 1 man and 1 woman, heard Catherine's voice and stood beside Dean and others very nervously, not knowing what to do next. Dean's eyes were like knives. He glanced around and without any hesitation, raised his hand and fired 3 shots, accurately hitting the head. The 2 men and 1 woman who were scattered on both sides did not say a word. As soon as they stood up, they were shot in the eye sockets accurately and fell down with their heads raised. The gunshots finally suppressed the chaotic crowd. Dean spoke again, "Everyone stay in your original position, raise your hands, and don't make any unnecessary movements. 3 headshots are more effective than any words." On the plane, regardless of gender, age or status, everyone sat in their original positions, raised their hands honestly, and dared not move. Dean then gestured to the people behind him, "Go search the bodies of the 3 dead people to see if there are any weapons. I need you to help me guard the business class." Small airlines have their own advantages. This plane is not big. Although there are first class, business class and economy class, there are only more than 80 passengers in total. The passengers are also distributed on the left and right sides, and there is an aisle in the middle, which is easy to control. Charles and the 2 brave men who had acted bravely before listened to Dean the most. They searched the 2 men and 1 woman quickly and actually found guns on them. Charles saw what was in his hand, but his face changed drastically. He quickly stuffed it into his clothes, then hurried to Dean and handed him a small notebook. "Inspector Dean, something is wrong." Dean looked down. "Fuck." Quick reaction. Among the 2 men and 1 woman, 1 man turned out to be an air police officer. Dean's eyes flashed with cruelty. "He died from robbers, Charles." Charles' hands trembled, and he nodded hesitantly. "I won't tell anyone, but many people have seen it." He was not a kind person. He was willing to keep a secret for Dean, who saved his daughter's life, but there were so many people here, how could he keep a secret? "Don't worry, he will only die from the hands of robbers." Dean glanced at the 2 flight attendants next to him, frightening them so much that they covered their mouths tightly and went limp. Then he stretched out his hand to Charles. "Give me the gun." Charles met Dean's cold eyes, and his heart trembled. He quickly stuffed a Lawlix 17, 2 magazines, and the certificate hidden under his clothes into Dean's hands. Dean showed satisfaction in his eyes. Plastic revolvers, due to their material, may not be able to kill some strong people with 1 shot. The Lawlix 17 is much more powerful. He handed the plastic revolver in his hand to Charles and told him, "This group of people may have hidden remote-controlled bombs on the plane. If you want to take your daughter down safely, help me keep an eye on this place. As long as someone puts down his hand and there is any unusual movement, shoot." Catherine's broadcast was equivalent to exposing herself. The situation in the economy class will definitely be very troublesome next time, and Dean has no time to waste on it. Charles is not an ordinary person, and it is rare for people here to not be able to play with guns. He skillfully checked the revolver in his hand and nodded heavily. "For my daughter, don't worry, I won't be soft-hearted." Dean nodded, holding the Lawlix 17 in one hand and the reloaded plastic revolver in the other. He touched the economy class alone. According to Catherine's introduction, the economy class is almost full because of the low unit price, and there are about 50 passengers there. This also means that the number of terrorists hiding inside is probably the largest, and they are probably well prepared. They will not give Dean the chance to take the initiative like the first class and business class cabins. Dean's pace is very slow. His 6th sense of early warning is sometimes effective and sometimes not. It cannot be used as a basis. He can only rely on his own reaction speed, so he must concentrate. Close to the small door between the business class and the economy class. No mistake, 1 poem, 1 post, 1 content, 1619, one book, one bar, take a look. Suppressed crying, begging, and scolding came. Dean's heart sank. This means that the terrorists inside have defected. They now have at least more than 50 hostages in their hands. Dean sighed and murmured, life and death are determined by fate. I'm sorry, I just want to live. The next moment, he rushed in with a firm look. He glanced around in an instant. Everything was in sight, and with his brain running at overspeed, he locked onto the possible target. Dean did not hesitate at all. He raised his left and right hands, and the two guns were like automatic rifles, spraying more than 10 gun flames. The gunshots stopped. All the noise in the economy class suddenly stopped. 7 or 8 standing figures, as if in sync, looked at the cabin door in disbelief, and then slammed to the ground. Dean threw away the revolver without bullets, replaced a new magazine for Lawlock, and walked to the end of the aisle. There, a short young man, holding a gun, was grabbing 2 women, and seemed to want to shoot them to shock all the passengers here, but he was frightened by Dean's appearance and was stunned. He seemed to have not reacted to what happened. Seeing Dean approaching, he woke up as if from a dream, kicked away the thinner girl in front of him, grabbed another fat lady in front of him, pointed the revolver at her head, and threatened Dean, "Don't come over, or I will kill her, and there are explosives here, believe it or not, I will die with you." The fat woman was already frightened and her whole body was limp. Now she became a human shield, crying even harder, wailing and choking, "No, I still have 2 daughters, save me, help me." Hostages? Dean looked at the short young man who was hiding tightly and grinned. Bang! The fat woman trembled and looked at Dean blankly. A bloody black hole several inches in size appeared in her wide-open mouth, piercing through her throat, suppressing the rest of her words. Her huge body fell backwards with a bang, crushing the thin man who was splattered with blood and stagnant again, making him scream miserably. There are no hostages now. Dean shook his head, and shot the thin young man's exposed palm with 2 shots, leaving him without the power to resist, and then shouted to the cabin, "FBI, all terrorists have been killed now. Everyone, stay in your seats, raise your hands, and don't cause misunderstandings." Looking at this handsome FBI who first killed the hostages and then blew up the gangsters, everyone knew what to do. They bit their trembling lips, clamped their legs that were urinating, and raised their hands high, as if they were surrendering collectively, fearing that they would become terrorists in the next moment. The thin girl who was kicked away by the short young man was also splashed with blood. She seemed to be scared and sat on the ground, looking at Dean stupidly. "You killed a mother. You killed a mother." Dean slapped her. The woman screamed and hit the chair beside her. Finally, she woke up from her stupidity, covered her swollen cheeks, curled up into a ball, and dared not say anything nonsense. 8 robbers and 1 hostage were killed in a row. This group of panicked passengers finally quieted down and was safe. Dean glanced around and saw that except for the short young man who was still screaming, he nodded with satisfaction, walked to the fat woman, squatted down, and pulled hard. I saw that the 2 exaggeratedly large grapefruits under the other party's loose clothes were actually 2 tightly entangled explosive packs. Dean smiled coldly. "Master level, do you think you are joking? I can tell at a glance that you are not really fierce. My mind is not focused, so I write slowly. Sorry. I am so scared of having brain fog now, but I guess I am just scaring myself. Because I looked at it, the text is still very sexy, so the IQ of the dog thief should not be affected." Chapter 142 Upgrade, Gallop. The fat woman is not a shemale. But she is more disgusting. On the front of her face are 2 scars the size of an adult's head, which means that in order to hide these 2 explosive packs, she cut off her own grapefruit. This requires a long time, continuous planning, and perfect registration assistance. Considering the ruthless ladies who were killed before, the style of these people is very similar to some extreme terrorist organizations in Dean's previous life, or in other words, some organizations that are unable to resist and can only be extreme. Dean suspects that this group of people is not targeting the people on the plane, but New York. This is undoubtedly a huge political wealth. Hijacking is nothing. But if a terrorist attack that will attract global attention is avoided, the meaning is completely different. The key is, he still left 4 people alive. The co-pilot in the cockpit, the short young man with both hands disabled, and Dean turned his head suddenly, looking at the thin girl who was curled up in a ball with a smile, but looking at his back coldly. The girl's eyes met Dean's, and her heart almost stopped in fear. She quickly turned away her sight, lowered her head and trembled. "Don't kill me, I didn't see you kill the fat woman. Don't kill me to silence me." "Don't say it, the acting is quite realistic." Even the passengers around, men, women, young and old, who were terrified and raised their hands, couldn't help but look over here, with a sense of grief for the death of the rabbit. Especially the word silence, which is too bewitching. They all saw Dean's brutal law enforcement. The people in the United States naturally don't trust government officials. Dean has no doubt that if he kills this girl again, there may be a hero among this group of people who will rush up and beat him up. Unfortunately, fake is fake. Dean showed no mercy and kicked the girl in the temple, knocking her unconscious, and then clapped his hands. "Okay, you can look back over here." After everyone looked over here, Dean first showed the scars and 2 explosive packs on the chest of the fat female corpse, which frightened everyone so much that their faces turned pale. Then he picked up the girl who had fainted and found a button from the lining of her sleeve. In front of everyone, Dean spoke to the button and said, "Catherine, broadcast, this is the terrorist's walkie-talkie." He said it twice in a row. That's right. This girl is the one who communicated with a co-pilot before he was knocked unconscious. Dean remembered the other person's voice at that time. After a few seconds, Catherine's familiar voice also came from the radio. Everyone realized that the weak girl in Dean's hand was actually one of the terrorists with guns and explosives. 2 men and 1 woman, 3 remaining terrorists, were tied up tightly by Dean with professional techniques, gagged, and hung on the gift stand. These 3 people are valuable only when they are alive. After doing all this, Dean called Charles, who was hugging his daughter to comfort her, to one side. Charles's gratitude had turned into awe for this detective who killed people without blinking an eye. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket with a polite and distant look, handed one to Dean, and then said gratefully, "Detective Dean, this time thanks to you, otherwise." Dean raised his hand to interrupt Charles' words. He held the cigarette in his mouth, playing with the Lolix 17 in his hand, tilting his head back slightly, his face half hidden in the shadow of the light, and said in a low voice, "Can you tell me, what is your purpose?" "What?" Charles' pupils shrank sharply, but a puzzled look appeared on his face. "Detective Dean, I don't understand what you said." Click. Dean took out a lighter, lit the cigarette, took a deep breath, and then said lightly in the smoke, "As a person who has never felt the love of a father, I don't want your daughter to lose her father. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer before this cigarette is finished." After speaking, he ignored Charles, took out his cell phone, and when he saw there was a signal, he called Anthony. Anthony answered the phone quickly every time. "Dean, the current noise on your side is a bit heavy. Are you in a huge electronic device?" "Yes, mentor, I'm calling you on a plane from Los Angeles to New York, and this is what happened." Dean briefly told Anthony the whole story. This matter may involve a terrorist organization, and it is an extreme one. If he took this credit by himself, he would be fooled to death. Moreover, since this kind of terrorist organization can arrange for the death squad to board the plane, it can naturally send his whole family to the West. It is better to let the federal government deal with it. After hearing what Dean said, Anthony was silent for a long time before he spoke. "I roughly know who they are. I suggest you hand over all the credit and don't touch this matter. So troublesome." "Yes, have you heard of the Holy Kingdom of Heaven?" "No, but it sounds like some kind of religious belief." "Almost." Anthony emphasized, "They are a very fanatical nation, and they are lucky. The land under their feet has rich black gold mines, but unfortunately they are not strong enough, so this has become the source of chaos. Some people accepted the arrangement of fate and finally had freedom and wealth. Some people, through the unification of religious ideas, became several small countries that resisted the United States. And the Holy Kingdom of Heaven is their state religion." "Black gold?" Dean was stunned at first, then he realized that this was about oil. Got it. He immediately understood why Anthony asked him to give away all the credit. In front of a country, individuals are too powerless. This matter is more troublesome than he thought. While Dean was thinking, Anthony gave a direct suggestion: "Call Lawman, he won't let you down." "Okay, Mr. Anthony, I look forward to your return soon." Dean hung up the phone. Lawman was the head of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, that he had dealt with last time when dealing with Mrs. Haas's retirement homes. He was also Anthony's former student, and he seems to be doing well now. The Department of Homeland Security is mainly responsible for security, emergency response and prevention of terrorist activities on the territory of the United States. So, this is a professional match. I just don't know what benefits lawman will give me. Dean suddenly felt a burning sensation at his fingertips, but the cigarette had burned to the end. He threw down the cigarette butt and looked at Charles, who could no longer hold back his expression and had a gloomy face. It seems that you don't love your daughter as much as you thought. Dean slowly raised the gun. The threat of death was right in front of him. Charles had seen Dean's skills and sharpshooting skills with his own eyes, and knew that he was definitely not his opponent. He raised his hands. Okay, I admit defeat. Although I don't know how you noticed that something was wrong with me, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my daughter, I will tell you everything I know. The moment he admitted it, a message flashed through Dean's mind. Simulated Z killing attack case solved. Experience value plus 1200, L13 L14, attribute point plus 1, skill point plus 1, simulated Z killing attack case? Question mark? Dean was very dissatisfied with this experience value. There were hundreds of people on the plane, and he risked his life so much, killed 10 people, and captured 4, but the result was only 1200 experience points. But when he saw the word simulation, he was numb. Doesn't this mean that if it weren't for him, this group of terrorists would not act at all? Question mark? Good guy. Such an outrageous thing happened. Dean continued to light a cigarette with some melancholy, squatted down, and sighed. Go ahead. Charles didn't know why he compromised, but Dean reacted like this. But when he thought of the other party's previous killing, his heart skipped a beat. This inspector who looked like a decent person, couldn't he sigh because he couldn't kill himself? Charles was so scared that he choked and said quickly, I'm not a rich man, but a gun modification engineer. I also know some knowledge of blasting. I usually take some orders and live a good life until they found me. Dean nodded. Continue. In the face of threats, I compromised. I helped them make revolvers and explosive packs that are difficult for machines to detect at present, and I was forced to act with them. I don't know the specific plan, I just know that their target is the World Trade Center and the 5 Mao building. Cough cough. Dean was choked. He thought he had heard wrongly. Where? Charles confirmed, the World Trade Center and the 5 Cent building. The reason why I know so well is that I boarded this plane to help them test how to maximize the damage caused by civil aircraft to buildings. So actually nothing would have happened today. At this point, he didn't know whether he was happy or unhappy. He was happy because this group of people were defeated. He was unhappy because he would face greater trouble. Fortunately, his daughter should be safe. Dean was confused. The World Trade Center in New York is located at the southwest end of Manhattan Island in New York. It is one of the landmarks of New York and gathers a large number of well-known trading companies from all over the world. No mistake, one post, one content, 1619, one book, one bar. Take a look. Once a fatal collision occurs, it will definitely become a terrorist attack that the world will never forget. The 5 Cent building. This is even more powerful. It is the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense, the highest military command body in the United States. This group of people is playing such a big game. Can lawman afford it? Dean shook his head, threw away his cigarette butt, stepped on it, stood up and looked at Charles, who was waiting for trial, patted his shoulder. Dude, you have to be thankful that this has not happened yet. Cooperate honestly in the future, maybe you can be recruited. Seeing that Dean had no intention of taking action, Charles breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to spend more time with his daughter while there was still time. He walked to the aisle and stopped again, curiously. I have a question, why do you suspect me? Dean shrugged. It's very simple. This plastic revolver looks similar to ordinary firearms, but for concealment, it is designed to be very unfitting. It is impossible for ordinary people to be familiar with it when they first touch it. Charles was stunned. So that's the case. But he didn't know. This only aroused Dean's suspicion, and the panel was the ultimate reason. Well, I have to admit, Detective Dean, you are the most powerful detective I have ever seen, but you are too careless to let me touch the gun. Charles laughed and turned to leave, but ran into the 2 people who wanted to help before. They shyly avoided Charles's surprised eyes. Sorry, men, Inspector Dean has quietly told us that if you have any abnormal reaction, we will shoot you. Catherine also walked over from behind with Charles' daughter, winking at him. Obviously. Dean also greeted her. Charles. Overestimated the bottom line of that pretty boy. Damn. After everyone left, Dean walked into the plane's toilet and was about to call Amin, but a slender figure followed him in, locked the door, and hugged Dean from behind. Dean felt the softness behind him and said helplessly, "Catherine, if there was no mirror, you would have been knocked down by me when you approached." Catherine hugged Dean tightly, her face pressed against his back, and made a cat-like voice, "I can't see you, I feel very insecure." Dean wanted to speak. A dishonest little hand. But it has already grabbed the cavalry rifle that has fought on the battlefield and shed countless blood. This is a man's weakness. Dean said helplessly, "I really have something to do now. Let's have a good chat after I'm done." "No." Catherine squatted down, "Just do your own thing. I need to release my nervousness now." Dean remembered that because of the rapid outbreak, the trousers that were not suitable for sports had become open X-pants. "It's broken. It's exposed. No wonder this woman is so greedy." The next moment, Dean took a breath of cold air. The knight's gun was placed in the hot spring. The gun head was polished by the flexible rag. Which knight would refuse such a thoughtful service? Dean naturally couldn't refuse it. He leaned against the wall of the machine weakly, found Amin's phone number, and called him. "Dean. Well, is it convenient for you to answer the phone now? I have something very important to tell you." "It's convenient," Amin said in a strange tone, "but you are panting slightly when you speak. Are you being chased?" "It's okay. I am enjoying a hot spring bath with my good brother now. Let's not talk about this. This is what happened." Dean briefly explained the current situation. Although Amin was curious why there was a hot spring on the plane, these were all trivial matters. Hearing about hijacking and explosives, he was as excited as Dean's good brother. "Thank you, Dean. I am in need of great credit now. I will not treat you unfairly. I believe you, but this matter is just the beginning." Dean told Charles about the plan again. The other end of the phone stopped abruptly. There was a long silence. Amin said with some trepidation, "Dean, you know, when the credit is great to a certain extent, it is like a piece of cake. If one person eats it, it is easy to be full to death, but if a group of people eat it, the people who join will not like the participation of small ants. If you can pull in the senior management of the Los Angeles Police Detective Bureau, it will be almost the same," he said tactfully. Dean is not an ant to Amin. But if the main participants are DHS, FBI and those senior officials in New York, then any individual is an ant. Unless Dean can bring in the senior officials in Los Angeles. Dean thought about it and refused decisively. "I don't want any credit on the surface, but I can't lose any of my interests." Hearing Dean's reply, Amin breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, we are in the same camp, Dean. I swear, your gains will definitely exceed your imagination, enough to let you get out of the ant house of the Los Angeles Police Detective Department and have a wider world. I am looking forward to it." Dean hung up the phone and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what the benefits Amin was talking about. But since Anthony recommended that he find Amin, that shouldn't disappoint him. The key is, Dean doesn't want to get too deeply involved in this matter. If someone from Amin's side takes over, he can easily downplay his existence, and at the same time let the holy kingdom of heaven focus on them instead of himself, a small shrimp. So far, the whole thing ended perfectly. Dean put away his phone and turned the hot spring over. Catherine turned her head and looked at Dean. She licked her lips and said in a tender voice, "Tough detective, doesn't your good brother want to take a bath? He wants to ride a mammoth now." Dean grabbed the mammoth rope, patted the mammoth's back, and whipped it with a long whip, causing the little mammoth to neigh and run happily. "This is a good mammoth. Let's not talk about the galloping horse here." On the other side, Amin knew that this was his chance to move up a level. He contacted his backer at the first time and coordinated with several departments in the shortest time. After discussing the distribution of credit and guiding public opinion, the protagonists of each department also rushed to the New York airport at the fastest speed. After receiving a call, the director of the New York airport cleared a runway as if he was facing a great enemy. At the same time, outside the airport, there were also New York media of all sizes, gathering here like sharks smelling blood. It can be foreseen. A large-scale show that is enough to cause a shock is about to start. Thanks to the Book Friend Night of Splendor for the 6,000 book coins reward, thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 3 Book Friends Miscellaneous Will You, Kind Ben Jack, and Rain Mirror for the 1,500 book coins reward, thanks to the 3 bosses. Thanks to the book friend 20221109001109169 feed for the 1000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 3 book friends 20210116211501856 feed, Jin Tais Guoda, and 20180629131441295 feed for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the 3 bosses. Thanks to the 4 book friends 777 Wufang 777, bookworm who reads countless papers, Phantom Niping Zin, and listen to birds singing at leisure for the rewards. Thanks to the 4 bosses. Have a nice weekend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Flexible Identity and Enforcement Rights. 2001, New York Airport. Enthusiastic reporters, carrying their cameras, sent photos of bodies being taken down from distant planes to the company radio station as soon as possible through the isolation iron net. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Some NSA and FBI with obvious signs, as well as some high-ranking officials from the New York Police Detective Bureau and various departments who often appear in the news, were included in the frame and had their own close-ups. This made the reporters, who had already received the hint, even more excited as if they were taking drugs. In America, death is not a big deal. Even if a dozen people died on the plane, it would only become a topic of conversation for a short time. But so many heavyweight departments and personnel appeared here at the same time, which means that what they are shooting now is definitely a big news that is rarely seen in normal days. On the other side, after being interrogated individually, the passengers signed a confidentiality agreement and left with mixed feelings after surviving a disaster. Dean and Amin were in the VIP lounge at the airport, crossing their legs and watching the news on TV. A spokesperson for the city government was being blocked at the door of the city government by a group of reporters, interviewing the news that had just been broadcast on TV. This was a middle-aged blonde man with a good appearance. Mr. Defoe, can you tell me what happened at the New York airport? Excuse me, was Flight K-768 attacked by a terrorist? Why are there so many high-ranking people from the NSA and FBI there? Mr. Defoe, the people have the freedom to know the truth. Defoe half-heartedly stretched out his hands to suppress the noise at the scene. For the specific situation, please pay attention to the government report. The only thing that can be revealed at present is that the various departments of the New York Police, in coordination with the NSA and the FBI, have prevented a catastrophic incident for New York, and have killed more than 10 terrorists and captured several members. What are the casualties of the passengers and crew on the flight? A beautiful reporter who had been arranged long ago asked loudly. Defoe showed a sad expression on his face. All passengers are safe, but in order to protect them, we lost a dedicated air police officer, and a kind flight attendant was slightly injured. He gently wiped the corner of his eyes, and his voice and tone gradually became excited. It is because of these great people that the great United States of America and New York have become the world's business card and the defender of order. We are always worthy of your trust. Putting aside why this group of terrorists appeared here, what Defoe said was not wrong. Whether it was the atmosphere or the wallets were in place. The crowd cheered and swelled, and at the same time attracted the curiosity of the many viewers in front of the TV, ready to pay attention to the official reports as soon as possible. Dean turned off the TV, exhaled a puff of smoke, and chuckled. Amin, you are really efficient. Not as good as you. Amin's serious face rarely showed a sly smile. Who could have guessed that Inspector Dean, who prevented this terrorist attack, was the only murderer who caused the flight attendant to be injured? Hearing this, Dean's old face blushed slightly. That's right. The only crew member injured in the news was Catherine. When she came out, she was carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. She no longer had the strength to walk normally. After all, it was a small horse pulling a big cart. It was a mistake. When Dean said goodbye to her, Catherine didn't even dare to leave her contact information. She was afraid of death. So a legendary love that could have become a Hollywood true story adaptation movie ended before it even began with such a ridiculous and irresponsible reason. News is finished. It's time to do business. Amin took the black box beside him to the table between the two of them, opened it, took out 3 documents, and pushed them in front of Dean. "This is the reward they prepared for you." Dean picked up one with curiosity and expectation and started reading it. He gave up this great credit directly, and even erased the traces of his presence in this terrorist attack. This means that he cannot use this incident to gain obvious benefits. Amin said that he would strive for him to get benefits beyond imagination. Now the other party has fulfilled his promise. Dean read it carefully. This is a letter of appointment for a special member of the NSA, National Security. According to the information above, as long as Dean signs his name on the document, he will obtain law enforcement authority equivalent to that of an NSA member. The position level and salary are both equivalent to his current level of detective. In addition, he does not need to have KPI assessment like Amin. This means that Dean now has an extra layer of NSA skin on his body, but generally speaking, he does not have to bear the corresponding obligations. In fact, Amin's other DHS identity is even more impressive. But Dean is a mixed race, basically has no chance to join the pure security department, and can only be affiliated with the intelligence organization of the NSA security department. So he could understand. In addition to what is reflected in the documents, the information about you and your family in the Intelligence Bureau will also be upgraded with corresponding permissions, and there will be special markings. Amin added. Dean nodded. This is really good. Think about it. One day a suspect makes him unhappy, but because of his identity in the Detective Bureau, he can't deal with it openly. When the time comes, the identity will be changed. Sir, I suspect you have threatened the safety of this land. Now, it's so cool to think about going to the small black room with me. Dean put down the document and looked at the other 2 documents. These 2 documents are similar to the previous ones. One is a special appointment letter from the FBI. The other is a special appointment letter from the New York Police Detective Bureau. As long as Dean signs, he will not only be able to receive several salaries in the future, but also in legal terms, he will finally no longer be limited to Los Angeles, but will have legal law enforcement rights throughout the United States. In one word, absolutely. Dean looked satisfied. Amin smiled and said, these actually just give you more choices, but what really helps you the most is the change of your identity information in your file. As he said that, he took out another stack of documents from his briefcase. Dean opened it and found 2 blank identity files, Italian and Irish. Both identities are called Dean, but the last name is still blank. Dean looked puzzled. Does this mean that I can act with 3 identities in the future? Amin nodded and shook his head. Your Italian identity information will be recorded in the FBI's files, which will prevent you from being hostile to some NCs in the future. And the Irish identity information will be recorded in the NSA's files. But these 2 identities are only valid when you use the corresponding department's documents. This can also make your identity reasonable, and there will no longer be the promotion restrictions of ordinary immigrants. Although the United States is an immigrant country, it has some unspoken rules that are not put on the table but are regarded as norms, industry, upper limit, and acceptance level. For example, Dean. His great-grandfather's generation was a Chinese worker who was deceived to this land more than 100 years ago. Fortunately, he did not become a dry skeleton underground and reproduced. In order to survive better, starting from Dean's grandfather's generation, the descendants began to consciously seek foreigners to combine, give birth to mixed-race offspring, and integrate into this strange land. It's disgusting to say, but it's also a helpless move. Because in that era, serious Chinese people, in addition to being bullied by Xiaobei and Xiaohe, would also be bullied by more powerful and changed compatriots. But even so, at this point in time in this parallel world, no matter how high Dean's ability is, at most he can become a gatekeeper of the ruling class, and he can never become a harvester, otherwise there will be accidents. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Now he doesn't have to worry. Because Amin actually prepared 2 additional official certified identities for him. 1 Italian and 1 Irish. Dean's eyes showed a strange look. Good guy. Now his identity is as flexible as his morality. But he guessed. Anthony probably contributed to this, otherwise this kind of back-and-forth behavior would not have happened to Dean. Although this mentor did not teach him much, he was really good to him. Dean picked up a pen and signed each document. These documents, in triplicate, will eventually be put into the confidential room for summary preservation, and will also be encrypted and marked on different intelligence channels on the internet. Dean's eyes lingered on his FBI identity file. In this identity, he was of Italian descent and took his mother's surname, Dean Lucchese. Although the surname Lucchese has a mafia color, and it is one of the mafia families that was suppressed by the FBI in the 1950s. But special matters are handled in special ways. This is just Dean's identity in the FBI. Anyway, he is not going to get into the top of the FBI. Dean thought that he would attend the Lucchese family gathering in New York next, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is interesting. They are all family members. Your connections and resources are mine. Is there a problem? No problem. After Amin put all the documents back into the suitcase, he reminded again, Dean, your other two identities are only used for file inquiries, and one department corresponds to one identity. When your ID comes out, it will be the same. This is different from the new identities of those informants. They are starting over. And you are just a cover, and your real identity is still your current identity. So when you need to use the corresponding identity, be sure not to take out the wrong ID. Otherwise, if you are beaten to death by your own people because of misunderstanding, it will be difficult for me to explain to Sir Anthony. Dean. Do I look so stupid? Amin still has a lot of things to do, so he didn't stay for long. It will take at least one day to make the certificate, and I will have someone send it to you by then. But from now on, your identity has taken effect. At the latest tomorrow morning, the corresponding identity information of each department can also be checked from official channels, and the corresponding confidentiality level will be obtained. If there are no other questions, I will leave first. Dean looked at the night sky outside the lounge and said hesitantly, what is the situation of the family of the air police now? Amin looked at Dean in surprise, feeling guilty. He was involved in it, so he naturally knew the truth of the matter. Dean shook his head. I never feel guilty about what I have done. If I do it again, I will still make the same choice. In the face of life and death, there is no talk of human nature. On the plane, he was ready to kill passengers by mistake, not to mention that stupid air police. Amin nodded, your idea is correct. When we become soft-hearted, it means we have to retire. Besides, you don't have to think too much. That guy is a scumbag. Not only is he an alcoholic, he often abuses his wife and children, and threatens them not to tell outsiders. So when his wife and children knew that he was killed in the line of duty, they were very happy. After all, the subsequent pension is not low, and there is also a share from the airline. Dean suddenly realized, no wonder that guy behaved so uselessly. After Catherine's broadcast reminder, he was stupid enough to pull out a gun directly without observing or revealing his identity first. Out of humanitarianism, Dean took out a check, wrote down the amount of $100,000, and handed it to Amin. Use any name, help me send it to his family, and by the way, ask someone to help me send a white chrysanthemum at that guy's funeral. It's just $100,000. Compared with his current assets, it's just a small number. Amin took the check, waved his hand, and disappeared from Dean's sight with a group of people outside the door. It's foreseeable. This guy is going to be a leader in NSA, National Security Agency, this time. Unconsciously, the level of my personal network is getting higher and higher. Dean threw down the cigarette butt in his hand, stomped it out, picked up his suit jacket and put it on his shoulders. Like a homeless man, dragging his ragged pants, he leisurely left the lounge. It's late at night. It's time to rest. I hope the Lucchese family gathering the day after tomorrow will not disappoint me. I should be able to resume my daily work tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 144 Gotham City Never Sleeps. Wow, sir, did you just come out of the airport? A black taxi driver looked at Dean, who was in tatters, with a gossipy look on his face. He didn't expect that at this late hour, when all the reporters had dispersed, there would still be people coming out. Yes, I wanted to get in to watch the excitement, but I was almost stripped of my pants by those gay policemen. Dean threw a cigarette to the driver. Hey, man, maybe I need to go to a place where I can change clothes now. No problem. The black driver took the cigarette quickly, started the car, and drove Dean to an unfamiliar place. Dean glanced at the other person's waist and closed his eyes to rest. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, most clothing stores would have closed long ago. The driver took Dean through the quiet and deserted streets, left the airport, and drove straight After about half an hour, they stopped in front of an old building with flashing pink lights. He knocked on the car door glass. "Sir, we're here." Dean opened his eyes and looked outside first, then looked at the black driver in confusion. "Here." "Yes." The driver lit the cigarette clip to his ear. "You can see the night market when you walk through the alley in front of you. Now only here will people sell some fake brand name clothes." "Okay, thank you." Dean's palm left his sleeve and flipped out a $50 bill like a magic trick and put it in front of the driver. "I'm glad you didn't do anything unwise." The black driver's pupils shrank slightly, took the banknote, and smiled and said, "Thank you, generous sir, and I wish you a good night." Dean got out of the car and disappeared into the night. Looking at the direction he left, the driver exhaled a puff of smoke, tilted his head, and said to the air, "There's something wrong with the random target. It is recommended to cancel the game." "Are you sure?" A sweet female voice appeared in the driver's ear. The driver took a deep puff of his cigarette. "I'm sure, Golden Cat, I suggest you change your game partner. I almost peed myself just now because of his stare. This guy's eyes are scary." "Okay, postman, pick the next game target as soon as possible. The night is long and I want to have some fun." The communication was hung up. The driver looked at the cigarette butt that was about to go out in his hand and grinned. "Welcome to Sin City, pervert, have fun." He likes polite people. Sparks drew an arc in the night. Boom, the car roared, far exceeding the previous speed, and left quickly and disappeared at the corner of the street. When the cigarette butt fell to the ground, the surroundings had fallen into silence again. On the other side, Dean walked through the dark streets, took an earphone from his ear, put it in his pocket, and looked strange. Another game organization. He only saw that the black driver was a little bit wrong. But this is normal. New York is a famous sin city. Even in the early 21st century, there are still a large number of robberies, murders, and rapes every day, happening in taxis, subways and trains under the cover of night. Since a movie was released, there is another nickname here, Gotham City that never sleeps. Dean is not a person who seeks trouble. Since the black driver chose to follow his heart, he will not turn into a righteous little bat and do something meaningless. Crossing the streets, a world different from the daytime appeared in front of Dean. Under the colorful rainbow lights, groups of people huddled beside the geothermal pipes on the corner of the street, puffing out clouds of smoke, and feeling ecstatic. Women of different heights and colors on the street were pulling customers. As long as someone was interested, they could walk into the simple fighting room on the side and have a hearty, cheap, and instant physical fight. In addition, there were also small stalls, which seemed messy, but were actually placed in an orderly manner on both sides of the street. They were made into independent areas with cheap large plastic sheets, waiting for customers to come. Dean noticed. Most of the people were like him, gathering here from the alleys on both sides of the street, and also leaving from this side. It was like an invisible cage that made them subconsciously not pass directly from both ends of the street. A middle-aged man standing on the side of the road looking left and right saw Dean, and immediately walked over quickly, stopped 1 meter away, and lowered his voice and said, "Hey, there are fresh toilets arriving, 10 to 15 years old, most of them are first-hand goods, do you want to try them?" Toilet? Dean was stunned at first, then realized that this refers to people. He shook his head expressionlessly and took out a stack of $20 bills. "Tell me where there are clothes and unnumbered weapons, these are yours." Looking at these green things, the middle-aged man with Southeast Asian appearance licked his lips and said, "So you are a new customer. The things you want are at stalls 76 and 81. Also, my name is Yellow Mouse. If you want to try something exciting someday, you can come to me. No matter which country the toilet is from, no matter what tricks you want to play, as long as the green paper is in place, I can arrange it for you. Delivery to your door is also okay." Dean did not speak, threw the banknotes accurately into his arms, took big steps, and walked forward with a gentleman's magnanimity. In this world, under the light, the shadows always exist. For these dirty things, Dean did not want to comment too much. Thanks to the reminder of the middle-aged man from Southeast Asia, Dean noticed that outside those stalls, there were faint fluorescent numbers marked. This also allowed him to quickly find stall 76. This is a place selling fake brand name clothes. It seems that there are quite a few customers. Among these stalls, it is considered to be a prosperous business. What surprised Dean was that the stall owner and the clerk were all Chinese. The occasional low curses revealed during bargaining sounded like people from the coastal areas of China. Dean could only sigh that wherever there is money to be made, whether it is legal or illegal, there are always people from his hometown. Dean followed the crowd, picking and choosing, and when he came out again, he had changed into a set of high-end imitation brand-name clothes that were not problematic at all. The price was touching. Only 1/10 of the original price. But in terms of quality, Dean felt that it was much better than his original clothes that cost thousands of dollars. No wonder the business is so good. This place looked scary. But Dean wandered around for nearly half an hour, and strangely did not see a pickpocket. Instead, some inconspicuous places hung some dried braised chicken feet. Under the chicken feet, there was a strong man leaning in the dark, holding a semi-automatic rifle without concealing it, scanning the busy streets. This should be the reason why the night market is orderly and stable. Stall number 81 is not far from stall number 76. Dean saw this stall at a glance. Because outside the stall, there was an old M2 heavy machine gun, and there were 2 ammunition boxes filled with brass bullets next to it. On the box, a small fluorescent board attracted attention. Dad's gun shop, only the best products. There were many customers here. But it was different from the scene he imagined. When Dean went in, he found that the interior of this small stall was not filled with a large number of guns like a vegetable market. Each customer said some vegetable names such as potatoes, corn kernels, etc. in an orderly manner in front of an old man, then paid, received a casually written note from the woman next to the old man, and left from the other side. Seeing this, Dean frowned. This is not friendly to the new guests. Fortunately, a thin figure took the initiative to greet him. "Guest, are you new here?" The other party looked only 14 or 15 years old, and looked a bit like the woman next to the old man. It was estimated that there were 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren doing business together. Dean nodded. "Yes, I want 2 clean Lorax 17s, a .45 caliber M1911, several concealed holsters, and a portable built-in bulletproof vest." He listed more than a dozen items in one breath. The young man nodded, took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote down some nicknames, then handed it to Dean. "We are just wholesale vegetables here. The vegetables you want are only $100, but my service fee is $21,000. You can pay by credit card, check, or cash. Are you sure you are an employee here?" Dean asked deliberately. The young man shrugged and whistled at the old man. The old man waved at him. He looked at Dean again and smiled. "This is the territory of the Bueno family. No one dares to mess around. Even those cops dare not show up here in police uniforms after 10 o'clock in the evening." Hearing this, Dean's heart moved. The Bueno family, like the Lucchese family to which his grandfather belonged, is one of the 5 surviving Italian mafias in New York. Originally, he thought that these families, after the turmoil of the 1950s, had already declined. Now it seems that all this is far from as simple as it seems. In other words, not every family of the 5 families is in decline. Thinking of this, Dean took out a check, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to the young man along with about a few $100s in loose money. "Men, I have to admit that your business ability and memory are very good. Can you tell me what I need to pay attention to when I am active in New York later?" The young man, who was about 14 or 15 years old, liked Dean's praise very much. He quickly ran his fingers over the edge of the banknote, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "My name is Yasuo, wait for me." After saying that, he handed the check to the woman, waved to Dean, took him away from the other side, and went into an alley. As they walked, Yasuo asked, "I have lived here for 15 years, and my grandfather has lived here for more than 60 years, so what do you want to know?" "The local bosses in the underworld here." "Local bosses?" Yasuo grinned. "There are no local bosses here. There are too many gangs, big and small, such as the Chinese Hong Gang, the Japanese Yamaguchi Gumi, the Irish Mafia, the Italian Mafia, the Black Gang, and the Moshun Gang. Tell me a few of the longer-lasting ones. It's not the 20th century now. Basically, the gangs that can stay here for a long time are all based on ethnicity, half white and half black, and they fight each other fiercely. However, there are some forces worth noting. For example, the Bueno family and the Colombo family in Italy. These 2 families. One controls nearly 50% of the black market in New York, and its momentum is even greater than before. The other, In addition to controlling a lot of high-end entertainment venues, also has its own politicians and a large number of black police, and controls many Hollywood stars, and has a certain ability to publicize, so not many people dare to provoke them. There are also the Chinese Hong Gang and the Mao Shuang Gang of the Mao Shuang country. The former has many killers and black boxers. The latter members are fierce, and because their families are all in the local area, once they betray, the whole family will die, so they fight and are fearless. Apart from these, the others are just a bunch of trash. After saying so many words in one breath, Yasuo licked his lips. Okay, a few $100s of information is only worth this much? If you want to know more detailed things, you need more money. Dean shook his head and said no. He originally wanted to ask some information about the Lucchese family, but considering that the other party was not a specialized intelligence organization after all, and their mouths might not be tight, he gave up the idea. Let's talk about it. Dean is now a person with triple official identities. It is too easy for him to get detailed information about a gangster family. The two walked through the alleys, turning left and right, and finally came to an open space where more than 10 trucks were parked. Yasuo went forward to communicate with the people guarding the convoy. A moment. Dean left here with a thick black cloth package. When the two parted, Yasuo also gave him an extra business card, saying that if he needed it, he could contact him. Even some heavy weapons could be delivered to the door. Dean was speechless. It is worthy of being the Gotham City that never sleeps. The next day, the presidential suite of a hotel. Dean, wearing loose pajamas, watched the blonde woman who limped and came to give him documents and information leave, closed the door, and returned to the room. He is a kind person. Waiters have to be tipped, not to mention these beautiful female colleagues. Rewarding is also a way of hospitality. Let's be honest. These hard-trained female warriors are very moist. Communicate more tenaciously. There are 4 things that the female colleague brought. 3 certificates and 1 piece of intelligence. One is the FBI's Special Agent Certificate. On this one, Dean's full name is Dean Lucchese, Italian, 22 years old, B1 agent. One is the NSA's Special Agent Certificate. On this one, Dean's full name is Dean Smith, a surname that is very common in the Commonwealth, Irish, 22 years old. The last one is the New York Police Detective Department Special Detective Certificate. This one does not belong to a certain department of the New York Police Detective Department, and the information is exactly the same as Dean's information in Los Angeles. These 3 certificates are just to make it easier for Dean to act and give him one more option. But only when the corresponding certificates are taken out, some official agencies can find his identity information from the certificate number. In addition to the 3 certificates, the remaining intelligence is the detailed information of the Lucchese family. Dean picked up the thick intelligence file and flipped through it. The Lucchese family originated in Sicily, Italy, and spread all over the world with Italian immigrants. At that time, most of the members of the Lucchese family came to the east coast of the United States. With the Great Depression in the early 20th century, they expanded rapidly, reached their peak in the 1950s, and finally declined completely around 1975. Yes, the Lucchese family, one of the 5 major mafias in New York, has now declined. Most of its members died, ran away, or stepped on sewing machines. Although the remaining people gradually recovered and regained a certain territory, many black channels have been robbed. Today's New York Lucchese family is just a small family with less than 100 members and only more than 30 core members. It controls several agricultural and trade companies, 3 nightclubs, and 2 small rolls and brokerage companies. It's not bad. But it doesn't have much influence in the underground world. In addition, Dean also noticed a very special information. The patriarch of the Lucchese family wants to marry the Bueno family and intervene in the black market. This may be the main reason why the Lucchese family suddenly summoned Lucchese family members from all over the world. Strength lies in numbers, nothing more than that. After Dean memorized the information of the main members of the New York Lucchese family, he played with several newly acquired black guns and pineapples while thinking. The current situation of the Lucchese family actually meets his needs. Dean wants some people who can help him deal with chores, but he doesn't want to go out in person, and the Lucchese family, which is related to him by blood, is undoubtedly a very good choice. Just when you want to expand, I want a group of secret men. You deserve to be lucky. Dean played with a small pineapple and grinned. In the evening, Dean dialed the number that the Lucchese family left for his grandfather, waited for half an hour, and got on the car sent by the Lucchese family to pick him up fully armed. He didn't think of returning empty-handed this time. For safety reasons, Dean deliberately kept the attribute points that were upgraded and rewarded on the plane. When adding points to improve physical fitness, warm currents can replenish physical strength and slightly speed up the healing of injuries. This is also a small bug. The car sent by the Lucchese family to pick him up took him through the old roads of New York, and finally arrived at a manor near the sea. Maybe tomorrow is the internal party of the Lucchese family. The manor was brightly lit. Handsome male and female waiters shuttled through it, showing the former heritage of the Lucchese family, and outside the manor, guests arrived one after another. It might be Dean's grandfather, who really didn't have much style here. The driver sent him there and drove away directly. Dean didn't care. He was wearing a fake brand name and habitually looked around. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on an old car that had just stopped. The driver of the car got out of the car first very gentlemanly, helped open the door, and put his hand on the roof. A beautiful woman in a gorgeous evening dress, holding the hem of her skirt with both hands, stretched out her slender thighs with a depressed mood, stepped on the red carpet, and then walked into the manor under the guidance of several waiters. Dean looked up at the sky in silence as he looked at the other's back. "Why is Neil here?" Question mark. Just then, wow, a whistle and exclamation came from behind Dean. Dean looked back and saw a short girl with black hair and brown eyes. Behind the girl stood a tall and handsome man who was not shorter than Dean. Seeing Dean looking back, the girl stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. "Sorry, I just saw Miss Neil, who has been in the limelight recently, so I was a little surprised." "Is Neil famous?" The man next to the girl who had been examining Dean nodded. "She is the most talented member of our Lucchese family and the protagonist of tonight's dance, but she has been living in the Commonwealth before, so my sister was surprised to see her." Dean was rarely absent-minded. "Damn it. Neil is also a member of the Lucchese family. Rounded off. He and Mass are brothers, and Neil and I are also cousins? What is this? I slept for a long time today, probably because of the fever. But when I woke up, except for a little cough, I didn't seem to feel any discomfort. It's okay. I took 2 anti-inflammatory drugs. The discomfort period seems to be only 4 or 5 days. You can use it as a reference. There are 2 more chapters, but because I got up late, it must be early in the morning, so you can read it tomorrow. Chapter 145, The Enthusiastic Third Generation. You seem to be very interested in Neil. The tall handsome man next to the girl smiled evilly. Dean came back to his senses and did not answer the man's question. He changed the subject and said, "Hello, my name is Dean, and I'm from Los Angeles. I'm Dim, and don't even think about Neil, she's already been booked." The girl kindly reminded him, and she seemed to have a simple personality. When the handsome man heard Dean's name, his eyes lit up. "Are you the grandson of old Dryan?" "Yes." Dean glanced at the brother and sister, and the information he had just read flashed through his mind. He smiled and said, "You should be Dick Lucchese, right?" Dick's eyes widened slightly. "Have you heard of me?" He knew Dean because Dean was a member of the tribe who was a rare foreigner who got into the detective bureau and became a detective at the age of 22. So Dick paid close attention to Dean's information. As for Dean taking his father's surname, it's not the last century anymore. As long as Dean is valuable, then even if he doesn't have the blood of the Lucchese family, he can still be considered a member of the family, not to mention that he has half the blood of the Lucchese family. The girl next to Dick looked at Dean with a little more curiosity. Dean shrugged. "Yes, my grandfather said that among the new generation of the Lucchese family in New York, Dick is the best. He's as handsome and outstanding as me, and Dick also has a very beautiful sister. I think, isn't this you?" He said it a little hypocritically. But one thing must be admitted, Dick and his sister are really good looking. The best compliment is the honest words that are 9 true and 1 false. After listening to Dean's explanation, Dick and Dim, the 2 siblings, couldn't help but raise their mouths, and their good impression of Dean also soared from single digits to high value. "This man is sweet and handsome, and he can get along well." Dick looked at Dean with a much friendlier look. "My grandfather and your grandfather were once very good cousins, but unfortunately your grandfather left New York with his father. No wonder I felt like I was seeing my relatives when I saw you. This comes from the call of blood." Dean took off his coat and put it on Dick's sister. "Dim, it's a bit cold outside, let's go in." Dim was a little shy about Dean's behavior. Dick was a little unhappy with Dean's friendly behavior, but after hearing Dean's words, the unhappiness in his heart disappeared, and he felt that Dean was considerate. "You are right, Dean. This is your first time back to the family, and I will introduce you to some people of the same age." In fact, even if Dick didn't say it, Dean was not unfamiliar with the current Lucchese family. The Lucchese family in New York is not very prosperous now, with 4 people in the main family. The head of the family is a little old man in his 70s. He had retired, but his son died, so he took over the position of head of the family again. The new generation is Dick, Dim, and an older Dis. This family seemed to have a quarrel with the name Dee had mentioned. The rest of the family members were mostly uncles, cousins, and more distant relatives of Dick and his 2 siblings, like Dean's grandfather. Adding them together, there were less than 100 people. Among them, Dick's eldest brother, Dis, was recognized as the next generation leader of the New York Lucchese family. He was the one who came up with this marriage plan. The other party wanted to achieve some results and then smoothly take over the Lucchese family. Originally, Dean was thinking about whether he could deal with Dis Lucchese and cooperate with each other. He would be the boss, Dis would be the younger brother, and they would make money together and become bigger and stronger. But the current situation made Dean very uncomfortable. Dick and his sister said that Neil was the protagonist of tonight's banquet, and then thinking about tomorrow's Lucchese family meeting and Neil's listless appearance just now. Everything seemed to have a reason. Although Dean didn't care about some friends, Neil was obviously not in this group. To be precise, Dean sometimes thought that when he was tired of playing, he would ask Neil to take over and fulfill his promise to his good brother Mass. So, let's change a partner. For example, Dick is a good choice. Dean looked at Dick on the side and received a kind smile from him. Dick didn't know that just this smile would bring about a drastic change in his fate. The ball dinner was located in the inner hall of the manor. From the layout of the inner hall, one can vaguely see the glorious past of the Lucchese family. But in the inner hall, except for some young people, Dean did not see Neil's figure. In addition, there were no older men and women from the Lucchese family. These people should have gone to a place further inside to discuss things. Seeing this, Dean had to follow Dick first, preparing to get to know some of the new generation of the Lucchese family, brush up his reputation, and dig up his roots. Dick was quite famous among this group of people. As soon as he came in, everyone subconsciously gathered around him. While greeting him enthusiastically, they also looked at Dean's strange face curiously. The Lucchese family's bloodline is indeed good. No one is ugly, and there are even girls who are more beautiful than Dim. They are the kind of girls who can become stars as long as they go to Hollywood and be vase. Even the only fat man in the crowd has a handsome face and does not look fat. This group of people are also very interested in the unfamiliar Dean. Especially Dick introduced, "This is Dean, he is my distant cousin and also your cousin." Dean currently works in the Los Angeles Police Department as a detective chief. The only fat man, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. "Wow, Cousin Dean, you can actually become a detective chief in the police department. I also want to go to the police department, but I can't even pass the preliminary examination. Now I can only engage in car modification." Dean shrugged, "Because my father is also a detective." Another innocent-looking girl, but a rebellious girl with a lot of tattoos on her arms, also asked curiously, "Cousin Dean, have you killed anyone?" This is inevitable. Dean knew what this group of young peers admired, so he boasted, "In fact, although it has only been a few months since I took office, I have killed more than 20 brutal criminals. This is also the fundamental reason why I can be promoted to detective chief in such a short time." "You rock!" everyone exclaimed. This sentence probably means, "You are awesome, you are so cool. No mistakes in one post, one content, one book, one forum, one 6'9". Even if their elders were drunk and boasting, they dared not say that when they were young, they killed more than 20 people in a few months. Dean laughed and took the opportunity to talk about some more horrifying cases and the murderer's brutal methods, which made this group of third-generation blacks exclaim again and again. In the blink of an eye, Dean had a group of little fans. In fact, Dean wanted to meet some of the Lucchese family members who had already started to do things. Unfortunately, Dick, as a younger brother, although he was already 19 years old, he only met people of the same age as him. This should be Dick's grandfather's intention, wanting Dick's brother Dis to become the head of the family and control the rest of the family, while his younger brother Dick would win over the same generation and assist Dis. The Lucchese family is indeed a mafia family. Although this group of new generations may not have killed people personally, they are not afraid of some of the cruel cases that Dean talked about, but are full of curiosity and excitement. Some cousins looked at him with eyes that seemed to want to pounce on him and take a few bites, stamping a seal, not caring at all that the person in front of them was a bloody butcher who had killed more than 2 hands. Perhaps in their minds, people like Dean are the most secure partner. As for the marriage between distant relatives, it is a very common thing for them. In general, Dean feels good about this group of relatives of the same age. After training them in the future, they will all be good subordinates, and more reliable than outsiders. In the commotion, Dick, who had quietly left, appeared in the inner hall again. He walked to Dean's side, pulled his sleeves, and whispered, "My grandfather and others are coming out, but he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Try not to be too conspicuous later." Dean looked at him deeply and nodded indifferently. "Why? Is there something that made your grandfather angry?" He knew Dick didn't want to be too conspicuous because he was afraid that his eldest brother would win him over. A 22-year-old detective. Anyone with a little bit of brains can guess that this is not a promotion that can be achieved simply by ability. Dick felt a little guilty when Dean looked at him, so he pulled him aside and quickly explained. They were originally discussing the marriage, but after Neil came, some unpleasant things happened. Dean's eyes flashed coldly, and his face was calm and asked, "Why? You wanted to persuade Neil to marry, but she didn't agree." Dick sighed. "Yes, this is also the idea of my eldest brother Dis, but Neil directly refused. They didn't dare to put pressure on her, so they are probably in a bad mood now." It turned out that Neil's mother was the cousin of Dick's father. After Neil's mother's marriage failed, she ran to the Commonwealth and established a women's luxury goods company with the help of a detective agency. Now she's worth a lot of money. So Neil was also regarded as the most suitable marriage partner by Dick's family. After all, the Lucchese family has declined, while the Buono family controls nearly half of the underground black market in New York. The status between the two is unequal. The Buono family probably doesn't even look at the average Lucchese woman. But Neil is different. She has a sweet look, is well educated, has received higher education and has been influenced by the upper class. She is a good candidate for some upper class families. Upon hearing this, Dean twisted his neck and made a creaking sound. He was considering whether to kill Dis directly or just give these old guys who tried to arrange a marriage for Neil a pineapple bun and send them all away. Dick, who was standing aside, suddenly felt a chill around him for some reason. He shivered subconsciously and said uneasily, "Dean, do you feel anything is wrong?" Dean grinned. "Yes, I seem to hear the death bird soaring over the manor and crying under the cover of night." 2 chapters and 8,300 words. There is one more chapter. The thief will be put off until tomorrow morning. Good night. Chapter 146, Killing Never Takes Overnight. Dean finished speaking. At the end of the passage in the inner hall, a door was pushed open, and a sweet woman with an impatient look walked out. The woman was Neil. She didn't expect that this group of people she hadn't seen for a long time would be so disgusting. When she clearly said that she had a boyfriend, they still tried to convince her. What do they think of themselves? If it weren't for the New York Lucchese family, who provided a lot of help to her mother in her early years, she would have turned her face and left. Neil's appearance attracted all the attention in the hall. They all knew Neil. Before Neil arrived, the elders of this group of people reminded them not to let Neil be hostile to the Lucchese family. After all, Neil's mother had surpassed the declining Lucchese family in terms of influence. Family affection cannot defeat time. Besides, Neil only came back here with her mother when she was very young, and she didn't really have any feelings for them. Neil was stared at by a group of people, but she was not stage frightened. She forced a smile on her face and walked to the hall, ready to say hello to these cousins and leave decently. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar face came into view. Neil was stunned, thinking she was hallucinating. That person should be in Los Angeles now, busy with his own case. How could he have time to show up at the Lucchese family in New York? She must have seen it wrong. Neil was stunned. Dean was not a background board. He walked straight to Neil, and under the wide-eyed gaze of everyone, he grabbed her right hand, kissed it gently, rubbed her chubby little hand, and said with a smile, "Let me meet you again. I am Dean Lucchese, my little cousin." The third generation of the underworld on the side looked at this frivolous scene with different expressions. While admiring the cousin's courage, they looked at Dick. The elders asked them to touch Neil and hold her. This cousin was so good, it would be fine if he just kissed her hand, but he even grabbed someone's hand and played with it in public. He is indeed a cousin who kills without blinking an eye, so brave. Awesome. Rock? Dick's face turned pale, and he quickly walked between the two of them, saying in a low voice, "Neil, sorry, this is my cousin, he just drank a little wine, so." Dean. Neil pushed Dick away, dragged her long evening dress, walked directly to Dean, pinched her face and nose, and after confirming that everything in front of her was not an illusion, she showed joy on her face. "Why are you in New York?" At this moment, she was surprised, happy and confused. And why did Dean call her cousin? It was embarrassing. Dean pinched her face fiercely and said gently, "Because I heard that someone wanted to bully my woman, so I came here to see who is so brave." Neil was originally just a little unhappy with Dez's group. When she heard what Dean said, she felt aggrieved and moved. Her eyes were red, and she said emotionally, "Dean, I am very touched, but it's okay, they dare not bully me." This kind of slightly middle school love words, when a woman is wronged, is not light. At this moment, Neil's heart was filled with a sense of security and touching. She wished she could drag Dean to get the marriage certificate right now and never be separated. As for the title of cousin, no matter what, it was impossible to get the marriage certificate directly. But this did not prevent Neil from expressing her feelings at the moment with actions. She hugged Dean, stood on tiptoes, blocked Dean's mouth in front of everyone, and expressed her passionate heart at the moment. In front of her lover. She didn't care where this place was, she just wanted Dean to know how touched and passionate she was. Dick, who was pushed aside, looked at everything in front of him with a face full of doubt. A cheesy love talk. This cousin who refused her eldest brother's introduction of 7 or 8 young men was taken down by Dean's cousin like this? Question mark? Damn it. Even bloody love movies dare not act like this. The rest of the men and women who were farther away looked at Dean with only admiration and respect. It only took 3 seconds for the rich girl to kiss him. Dean felt Neil's passion and felt comfortable. He was about to separate and say something, but suddenly his eyes turned cold and he looked at the conference room. A handsome man who looked 70% similar to Dick but much more mature, came out with a group of middle-aged men and women in formal clothes, and met Dean's eyes. He was slightly stunned, as if wondering who Dean was. But when he saw the back of the person hugging and kissing Dean, his anger could not help but surge out of his chest. This bitch. She let her choose the young talents of the Bueno family that she had worked so hard to carefully select. But this bitch didn't even look at him and directly rejected him. As a result, as soon as he left the conference room, he kissed a pretty boy. Was this to disgust him on purpose? Period. Dean saw his expression change, guessing that this was Dick's elder brother. Dis raised his eyebrows at him provocatively, picked up Neil who refused to let go, and walked straight outside. The atmosphere was there. Neil's enthusiasm could not be let down. Seeing this, everyone dispersed and made way for a passage to the turret. Dick also quickly winked at a waiter, asking him to go in front and lead the way for Dean, so that this couple, who were developing at an absurd speed, could have a wonderful night. Seeing this scene, Dis's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ever since his grandfather handed over power to him step by step, no one in this territory dared to provoke him like this. He exhaled a hot breath, a kind smile hung on his handsome face, and walked forward with the people behind him, patting his brother on the shoulder. "Dick, who is this?" Dick came back to his senses, looked at his elder brother with a smile on his face, his heart skipped a beat, and said a little nervously, "This is the grandson of old Ryan, Dean." Dean. Dis's mind immediately emerged with the other party's information. In just 3 months, he was promoted from a trainee detective in Los Angeles to detective chief, and he was the person he was going to focus on winning over. But as far as he knew, Neil had been living in Las Vegas since she came to America some time ago. How could she know a little man like Dean? Dis sighed in his heart. Dean was originally a fellow tribesman he was very optimistic about, and he even thought about how to win over and invest in him. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have touched Neil. In his plan, the other party was not only involved in marriage, but also related to the current precarious situation of the Lucchese family. This is also the reason why Grandpa would cooperate with him and speak to a younger generation. So, we can only destroy this fellow tribesman who has a promising future. Several sinister means flashed through Dis's mind, but he patted Dick's shoulder calmly. This Dean has been promoted to detective in a short time. He is a very capable tribesman. Brother, you have to treat him well next time. No problem, but Dick knew his elder brother very well, and hesitated. Dean seems to have known Neil for a long time. Will this affect your plan? Dick spread his hands. Isn't it better? If the two of them can get together, it is also a good opportunity for us to re-establish our relationship with Neil's mother. It's a good thing after all. No mistakes, one sentence, one content, one book, one bar. Okay. Dick, Grandpa is waiting for you in the conference room, go over. Dick looked at his open-minded elder brother with admiration and walked towards the passage in the hall. But when the two of them staggered, Dick sneered, Brother, you are still so hypocritical. It's a pity that you didn't notice the look that Cousin Neil looked at Cousin Dean. He knew that his elder brother must have had some sinister thoughts. This might be his chance. On the other side, Dean, who was holding Neil, whispered a few words in Neil's ear after the servant closed the door. Then, in the shy look of the other party, he walked to the bathroom, took out his mobile phone, and called Amin. Dean. Amin seemed a little confused and said drunkenly, What's the matter? Help me kill someone. Who? Dis Lucchese. Hearing this name, Amin was surprised and said, Aren't you attending a party at the Lucchese family now? Why do you suddenly want to kill him? You are spying on me. Dean's voice became cold. At this moment, Amin on the other end of the phone suddenly woke up and wanted to slap himself. It's bad. Because he was about to be promoted, he couldn't help but drink a lot today, which made his mind not so clear. Amin shook his drunken brain. Listen, it's not my fault. It's mainly because your shooting skills on the plane were too sharp. This doesn't match your previous information, so I hope to get to know the real you. This is just a professional habit. I have no ill intentions. The habit of controlling everything? Dean sneered in his heart. He knew that this happened mainly because of the unequal status. But Amin's behavior still made him very unhappy. Seeing Dean didn't speak, Amin made amends. Okay, I promise that this won't happen again in the future. Besides, when do you want to deal with Dis Lucchese? In his mouth. To crush a direct member of the declining mafia is like crushing a reptile. This is actually the reality. Usually, we don't care, but we need these reptiles to exist. When the country is strong, people who go the wrong way, unless they are black gloves, or have obvious industrial support, have extensive connections and control a lot of people's livelihood. Otherwise, in front of violent organizations, they are reptiles that can be easily crushed to death. Dean is not going to turn against Amin. He suppressed his dissatisfaction. If possible, I hope to hear the news of his accidental death within an hour. No problem. Amin's little trick was discovered, and he agreed readily. It doesn't take that long. I remember that we have someone lurking in this small family. At most half an hour. You can hear the news that he suddenly had a heart attack. Amin had seen the bodies of the dead on the plane and knew how to handle this matter cold-bloodedly. Unless it was necessary. He didn't want to have an unpleasant experience with this direct disciple of Anthony. Poor Dis, he was still thinking about how to plot against Dean, but he didn't know that Dean was much more cruel than him. Since you are unhappy, then kill people overnight. Hang up the phone. Dean hid his ammunition and weapons and returned to the room. He first glanced outside the room. There were waiters guarding there, so that they could serve the people inside at any time. Very good. It seems that he will make a bigger noise later. Dean smiled and walked to the big bed covered with precious goose-down blankets. Neil is very well behaved. She had dressed herself up like a dignified lady, imitating the noble ladies she had seen before, with a noble and inviolable expression on her sweet face. It was foreseeable that Dean would be in a good mood tonight. Chapter 147. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Looking at the more than 30 cousins who were talking and laughing in groups below, Dis's originally unhappy mood improved a lot. These will be the new blood of the family in the future. Today's party is not only to welcome Neil, a special guest, but also because starting tomorrow, it will be his turn to officially take power in the Lucchese family. As a new generation born after the family declined, Dis has always had a dream in his heart. The old era has been buried in the memories of the old people, and the city of luxury needs to welcome the godfather of their new era. This may be a bit arrogant, but if people don't have dreams, what is the difference between them and salted fish? The road is walked step by step. As long as Neil is dealt with, he can get the support of the Bueno family, lead the new blood of the family, invest in the black market, and get the favor of those big men, instead of being bullied by a group of clowns. thinking of the humiliation he suffered some time ago. Dis's eyes flashed with tyranny, picked up the champagne in his hand, raised his glass to the portrait of his ancestors hanging in the hall, and drank it slowly. After a few breaths, the crisp cracking and thumping sounds attracted attention at the not-so-noisy party. A girl who was chatting with her companions about the latest cosmetics on the market glanced at the place where the noise came from. Her pupils shrank, and she exclaimed, "Cousin Dis." The others heard the noise and subconsciously looked at the main seat where Dis was. The next moment, the exclamations rose and fell. Someone was very calm and rushed forward to check Dis's condition. The pupils dilated and the heartbeat stopped. Dead. Dis is dead. The person who checked calmly finally couldn't keep calm. Hurry up and call the family doctor for emergency treatment. Meeting room. The grandfather and grandson, who were originally talking happily, stopped talking when they heard the noise outside. The majestic old man frowned and gestured to his grandson, "Dick, go see what's going on outside." Dick nodded and left the room quickly. A moment. He rushed back to the conference room in a panic at a faster speed. "Grandfather, my eldest brother had a heart attack and died." "What?" The old man stood up suddenly, like an angry lion, about to explode but forced himself to suppress it. He clenched his trembling fists and said word by word, "Call all your uncles back immediately, and let them bring people to surround the entire manor. From now on, no one is allowed to leave." Dick's heart trembled, "But they asked us." "Shut up." The old man glared at his grandson fiercely and punched the thick conference table. "Our Lucchese family is just temporarily recuperating, not all members are dead. If those people don't know how to live or die and bump into us, then kill them all." This punch seemed to hit Dick's heart. He nodded with a pale face and hurriedly left the conference room again. Until his grandson left. The old man sat back in his seat dejectedly, looking up at the ceiling full of exquisite sculptures above his head, with a hint of weakness in his eyes. He was just making a gesture to his tribe. People are dead. If the eldest grandson really died in an assassination, he would not risk dying together with him and attract the attention of the other hunting dogs in disguise again. But as the head of the family, he must take a tough stance to reassure people. At this moment, the old man even hoped that his eldest grandson really died of a heart attack, although he knew that the probability was very small. Thinking of this, the old man felt powerless. In the turbulent times, his sons died or went to jail. As for the remaining grandchildren, Dis was radical, Dick was too stable, and the last granddaughter Dim was not worth mentioning. The old man originally hoped that Dis would take over his position, and Dick would assist and complement each other, and work together to lead the Lucchese family back to the top. Now Dis is dead. He is old too. Dick alone can hardly lead the family through the crisis it is currently facing. Where will the Lucchese family go in the future? There was a rare flash of confusion in the old man's eyes. The next day, the old man who had not slept all night waited for feedback. The Lucchese family's exclusive scavenger said with an unpleasant expression, "Master, after a preliminary examination, Master Dis had no external injuries on his body. According to the symptoms, Master Dis died of an acute myocardial infarction, so that when the family doctor arrived with equipment, there was no time to rescue him. If you want to get a more accurate result, you must dissect the body." The old man opened his tired eyes and said in a deep voice, "Let Dis leave intact." "Was there anything unusual at the party yesterday?" The scavenger nodded hesitantly. "Master, last night." He told the story between Dean and Neil, old Ryan's grandson. The old man heard that Neil and Dean had a close relationship, and Dean was only 22 years old and was already a detective in the Los Angeles Police Department. His eyes lit up. A 22-year-old detective can't get to the top by relying on ability. He knew very well what the old Ryan family was like now. Therefore, this Dean, who has always been unknown, must have someone behind him, and he himself is also capable, so he can achieve this achievement. The other party is also suspected to be Neil's boyfriend. The troubles faced by the Lucchese family this time may need to be coordinated and dealt with by Dean. Thinking of this, the old man looked at his subordinates below. Did the other party not leave the manor last night? The scavenger shook his head and said with some envy, "It is certain that he did not leave the manor until 3 or 4 in the morning." "Got it," announced that Dis died of a heart attack. "At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, let those members of the family who have left come here on time to hold a family meeting." The old man turned around and stared at the portrait behind him in a daze. "If there is no communication, change." His grandson Dick can hardly support the current situation of the family. In this case, why not transfer power to more capable members of the family? As for Dean, he is an outsider, which is harmless. What keeps people is the interests, not the surname. He has lived for so many years, experienced all kinds of bloody storms, experienced the glory and decline of the family, and has a clear understanding of these things. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside. Dean looked at Neil, who was sleeping like a dead pig, kissed her forehead, causing her to mumble vaguely, and couldn't help pinching her little face. Then he got up and dressed contentedly. In fact, he heard the noise outside last night. But he didn't know why. The people of the Lucchese family didn't disturb him, and he didn't know if they wanted to deal with the death of Dej coldly. After fully armed, Dean slowly opened the door. "What's wrong, Dick? Is the family meeting about to start?" Dick still had a little sadness on his face, and nodded, "Yes. You look like you haven't slept all night." Dean frowned and acted like it was real. "You are still young. Some things should be stopped." Dick looked at Dean, who was still energetic after working hard all night, and he was speechless. This cousin is just an animal. He shook his head awkwardly. "Last night, an unfortunate incident happened. My eldest brother Dis had a sudden heart attack and went to see the ancestors, so I have been busy until now and have not slept. So you should pay more attention to your health. After all, the burden of the family will probably be on you in the future." Dean expressed his regret in a hypocritical manner. When Dick heard this, a smile flashed in his eyes, and the sadness on his face was almost unbearable. He quickly covered up and said, "Dean, you should wash up first. I will ask someone to send some food over later. At 3 o'clock, gather in the meeting room in the hall last night." After speaking, he yawned and prepared to leave. Dean called him. "I heard from my grandfather that this time the Lucchese family has gathered all the fellow tribesmen who are stranded outside. Dick, we are also friends now. Maybe you can reveal some information to me." Thinking of Dean's potential, Dick hesitated and lowered his voice. "Actually, the reason why grandfather called all the tribe members who were living outside back this time was because the Lucchese family encountered some trouble some time ago, and they hope to gather strength to overcome this trouble. As for my eldest brother's previous marriage with a Bueno family, it was also for this reason." "What trouble?" Dean frowned. "If the trouble is too big, he will take Neil away immediately. He doesn't do business at a loss." Dick's face was embarrassed. "A small gang that has emerged is nothing, but they have too close a relationship with a local branch, which makes us very frustrated." Dean understood. No mistake, one post, one content, one book, one bar. This is actually a bit like Los Angeles. Under power, it is inevitable that some members who do not follow the rules will appear, and finally even form an interest group. This phenomenon exists throughout the United States. As for the handling, it is also very simple. If someone is on the side, then it will be safe and stable, until one day the matter becomes a big deal, and finally it is handed over to the Internal Affairs Investigation Department as a scapegoat to cover up the interests of the higher level. Without anyone to support them, when they develop to a certain extent, they will be directly eliminated by the Internal Affairs Investigation Department as a performance. So, the Lucchese family has now fallen to the point of being bullied by gangs that are involved in corrupt police. Dick's IQ is not low. Seeing Dean in deep thought at this moment, he immediately guessed what he was thinking and quickly explained, "Dean, the family is so embarrassed now, mainly because during the turbulent times, we assassinated senior police officers. This is a very taboo thing, so we have been suppressed until the turmoil ended. We can finally survive and maintain the current situation mainly relying on the Mafia Covenant, but officially, since the assassination was exposed, we have completely lost the channel to approach. The Covenant can make the Lucchese family no longer hostile to the official. But if the Lucchese family cannot even deal with a small gang and is destroyed, the rest of the Mafia families will only happily reach out and take over their territory. After all, now in the entire United States, there are 26 Mafia families of all sizes, and the fall of one is nothing." After listening to Dick's explanation, Dean had an idea about today's meeting. "If that's the case, let's show off." After Dean asked the name of the small gang, he took out his mobile phone and called Amin in front of him to ask about the background of the small gang. Half an hour later, Amin called back speechlessly, "Dean, that's just a black glove used by a district councilor to make money. The other party is an old guy who is about to retire. He probably wants to blackmail the Lucchese family before he steps down, So he deliberately joined forces with several middle-level personnel to make a scary noise and intimidate the Lucchese family. They don't dare to really tear their faces apart. Dean shamelessly chose to ignore Amon's complaints. If you don't use your power, it will expire. Amon, this guy, actually monitored him. If he didn't take advantage of his guilty conscience to order him around, Dean was afraid that he would be unhappy. He hung up the phone. Dean smiled at the dumbfounded Dick. Did you hear it clearly? Dick stood so close that he naturally heard Amon's words clearly. He licked his lips and asked in surprise, Dean, are you really just a detective in Los Angeles? Dean reached into his arms, took out the small notebooks of the FBI and NSA, and said lightly, in fact, I am also a special employee of the FBI, an honorary consultant of the NSA, and an honorary detective of the New York Police Department. In fact, if you had told me about this earlier, they should have given me a face. He said it easily. But every title was like a big stone thrown into the lake, which caused huge waves and ripples in Dick's young heart, and finally turned into admiration and worship. Cousin Dean, awesome. Seeing Dick looking at him with admiration, Dean smiled and patted his shoulder. Since the meeting is to deal with this trouble, I will not participate. Keep in touch in the future. Dick, I like you brothers and sisters very much. Ah. Dick heard this and couldn't help but said anxiously, Cousin Dean, are you leaving? There is something urgent in Los Angeles. As for the family's troubles, Dean turned back to the house and said lightly, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Dick left here in a daze. He was in a hurry to tell his grandfather about this matter. At this time, there were many unfamiliar faces in the hall, old or young, both men and women, who were getting to know each other and expanding their own network of contacts. These are all members of the Lucchese family who have been scattered around the world over the years. Some have made achievements and are considered powerful in the local area. But more, like Dean's grandfather, Ryan, first gained a foothold with the support of the family, but at most they are rich, but they have lost their former power. And because the power is dispersed. Therefore, in many cases, these outflow family members can only provide financial support to the Lucchese family in New York, but cannot provide more help in other aspects. To be precise, these people are the back roads and the last trump cards of the Lucchese family. Someone recognized Dick and greeted him enthusiastically. Dick dealt with him absent-mindedly and hurried to the meeting room. His mind was now full of Dean's understated but overbearing words, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Dick will never forget that scene for a long, long time. On the other side, after listening to his grandson's story, Dick's grandfather hurried to the residence where Dean and Neil were staying, ready to have a good chat with him. But when they arrived, the waiter at the door said timidly, the head of the family, Mr. Dean, has just driven away from the manor with Miss Neil. The old man sighed and patted his grandson Dick on the shoulder. Dean is your cousin, you should keep in touch in the future. Dick nodded, and hesitated again. Grandfather, what if Cousin Dean just ran away because he was afraid of getting into trouble? Do you think such a person can become a detective at the age of 22? After the old man finished speaking, he left with a smile, and even the grief of the death of his eldest grandson was dispersed a lot. The family has a successor. The other party also knew the measure and left directly to avoid stealing the limelight from the main family at the meeting. This person can get along. And even if what the other party said was false. But Dean and Neil have a close relationship, it is true. Even if the other party deceived them, they would not take the initiative to tear their faces because of this reason. So there is no need to think too much, just wait for the result. At this time, Dean was whistling, taking the sleepy Neil, preparing to change to a high-end hotel and have a good time for 2 days. If he knew what the old man was thinking, he would only tell him, you think too much? The reason why he chose to leave directly. One is to keep a distance from the Lucchese family. The other is to cover himself with a veil of mystery, so that he can use the manpower and material resources of the Lucchese family for free in the future, and solve some inconvenient things for himself. Subordinates are used to do things, as long as they can be willing to help themselves. Dean doesn't care whether he actually controls them or not. This is the same as the scumbag's appointment. No matter how a woman lives in normal times, as long as the other party is willing to take the initiative to pay and open a room with herself when needed. Maybe God can't stand Dean being such a scumbag. Just when Dean was thinking about where to take Neil to have fun, a call from Los Angeles came in. Dean looked down. It turned out to be Meng N's call. This gave him a bad premonition. A moment. Dean threw the phone aside a little unhappy. There is no way to play with Neil. A difficult case has appeared in Los Angeles. At 11:30, there is still a big chapter of 5,000 words to start a new case. Chapter 148, The Expert Who Died Tragic. Los Angeles is his base. Dean will not delay his foundation for a moment of pleasure. After comforting Neil, who is reluctant to leave, he disposed of the tens of thousands of dollars of weapons he had prepared for emergencies, took the earliest flight, and rushed back to Los Angeles. Wow, Captain Munn, you actually came to pick me up in person. It seems that this case is very troublesome. Dean looked at the enthusiastic Munn and teased. Haha, I just read the recent news and knew that a big thing happened in New York recently. I am a little worried about your safety. Munn smiled at each other. Because Emmett deliberately blocked and cleaned up Dean's traces on the plane and disposed of his travel records. So he didn't know that Dean was on that plane at the time. Seeing Munn's reaction, Dean felt that the case might not be simple, so he rubbed his forehead. It's okay, Captain, just tell me the case. Get in the car first, you came back in time. Because of the special identity of the deceased, we are still maintaining the traces at the scene. In the car. Munn briefly described the case. This morning, a student found a body in a grove while jogging in the morning and called the police. Because it was in the jurisdiction of the 4th Squadron, the case was transferred to Daisy. Old Hunter led everyone to the scene. On the forensic department side, Holtz led people to follow and recognized the identity of the deceased at a glance. Munn said tiredly, the deceased is Mike Smith, a British national, 38 years old this year. He is a psychological crime expert in the Los Angeles Forensic Department, and an honorary psychology professor at several prestigious universities. He is very prestigious in the academic world. If it were just that, it wouldn't be too troublesome. But he has another identity. Dean lit a cigarette and asked curiously, what identity? Special consultant to the Aston family. Munn adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with one hand, and said in a melancholy tone, aren't you curious about who is behind me? It's a member of this family. The Aston family is not well known in Los Angeles, and it is not as famous as the former Carmen family, but throughout California, many companies, guilds, and gangs in the food, clothing, housing, and transportation are actually controlled by members of their family. If the former Carmen family was the sky of Los Angeles politics, then the Aston family is the king of the night in Los Angeles, and they are very prestigious throughout California. That's why I said this is a major case, not a simple homicide case. Dean understood immediately. A prestigious scholar is dead, and at most it will put some pressure on the police department from public opinion. But when this scholar is a psychological consultant for a big family, the nature of the matter changes, because he may know many secrets that are not known to outsiders. Any family will instinctively want to find out the cause of death of the other party. His death has become a big deal. Although Dean was a little unhappy about this. But life is not satisfactory, 9 out of 10. He is still a young sapling now. Since he has enjoyed the other party's protection, it is also right to contribute a little if it is not troublesome. Dean exhaled a puff of smoke. Okay, I will do my best for this case, but, Captain, it seems that we are not on the route back to the detective bureau now. Munn smiled faintly. Yes, we are now preparing to rush to the woods where the body was found. The crime scene found in the morning has not been moved yet. Munn shrugged, because I think this may be more helpful to you in solving the case. He has a mysterious confidence in Dean. Because the case is special. Munn decisively asked Old Hunter and others to maintain the scene, and did not follow the procedure to take the body back to the forensic department for autopsy. Dean Meng was telling everyone in the 4th Squadron and the forensic science department, I only believe in Dean, not you. This is a mess. At this moment, in the woods, under several searchlights, it was as bright as day. A group of men squatted in a corner, puffing out smoke, playing cards with relish, without any worries or dissatisfaction of waiting. F.K. Harry, who was unlucky, threw away the cards in his hand and looked at Holtz, who was happily collecting money beside him. Dude, you are lucky today. By the way, where are your 2 assistants? They went back to school for further studies. Holtz looked at Harry like a country bumpkin. They are just here for temporary internships. They need to wait until they graduate to officially join the company, and he took a puff of cigarette with some sadness and laid down. Even the joy of winning money was reduced a little. And what? Old Hunter, who was yawning, became energetic. With his intuition as a detective for many years, he felt that there was a tragic and touching story hidden in it. Holtz glanced at the old man and said listlessly, "Besides, they have already turned into Dean's shape, so don't even think about it." You will never guess how they answered me when I asked them why they were willing to break up with Dean, a scumbag. "Tell me about it." Harry, Old Hunter, and Robert, who had just come back from a watering, said in unison. Gossip and melon eating. No distinction between men and women. Holtz held a cigarette in his mouth, letting the ash fall on his feet, pointing at Harry. They said they don't want to work a day in the future, so they took a day off. FK, those are two women. I absolutely don't believe that someone's fighting power is so strong. Dean, this guy, there is definitely something wrong. I even suspect that he is the reincarnation of a donkey, or he has a donkey penis transplanted. When he dies one day, I will definitely apply to help him dissect it myself. Dean, who just got off the car and walked over. Fuck. Four big men, huddled together, not talking about women, but talking about their own big brothers? When did the 4th Squadron get so angry? Holtz was talking excitedly, but he didn't notice Harry and the other two, looking at him with eyes full of pity. He was about to continue to vent his dissatisfaction, but a strong and powerful hand covered his rather barren bigu. Holtz's legs shrank and his body stiffened. Dean stood behind him and said with a smile, "Tell me, Holtz, the environment here is so good, do you want to try the happiness of stepping into the stomach?" Simple and noisy. Dean's expression became serious. The captain has already told me what happened on the way. Let's start investigating the scene now and solve this case as soon as possible. Then I will invite everyone to the best strip club in Los Angeles. Several miserable patrolmen on the side bravely shouted, "Inspector Dean, does it include us?" Of course. Dean habitually won people's hearts and said, "Haven't you heard a saying? When you stand with Inspector Dean, then congratulations, you will gain money, credit, and women. Because no case can resist his eyes. Anyway, no matter whether anyone has heard it or not, from today on, there will be." This is why Harry and others did not complain about Dean because of Captain Meng's arrangement. In the previous subtle influence, they have already recognized Dean's ability and status in their hearts, and subconsciously regarded him as the leader. And this subtle influence has begun to spread to the surrounding police stations. Because Holtz recognized the identity of the deceased at the first time. So the crime scene was blocked in time. With everyone. Dean put on his equipment and entered the fenced-off crime scene. He did not approach the body immediately, but observed the surroundings. From far to near, from left to right, all the information around him, as if digitized, appeared in Dean's mind and was classified. Seeing him standing still, Holtz asked curiously, "Dean, what are you looking at?" Listening to the feedback from nature. Dean pointed to the fallen leaves of varying depths around him. "Did you see those traces? This means that people often come and go in this area, especially under the big tree where the deceased was. There were more than 5 people of different heights who stood in the same place and shook for a long time within 3 days." Everyone looked in the direction of the traces pointed by Dean and turned back in confusion. Even Holtz, a senior forensic pathologist, shrugged and said helplessly, "Sorry, I can only see that there are many footprints here, but I can't tell when they were left, nor can I infer what they were doing here." Dean rolled his eyes. "Didn't you notice the small umbrellas around the footprints? Look at those footprints, they are obviously longer than the normal length of the soles of the feet. It is clear that someone was holding the tree and was attacked from behind." After saying this, everyone suddenly understood. Especially Harry, who looked wretched. "By the way, there is a university nearby. The people who found the body are students who came out of the school for a morning run. This group of young people with overflowing hormones like to exercise in such places for excitement." Dean ignored Harry's funny tricks, collected information around him, and quickly walked to the body and looked at it. The deceased was named Mike Smith. He should have been a psychology expert and professor who would be respected wherever he went, but now he looked quite miserable. He lowered his head, and was professionally tied up with hemp ropes like a performance art in a certain country, and the whole body was in a stiff kneeling posture. At the end of the rope was a big tree above his head. Someone had used a pulley to hang him here, then tied him up like this and threw him on the ground. The surface of the body was covered with scars. The lower leg that was close to the ground was pierced by 2 thin steel bars, connected to the rope on the tree, and fixed him into his current shape. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, One bar, one look. Dean carefully examined the scars on Mike Smith's body. There were more than 50 scars of varying sizes, all of which were small but deep enough to see the bone, and there were traces of hemostasis around them. And under these scars, there were countless old scars of varying sizes. Dean had only seen this kind of scar on some hard bones that were often interrogated. In addition, Mike Smith's body surface had large patches of purple bruises. This was caused by bruises caused by being tied up with ropes for too long. This symptom would only appear on living people, and would leave this kind of mark after death. This meant that the deceased was posed in this shape when he was alive. Dean touched his chin. No wonder Munn treated this murder case as a major case. Because anyone who saw the body for the first time would react that someone had tortured Mike Smith. It is estimated that Munn regarded the murderer as an enemy of the Aston family. But Dean had a different opinion. He felt the taste of revenge from the dead man's death posture. This is a revenge murder. But what the situation is, more information is needed. Dean completed the basic visual inspection, squatted down, and began to check Mike Smith's limbs. The 10 fingers of both hands were bent, and there were indentations on the knuckles, which means that this guy's knuckles are only connected by the epidermis, and the inside has become an independent existence. Such neat indentations seem to be caused by blunt instruments, which is difficult to achieve with human power alone. The calves of both feet are pierced by steel bars. There are not many muscles in the calves, most of which are composed of membranes and bones. Without looking, you can know that the steel bars directly penetrated Mike Smith's calf muscles and bones, nailing him to the ground. There are diffuse indentations on the top of the steel bars, which are caused by mechanical forging. This kind of machinery is generally very heavy. But strangely, there were no traces of the machine dragging around. Dean kept this doubt in his heart and lifted up Mike Smith's drooping head. A face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling appeared in front of everyone. Harry looked strange and muttered, "This guy has suffered such a miserable treatment, but he can still smile. Is he a masochist?" Holtz on the side rolled his eyes at him. "Did you see the little dots on his face? Those are paper clips. Someone used paper clips to fix his expression into what it is now." Dean nodded in agreement. Holtz is right. This technique is not easy. The person who did it must be proficient in human anatomy. Maybe he also has some attainments in plastic surgery. Mike Smith's eyes widened, and with his expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, he gave people a strange feeling of fanaticism. Dean lowered his head and looked carefully. There were traces of solidified glue around the eyelids of the deceased. In order to force him to see something he didn't want to see, the murderer kept the deceased's eyes open. This made it easier for Dean to observe. The other party had died more than 12 hours ago. The lens had become cloudy and the white of the eye was almost gone, and the eyeball was completely occupied. Looking at it for a long time, people felt fear and strangeness for no reason. But for a pervert like Dean who had been sleeping among corpses since he was a child, this was not even an appetizer. He noticed that Mike Smith's cornea had traces of burns. This was damage to the cornea caused by ultraviolet rays, which usually occurs in patients with snow blindness. But Los Angeles is now in the cold season of January, with short sunshine exposure and mostly gloomy weather, so even if the eyelids of the deceased were fixed with glue, there should not be such severe burn marks. Unless he was exposed to strong light for a long time. This method is generally used for torture. Dean stood up and looked at the professional knots on the deceased, the painful but not fatal wounds, and the facial expressions fixed by professional techniques, and fell into deep thought. According to the clues, the murderer was a professional torturer who was familiar with human tissue and torture methods. He also had a grudge with the deceased, so he spent a lot of time torturing the deceased. But there was one thing that Dean couldn't figure out. Why did the other party put the deceased in a half-kneeling position? The more you do, the more mistakes you make. Professionals, generally speaking, rarely make extra movements, because this means that the possibility of leaving clues will increase. If you can figure out this doubt, maybe you will find the right idea for the case. Robert, who was playing soy sauce on the side, kicked the fallen leaves at his feet out of boredom. He actually wanted to learn something from Dean. But he stared for a long time and couldn't tell what Dean was observing. Robert had to admit that some things were like mathematics. If you don't know, you don't know. You pretend to watch, but in the end you still can't know. The same is true for Old Hunter. In the past, these things were handed over to the forensic department to investigate. At most, they collected some traces, and then focused their main energy on investigating the identity of the deceased, the surrounding relationships, conflicts, etc. Dean directly snatched Holtz's job, which was undoubtedly a freak detective. He was about to take Robert outside to smoke a cigarette, but his pupils suddenly shrank as he lowered his head. He pulled Robert away and said, "Hey, there seems to be something underneath." The fallen leaves kicked away by Robert showed that the color of the soil was obviously different from the surrounding area. No matter how stupid old Hunter was, he knew that something was buried underneath. His exclamation attracted the attention of Dean and others. Dean saw the soil under Robert's feet, and then looked at the direction where the corpse was kneeling. His eyes lit up and said, "Take the tools and dig." Not long after, a half-rotten and incomplete dog corpse appeared in front of everyone. Holtz endured the stench and put his fingers into the dog's body, which was like jelly, and dug around a few times. He said with certainty, "This is an Akita dog. Based on the texture, I can only determine that the dog died more than half a month ago. Because of the temperature, the body has not completely rotted." Dean added, "It was tortured to death. Look at some of the marks on its body. Do they look like the marks on Mike Smith's body?" Old Hunter licked his chapped lips and said hesitantly, "Dean, are you saying that Mike Smith was tortured to death in the same way because he killed a dog?" Dean nodded. "Combined with the fact that Mike Smith was fixed to kneel in this direction, it is very likely. Don't forget that he is a psychology expert. Generally, people who have studied to this extent have something wrong with their psychology." What is psychology? The study of psychology. When studying this subject, people will always unconsciously substitute their thoughts into it. Therefore, the more perverted a person is, the easier it is to achieve outstanding achievements in this subject. At the same time, the higher the achievement, the easier it is to become perverted. They complement each other. Harry felt a little regretful when he heard this. It's a pity that Lawrence is not here, otherwise he has the most say. After all, he has an ex-wife who is a psychiatrist. Isn't this good? At least it protects your poor little pee-pee. Dean laughed and clapped his hands, asking Holtz to take his colleagues to pack up all the traces that could be found, such as the corpse and the pulleys on the tree, and prepare to take them back for careful study. There are not many people who raise Akita dogs here. Considering that the murderer may know Mike Smith, the basic direction of the investigation is also available. I finally recovered 10,000 words today. I will work harder tomorrow and get back to the state as soon as possible. Good night. Chapter 149, Complex Network of Relationships. After inspecting the murder scene, Dean asked Harry to take him home. On the way, Munn couldn't wait to call, "Dean, have you finished looking at the scene?" Dean untied his tie and suppressed his impatience of being disturbed after get-off work. "Yes, the person who did it is very professional, but I feel that this is more like a revenge killing. In addition, there are some old scars on Mike Smith's body, just like the new wounds now, which means that he has suffered similar punishments before. This requires fixed tools. I will take people to search his residence tomorrow." "Vendetta killing," Munn muttered, and then comforted him. "I know, Dean, thank you for your hard work, but you know, this case is not only my concern. This is also a time to demonstrate your ability. Once there is a new discovery, tell me as soon as possible." "Yes." Dean hung up the phone, lit a cigarette impatiently, and stared at the night outside in a daze. Munn's words reminded him. The better he performed, the more the Aston family behind Munn would value him. Sometimes, which side you stand on is not determined by whether you take the initiative to contact, but by whether the people above take care of you. The more the people above value you, the more you are seen by outsiders. Fortunately, according to Mengen, the Aston family has basically taken over the position of the Carmen family, which has almost disappeared and become silent. A family of this size, unless it encounters a lunatic like me and Bay, it is difficult to suddenly become lonely like the Carmen family. In this way, I can have a lot of time to develop, instead of getting involved in some meaningless things or becoming cannon fodder from time to time because of party interest disputes. I hope Dick will integrate the Lucchese family as soon as possible, so that I can have more helpers and try some of the previous ideas, as well as Bay. Dean exhaled a puff of smoke. He had a hunch. This guy Bay was not dead, he just hid. If he could find him, he would have an extra unconventional trump card. "Hey, men, you look worried. Did you get into some romantic trouble when you were in New York?" Harry saw that Dean was not in a good mood after answering the phone, so he deliberately made a joke. Dean laughed. "Harry, I'm not like you. I can tell at a glance which women can be touched and which women can't be touched. On the contrary, I'm worried that one day I will see you on a paternity test program. Talk shows, reality shows, and paternity tests are all guarantees of the ratings of some entertainment programs. And in paternity test programs, 8 out of 10 have black protagonists. When Harry heard this, he was surprised and didn't refute it. He looked at Dean with resentment and became depressed. This bastard, he was kind enough to comfort him, but he rubbed salt into his wounds. Seeing this, Dean's eyes widened slightly. Wow, Harry, don't tell me you killed someone. I don't know. Harry said bitterly, but I met a beautiful black pearl not long ago. The situation was urgent at the time, so I just took the plastic wrap. You know, that thing is not very strong. Dean patted his shoulder sympathetically. I hope your shooting skills are not so accurate. In the United States, because of relevant laws, a group of special women have emerged, looking for prey, then getting pregnant, and then asking for child support with a child. Don't think that only those stars and wealthy people have this treatment. In fact, this atmosphere has spread to ordinary people, especially the rise of online chat rooms and some websites similar to Tiba, which has spread this atmosphere and method. This group of women don't want to get married, but need money to support their lives. So they will choose some men with good incomes, use various methods to get pregnant with each other's children, and then sue for child support. As long as there is a child, the rest can be handed over to lawyers. In addition, there are also some men and women who get married in groups, then go abroad and adopt children, defraud subsidies for their own squandering, and even do some disgusting things. In short, the times are developing, but material satisfaction has bred more evil in people's hearts. Seeing that Harry suddenly lost his energy and spirit, Dean was worried that he would get into a car accident and be affected, so he could only comfort him. Don't worry, those gold diggers usually just poke a hole in the umbrella of protection. You took the initiative to use the plastic wrap, so it shouldn't be so miserable. I think so too. She is still young. Even if she really gets pregnant, she shouldn't be so depressed as to give birth to a child. Harry said without any confidence. For a scumbag like him, marriage is tantamount to a grave. Even if it is just to pay a fixed child support, it is a disaster. Dean doesn't worry about this, because he now has 3 identities. Sheila is undoubtedly very happy about Dean's return. Dean realized one thing. He should consider buying a house. It was fine before the eldest brother came back. Now that he was back, he had to squeeze into a pitiful double bed with this nearly 2-meter-tall man. The slightest movement would cause a creaking sound. This was not a pleasant experience. Although his eldest brother would start the treasure hunt again with his second uncle after a while, considering that Neil might come to Los Angeles to live with him later, Dean decided to buy a house of his own after handling the current case, which would also be used to offset part of the tax. He couldn't sleep all night. The next day, Dean drove his SUV to the detective station early. As he came into contact with more cases, Dean gradually had his own ideas for solving the case. In his opinion, solving a case is actually a process of collecting information, corpse information, crime scene information, and personal relationship information. An autopsy takes time. But Daisy had almost collected Mike Smith's basic personal connections yesterday. Because she had said hello in advance, Daisy had already put the sorted information on his desk. This guy's personal connections are really messy. Dean looked at the dozen or so printed papers on the table and was a little speechless. Mike Smith has a wide social circle. He is not only a criminal psychology expert in the forensic department, but also an honorary professor and expert in many universities and institutions. He also supervises many graduate students and doctors. He also has a more troublesome identity, the psychological consultant of the Aston family. Dean wanted to complain about this. In a big family, there are still people who need psychological counselors to help with psychological problems. How despicable. But when he thought of some idiots who were arrested for going to church to confess, Dean suppressed the urge to complain. Click. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. At this moment, the door of the tea room was pushed open. Dean looked back and found that it was old Hunter. He walked out of the tea room with a cup of coffee, a little sleepy, yawning and rubbing his eyes, and it seemed that he did not rest well. Deputy Captain, good morning. Dean greeted. Old Hunter smiled at Dean weakly, but accidentally revealed his scratched left face. At the same time, he pulled a wound and said with a grin, good morning. Dean glanced at the wound that was obviously scratched by a woman and smiled. "Deputy Captain, it seems that you experienced a very fierce battle last night." "It was indeed fierce. I have brought all the quilts to the office." Old Hunter changed the subject and said, "By the way, I have read the information on your desk and made notes on some people. You can focus on them." Although Dean didn't like people interfering with his case solving, he still expressed his gratitude. Simple and noisy. He sat in a chair and quickly flipped through the information in his hand. Mike Smith's personal relationship information is relatively basic, and there are many people, but in general, it can be divided into 3 categories: family members, close students, and criminals who have been in contact and are now free. Considering the old injuries on Mike Smith, Dean mainly checked Mike Smith's family information and student information. Because these people often come into contact with Mike Smith, they may know where the large number of old injuries on his body came from. Mike Smith is nearly 40 years old. His wife died 5 years ago. He currently has a 12-year-old son who has autism since childhood and has not been to school. He usually stays at home and is accompanied by a nanny. It is interesting that the child of a psychology expert is autistic. Dean noticed that this information was marked with a red line. This was obviously the work of Old Hunter. This old guy still has ability and vision, and obviously feels that there are some problems here. In addition, although Mike Smith has taught many students, only 13 students, 6 boys and 7 girls, are considered to be his direct teachings, and graduated from his graduate and doctoral degrees. Some have graduated and gone to places outside Los Angeles, or opened psychological counseling centers, or joined some institutions. There are currently 5 students who are still studying for a master's degree under Mike Smith, 4 girls and 1 boy, all in Los Angeles. Dean listed them as the second batch of inquiries. The third group of people who need to be paid attention to are criminals who have been contacted by Mike Smith and have been released. This kind of person is actually very suspicious. Mike Smith is a criminal psychology expert. In addition to helping the forensic department to deduce the criminal psychology of criminals, he also studies these criminals. No one likes to be studied, especially when this person can often see through their hearts. This matter is very hateful. There are more than 30 former criminals who meet the list, but there is only one prisoner living in Los Angeles. This is a prisoner with unique tastes. He likes to find some drunk men in bars and nightclubs, and then take them to public places in the dead of night to feel the warmth of the rectum. This is nothing. But this pervert likes to lift the victim after each time he is done, and put them in the classic shape of roast suckling pig for pedestrians to appreciate after dawn. This has caused serious psychological trauma to each victim. Although Dean feels that this hairy guy is indeed perverted, he has already denied the possibility that he is the murderer. Because this kind of gay pervert is different from normal gays. They often have emotional defects or have been treated similarly when they were young, which will prompt them to be interested in men's cornfields when they grow up. This kind of pervert, who appears to be timid on the outside, often likes to develop these cornfields through abnormal communication to gain a false sense of conquest and power in the mind. So strictly speaking, this kind of person is wretched and perverted, but generally does not have the courage to kill, let alone to torture a person in a cruel way. When Dean finished reading these materials, the people of the 4th Squadron also came to the office one after another. Dean was originally going to organize a meeting for everyone, but a call from Holtz moved everyone in the meeting room to the forensic department. This poor guy was forced to work all night yesterday. "Holtz, what did you find?" Dean gave Holtz, who looked like he had kidney deficiency, a warm hug. Holtz yawned and rubbed his chicken coop hair. "The discovery is beyond your imagination. Sometimes, after seeing too many people like Mike Smith, I really feel that I will have psychological problems one day. For example, I found more than 300 fatal old injuries on Mike Smith thanks to the book Friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 6,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thanks to the book Friend Firepower is King for the 1,500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 3 book friends 201910200651439441 feet, Dream Orange, and 2021011621150185 feet for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the 3 bosses. Thanks to the 3 book friends Raga Terafis, Deng Yu Hang, and model worker of the food factory for the reward. Thanks to the 3 bosses. Dean. Thanks to the book Friend Knight of Glory for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Around 11 o'clock, there is still one chapter. Chapter 150, Extremely Cruel Death. Holtz, are you trying to say that guy is immortal, like those mummies in the movies? Harry looked at Holtz with an expression that said, you take us for fools. Holtz shrugged. Forensic doctors usually treat injuries that are fatal without treatment as fatal. What I mean is that Mike Smith may be a masochist. He led everyone to a projector and played pictures of old injuries. See these puncture wounds? I've seen them before. They are caused by a European torture device called a bone nail. This thing appeared in the Middle Ages and was a favorite of those religious trials. An laceration wound. This thing will dig into the flesh and blood like a shark's tooth, and through the blood grooves, you will feel the weakness of the blood being separated little by little. Mike Smith has more than 400 similar old injuries, of which nearly 300 are nearly fatal. Except for his neck and head, which are exposed, he is almost covered with scars. In this case, even with the support of modern medical care, it must have accumulated over many years to survive until now, otherwise no one can survive. Holtz took out some images that everyone couldn't understand. I performed a comprehensive autopsy on Mike Smith. His body functions are very poor, with a lot of antibiotics and hormones in his body, and there are many scabs on his bones, which are the marks formed by repeated bone fractures and healing. This guy is living with a tattered body with 18 hands, and he is always suffering from the subsequent torture caused by excessive pain. If he hadn't died so tragically, I would almost think that he couldn't bear the pain and chose to commit suicide. Dean looked away from the projection and asked directly, these old injuries and the new injuries on Mike Smith are all caused by ancient European torture instruments. Holtz nodded. I sent emails to ask a lot of people, and it can be basically confirmed that all of them are torture instruments left over from ancient times, but the new injuries on Mike Smith are still somewhat innovative. He opened another folder. Hundreds of photos, forming a huge square photo wall, appeared in front of everyone. Holtz took out a laser pen and circled the areas. Mike Smith's time of death can be roughly determined to be between 2 and 4 in the morning last night. There are a total of 121 new scars on his body, including punctures, setbacks, cuts, stabs, burns, freezing, and electric shocks. If the old scars are added, you can find the shadows of almost all ancient European torture instruments on Mike Smith. It is estimated that the most hated pagans in the Middle Ages did not have this treatment, because almost no one can survive after enduring so many punishments. Even in modern times, it is difficult. This means that the torturer's understanding of these punishment tools and the human body is definitely not worse than that of professional doctors. Holtz took a breath and finished 2 cups of coffee in a row before continuing. In addition, there are traces of drug injections in Mike Smith's body. I haven't found a matching drug type for this drug yet. It is very likely that it is a private configuration, but I can roughly guess the effect through the ingredients. Heart strengthening plus calming. Holtz's eyes flashed with excitement. Humans have self-protection mechanisms. Once the pain or emotions reach an unbearable limit, people will be forced into coma. In order to keep Mike Smith awake, the murderer injected him with a drug. In addition to strengthening his heart and preventing Mike Smith from falling into coma, the drug can also amplify his senses, allowing him to feel the taste of each punishment more clearly. Think about his eyes that were fixed and unable to close. Guess what other cruel things the murderer did? Everyone has already put themselves in the miserable state of Mike Smith described by Holtz. When they heard Holtz's question, they shuddered and shook their heads. This is already worse than death, and there are more cruel things? They didn't dare to think further. Holtz glanced at this group of weaklings with disdain, and looked at Dean expectantly, hoping that the other party could synchronize his thinking with his own. This way, at least it would seem that his thinking is not so perverted. Dean did not let him down. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and said calmly, when the physical pain reaches a certain level, people will actually become numb, but the pain of the soul will make people more awake than ever before because of the physical pain. So, when the murderer executed Mike Smith, he took a mirror and placed it in front of him, so that he could see with his own eyes how he was dismembered bit by bit in an alternative way. Yes, after I substituted these scars, the conclusion I finally came to was also this. Holtz was very happy that someone could synchronize his thinking. This means that it was not a perversion he thought, but the truth. He released the last photo. This is a high-definition close-up of the eye. In the diffused black eyeball, in the fine burning, there are dots of bloodstains distributed in the shape of stars. Brown and red alternate. There is actually a kind of weird beauty. This is a typical symptom of death by suffocation. Mike Smith died of suffocation. His body and mind reached the limit of death. He was suffocated by the pain, or he refused to breathe and suffocated himself to death. Everyone. A body with hundreds of scars of varying degrees. The cause of death was suffocation, and it is very likely that he refused to breathe and suffocated himself to death. Do you think this is a detective novel written by a low-level writer? Even Dean was a little speechless and said, "Holds, it is almost impossible to suffocate yourself to death, because the body will have its own ideas. This idea is the body's self-survival instinct. It is probably that the consciousness does not want to live anymore, but the body thinks it can still be rescued, ignoring the control of the consciousness over the body, and making some uncontrolled reactions, so it suffocates itself to death, which is almost impossible. People have limits." Dean is more inclined to believe that Mike Smith collapsed physically and mentally and suffocated by pain. In short, Mike Smith died in torment. This made Dean more certain of his guess. The murderer hated Mike Smith extremely. He looked at Holds. "By the way, did you check the Akita dog?" Holds was enjoying the disgusted expressions of Old Hunter and the others. Hearing this, he grinned and was about to open another folder. Old Hunter hurriedly stopped him. "Holds, just say it directly. It's easy for us to put ourselves in your shoes. This is not pleasant." The deputy captain is right. Hera glared at Holds fiercely. "If you dare to release the photo of the dead dog again, I swear I will treat you to maggot rice. Wow, that thing has a high protein content. It will taste good with some mustard or ketchup." Holds counterattacked. Harry covered his mouth and left the projection room. Holds disgusted Harry and then contentedly introduced the autopsy results of the Akita dog. The Akita dog died about 15 to 20 days ago. There were more than 30 marks of torture instruments on its body. Its bones were all broken, its internal organs were damaged, and it died of heavy bleeding. This is where the fun part comes in. The wound marks on the Akita dog can basically be found on Mike Smith. I was inspired and extracted some genetic material from the wounds of Mike Smith. Although the amount is not enough, it is certain that it is not human genetic material. When Old Hunter heard this, he was shocked. "Holds, do you suspect that Mike Smith tortured the dog?" And finally the dog owner found him and tortured Mike Smith in the same way and with the same tools. Holds nodded. "Almost. No mistake. Don't forget that Mike Smith was fixed in a kneeling position of repentance with great trouble. That direction is facing the place where the dog was buried. And the place where he died, students often sneaked in to find the excitement of outdoor fighting. This kind of place is not hidden at all. That's why Mike Smith died at 3 or 4 in the morning, but was found at 6 in the morning. I checked the soil on the dog's body. After it was buried there were signs of turning over, but it was close to the time of burial. Half a month later, Mike Smith died in the same place, kneeling in front of the dog's body. The murderer obviously had time to choose the place where Mike Smith hid the body, but he still did it, which shows that he didn't care whether the body would be discovered or not, and simply wanted Mike Smith to kneel down and repent. So it is very likely that the murderer is the dog's owner. Dean looked at Holtz, who was talking eloquently, touched his chin, and asked curiously, "Men, are you stimulated? In the past, you were not like a detective. In addition to completing your job, you would not have the mood to deduce the murderer's criminal psychology." He felt that this guy was a bit imitating his actions and words today. "I feel weird too, just like." Old Hunter narrowed his eyes, then looked at Dean with a strange expression. "Holtz now is just like a low-profile version of you, Dean." "Holtz seems to be a low-profile version of you, Dean, except that he is not as tall, handsome, strong, or tall as Dean. His speaking and doing habits today do have a weird feeling of deliberately imitating Dean." Robert looked at Holtz, then at Dean, and nodded heavily. "The deputy captain is right, you are indeed imitating Dean. Holtz, do you want to transfer to the murder department?" Holtz spread his hands. "Okay, you found out, I am really tired of facing a pile of rotten corpses every day, and I found some of the things that Dean can do, I can do it too, so I want to give it a try. Mainly because the profession of forensic medicine makes people feel uncomfortable. In this damn place, there are girls who let him do whatever he wants every day, but they are all giants with missing limbs. It's hard to describe. If you want to transfer, you are welcome, but now we need to deal with this case first." Dean clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. This Akita dog was buried near the university. Normally, if the owner does not want his dog to be killed by dog hunters, he will definitely identify it. Holtz nodded. "Yes, I did find an identity chip on its remains. As he said. He took out a transparent bag from the projection table. Inside the bag was a cylindrical transparent electronic crystal about the size of a baby's little finger. This thing is not a GPS positioning device, but it stores some basic information about the dog. If the dog catching team catches it, through machine scanning, they will know that the dog has an owner, and they will contact the owner to take it back. If it is far away, the owner will also need to pay a loss fee. This discovery made Old Hunter and others very excited. Who is the dog's owner? Holtz had a strange expression. Mike Smith's dog is his own. Very normal. Dean laughed. If you are the dog's owner, in order to avenge your dog, would you deliberately kneel down at the dog's burial ground and not take away the dog's identity chip? Isn't this equivalent to confessing without being asked? Ordinary criminals may make such a mistake. But a person who can inflict hundreds of punishments of varying depths on a person without being fatal will never make such a mistake. Because people who have made achievements in anatomy will be forced to develop some very good habits, such as details, precision, careful observation, etc. So from the beginning, Dean felt that the murderer was not the dog's owner. Holtz was not stupid. When he heard Dean's words, his originally complacent look collapsed in an instant. He threw the bag back and sighed. Okay, that's true, but this kind of murderer will not do meaningless things. That kind of inhumane torture is not fake. This kind of madness, I have only heard of some extreme cult members. Cult members? Dean thought of the old scars left by the ancient torture instruments on Mike Smith's body, and his heart moved. He said, Holtz, do you think Mike Smith himself is a member of a cult, so he has so many old scars on his body, until he violated the rules of the cult because of something, and was finally punished by his angry companions? Holtz shook his head and explained, Dean, modern cults often engrave unique tattoo marks on certain parts of the body for a sense of identity, but Mike Smith only has dent scars on his body, but no traces of tattoos. Dean shook his head. Holtz, you are wrong. Scars are the best tattoos. How about this? You can look for relevant information in the forensic department, and I will take the guys to Mike Smith's residence to check and see if we can find any clues. I have a hunch that this case may be more troublesome than we thought. Holtz nodded, a little disappointed. He found that he and Dean were really just a super low-profile version before leaving the forensic department. Everyone split up. Old Hunter took Robert to the school where Mike Smith taught, found several of his graduate students, and asked them about Mike Smith's situation. Dean took Harry and drove directly to Mike Smith's home in Los Angeles. We will leave the quarantine point tomorrow afternoon. Good night. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.